Alright, we did it.
Yes!
Last time, we had the beginnings of a new story. We opened with a new squad of headhunters being shown the base. The squad consisted of Julius and Pequod's son and daughter, Carter and Sol Rainfall, Hunk and Davine's daughter, Elizabeth Rainfall, Sasha and Town's son, Colt, Ash and Sarah's son, Ricky, and two new boys named Ozzy and Benny. The squad was introduced to their new the men who will be training them, Captain Bash and Okier, as well as their leader, Lieutenant Memrianne Rainfall, Suletta's daughter. She was somewhat cordial at first before going into Julius's office and expressing her disappointment at her new squad, before storming out, and Julius left Bash and Okier high and dry for the kids' orientation. After a quick and awkward tour, the kids were sent to their respective dorms according to gender to get to know each other. While that was going on, Julius went back up to his triple office up on Gateway to talk about what had happened with Sasha, Icy, Pequod, and Towns. Pequod was not taking this well, and Julius attempted to comfort her before Tommy entered to inform Julius that it was the anniversary of the Saint's death. The kids continued to get to know one another before we were whisked away to the ODM Academy. Hunk also wasn't doing too well before his loving wife and sister came in to comfort him. Meanwhile, three, let's say, interesting men were beginning to plot about something called Mother Goodash. Back on the base, the kids were in a circle, were put in a circle to get to know one another, and talk a bit about themselves before being brought out to see Woodbury itself. Julius was brought to the grave of Saint Guillotine with Icy, where they had a moment of silence before Julius came to the realization that the saint lives on as a spirit. The kids went on a very long run as part of their first day, and while some took to it worse than others, only one excelled, with that person being Colt. The Rainfalls continued to comfort each other back at one of their homes on Rainfall Lane, while the kids' run continued, with them getting some rest with some MREs at the halfway point. After the run was finished, the kids made it back to Woodbury, where they were greeted by Tommy. He brought them into a grocery store and told them to get whatever they wanted, pairing them up in a very specific manner, with him and Ricky being the only ones not paired up, obviously looking to play matchmaker. He watched his efforts crash and burn alongside Ricky before getting angry, telling everyone to just buy their shit and running away. Everyone went back to the main portion of the base, and some conversations were had before they got ready for the night. We ended on the Rainfall Elders having a nice time at the golf course, but a lot of them feeling a bit down in the dumps, with Scar especially seeming rather infuriated. That was before Pequod's Grand Dragon came in and showed himself, ruining a large portion of the course and Scar's good work. The elders found solace in each other and tried to have a good time, and that's where we ended, and I believe that is everything.
So, 2 weeks from last session, the kids are at a shooting range here in Woodbury. They have to improve their shooting scores. Memrianne's overseeing the shooting being done. Colt is, if you watch him, you're questioning why he's here, as per usual. Elizabeth and Benny are over here shooting. Benny, an excellent shot. Sol's over here, loading rifles. Oz is just watching the struggle that these two are having. Go.
You know what to do with this damn thing, Carter. I'm not hitting shit right now.
Well, now you point it down the range, and the trigger shoots the bullet, and you sometimes hit stuff. That's basically as far as I got in boot.
Yeah, same here. God damn it. He's gonna look to the left and see how everyone else is doing.
Yep, Colt doing exceptionally well. Benny doing well. Elizabeth doing well.
Should I ask someone for help?
Carter shrugs. I mean, yeah, it might be a good idea.
God damn it, Fine.
For wanting help?
For being in the military and not being able to shoot.
He blinks at Ricky. Then what does that make me, Ricky?
You can actually somewhat shoot better than me. You might actually score points on yours. I don't think I'd have a single point on my score, dude.
He shakes his head. Asking for help doesn't make you look stupid, it makes you look like you want to improve.
Alright, fine. He's gonna stand up and walk over here.
Memory Ann blows the whistle before you can move. Stay at your station.
Understood,
Idiot.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Keep firing, moron.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna keep firing.
Soul over here leans over to Ozzy and whispers, "She seems to be in rare form today."
She's not in a good mood. No. Takes a step back.
She shakes her head, turns back around, and starts reloading the weapons like she's supposed to.
Don't tell me you're as bad as your brother with firearms.
Oh, God, no. She chuckles, shakes her head. Honestly, sometimes I like to just use my telekinesis to push the bullet. Lasers are a lot easier to do it like that. Easier to track, easier to, push the way you want it. But I could do it with ballistic weapons. That and I'm just naturally a pretty good shot.
He looked shocked, arms crossed, looking at her. Who taught you how to do that?
Oh, I see, my aunt.
Could you do it with a ship?
She looks at him. Use telekinesis?
Yeah. Like mine. Ours.
She scratches her cheek. I mean, I could probably move it around and stuff, like scrape it against the floor. I'm not the best yet. I still got a lot of room to grow with everything. Rome wasn't built in a day, you know?
And I still need a co-pilot.
She winces a bit. Oh, if that's what you're asking, if there's one thing I don't excel at, it's driving and piloting and that kind of stuff. It, freaks me out. I could do it, mind you. I sort of had to learn to, be here, but I'm not good at it.
He sighs and looks at the ground. Someday I'll be able to do training exercises again.
And I'm sure you will, Ozzy. She pats him on the shoulder twice and smiles at him.
Memory Ann's going to storm over and blow the whistle right between Ricky and Carter's ears.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your malfunctions? He's right behind Carter, standing in her BDU battle dress uniform.
I'm not sure what you mean, ma'am.
How don't you know how to shoot? She's looking down to Carter.
Carter looks at her. Call it a mental block, ma'am.
Mental block. She smiles down at Carter.
He smiles
I'm
up at her.
speaking to Carter. Shut up, Ricky.
He smiles up at her. Mental block.
Okay. She's gonna walk over here. Ricky, you might want to do this. She's gonna reach to the front of Ricky's gun, flip up the iron sights, and flip up the back sights. These are iron sights, Ricky. You need to line them up. Put the target in the sight, and squeeze the trigger. And she pats Ricky on the head.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hold the rifle firm.
He's going to attempt to hold it firm.
Good. Do the same, Carter.
He does the same.
Wonderful. She'll walk behind Ricky. Squeeze the trigger. Don't pull. She'll come right behind Carter. You're lying prone. Lay down on Carter's back. Almost. Halfway. Put her hand where Carter's hand is, arm on Carter's, so she's right next to Carter. You squeeze the trigger. You don't pull it. If you pull the trigger, you'll miss your shot. Make sense?
He looks at her. Makes sense, ma'am.
Makes sense, Ricky?
Yeah, ma'am.
Squeeze, Carter. Puts her lips right to Carter's ear. Not pull. Like a squeeze. Like Hazel. Was your squeeze. She makes sure to, with a wet mouth, hit Carter's ear with some saliva, stands up, and walks off. Improve your scores or you're dropped.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The fuck did we do to her?
It's because you're paired with me, not what you did to her, as he squeezes the trigger and shoots his gun.
Same here, he's gonna try to put into practice what she told him.
You at least hit the target. Both of you.
That's something, ain't it?
She's over here watching Colt. The day may come, Ricky, when you need to use a firearm. Your life may depend on it. Practice.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. Lean over to Carter. Well, at least we got most of the squad can shoot. I don't know.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, most of us can. We're the outliers, it seems. And he shrugs. But it's nothing that we can't attempt to get better at.
Yeah, we can get better at it. Yeah. I mean, at least you got the excuse of needing magic glasses. I hadn't even got that.
He shakes his head. Nah, man, that was a shit shot even before the glasses.
Bro, you should have seen me when I was learning, or trying to learn. It was bad.
He looks over at Ricky. Well, I guess we're one and the same. He smiles and looks back down his sights, squeezes the trigger to shoot the target again.
Yeah, two swordsmen who are shit shots. What a pair. Takes a shot himself.
Memory Ann watching through some binoculars. Good shot, Carter. Keep squeezing. Just imagine that's Hazel.
He looks over at Memory Ann. Looks back down his sights. Yes, ma'am.
The trigger, not the target.
I would much rather think the target, ma'am.
Sure. She walks this way.
Bro, I don't know what she's got against you for that. I mean, it's an ex-girlfriend from how many years ago? I mean, come on.
Carter sighs. I definitely have a thought, but it might just be wishful thinking on my end. Probably is.
Yeah, what's the thought?
She's jealous.
You see him kind of stop for a sec, eyes trail up like he's thinking. No, yeah, I think you're right.
He chuckles, shakes his head. I think it's wishful thinking.
Bro, she basically just straddled you. Gonna squeeze off another shot.
To help me with my shooting. And that's it.
You notice who she didn't straddle?
Well, I mean, you're the way of you being straddled, as you so put it, as he squeezes off another shot.
I don't know, bro. I don't think it's too wishful. I mean, would she care this much if it wasn't that?
He shrugs. Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Gotta look over to the side at Colt. God, I wish I could do that shit.
It'd be pretty cool to be a good shot. He definitely seems to be an expert.
Yeah. It'd also be nice not to have the scary ice lieutenant be mad at me, so that too.
He chuckles. Maybe someone can give us more pointers sometime. Who knows? Bash, maybe?
Yeah, we could ask him. We could ask Colt too, if you think that's a good idea.
He shrugs. Yeah, maybe. He might be willing to teach us.
It can't hurt to ask, right?
Can't hurt.
Who was Hazel, darling?
Soul head shoots up as she sets down one of the guns and looks over at Oz. Hazel was Carter's ex-girlfriend.
Ah. He's just watching Memory Ann.
She turns around, looks at Memory Ann, and looks at Oz. Yeah. I don't know about you. You have seen more of her in recent years than I, but she seems to be a teensy bit, and she pinches her fingers together, just teensy bit jealous.
Just teensy. He looks down.
She shrugs. Teensy can go on a scale for some people. For me, it might be teensy. For you, it might be extremely jealous. She's extremely jealous.
500 kilograms of jealous. Yep.
She nods and looks back at Marianne. Do you think I should tell Carter that she's definitely jealous, or do you think he has that figured out for himself?
He looks at Carter, fixes his glasses. At his age, hard to tell these things. Maybe, yeah.
Soul shrugs. Yeah. I'll have to keep it in mind, I guess. Maybe lock it away for some other time. Keep it in mind.
If he can't see it, he's blind as... Well, never mind.
She looks up at Oz and smiles at him. No, go ahead, say it. It's funny.
No, I won't. I have manners.
She chuckles. Thank you. It actually does bother him a bit when people make jokes like that.
Never would. He's looking down at her. Why don't you go take your position next to Colt?
She gives him a salute. Yes, sir. And then walks over to her position.
She's setting up her rifle. Memory Ann over here puts her hands on the back of Elizabeth's neck and rubs them lightly. You're doing well.
She can feel Elizabeth sort of freeze up and then rest her shoulders when she hears Memory Ann's voice. Thank you, ma'am.
And who taught you how to shoot so well?
She looks down and looks back up. It was a sort of combination of people. My dad, Tal, and Banksy. Tal and Banksy were the main two.
Memory Ann nods her head. Benny taking out his earplugs. And you're doing excellent. He smiles at Memory Ann. Keep up the good work. Actually, go take a break. You can go stand with Oz. You're done for the day. Unless you want to keep shooting.
She looks over at Benny and shrugs. What do you want to do?
He looks downrange, gestures with his hand without saying anything, puts his earplug back in, and keeps shooting.
Elizabeth looks up at Marianne. I'll keep shooting.
Will you now? She smirks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth just nods. A smile emoticon pops up, and then she goes back to shooting.
Memory Ann will wink at Elizabeth and walk off this direction. Just watching Carter, closely scrutinizing him.
Soul gets down into her position, looks over at Colt. So, I'm not the best shot in the world with ballistics. Do you mind giving me some pointers?
He does not respond.
She puts her tongue in her cheek, looks at him to see if he has earplugs in or anything like that.
He does.
Okay. She rubs the back of her neck, just gets into position and squeezes off a couple of shots.
He didn't even notice her sit down at first. Prone, we should say. He looks over at her while she's shooting. Memory Ann still just scrutinizing Carter.
I can feel her staring at me.
I can feel her staring at you too.
And he shakes his head and starts squeezing off a couple more shots.
Ricky's gonna try to do the same.
Inching closer.
She's actually pretty damn scary, dude.
Uh-huh. He squeezes off a couple more shots. You heard her get closer, right?
Yeah, she's closer.
Sir?
He starts to tense up a bit. Oh, she is right behind me.
Standing over you right now. Fires off a couple more.
Carter fires a couple more shots off.
She'll come over here, arms crossed, looking down at Carter. Reload your rifle.
Yes, ma'am. He stands to go and reload his rifle.
Hand it to me.
He hands it to her.
She takes it. There's a target. A human-sized torso target out there. She aims down the sights. I was a horrible shot when I showed up here. Anybody can improve at shooting. She smiles at Carter.
He smiles at her. Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking of a hick. A small little bucktooth hick. Ring a bell.
He tilts his head. Yes, it does, ma'am. And he looks out to the target. Get a headshot.
Headshot. She flicks it from semi-automatic to fully automatic. And squeezes the trigger and starts unloading into the human torso target, knocking it over into quite a few pieces, because as it fell over, she froze it.
Carter shrugs, looks back at her. That works too.
Good. Go clean up the mess. She slams the rifle back into Carter's chest, blows her whistle right in Carter's ear, telling everybody to cease fire, because Carter's going out to clean up the mess.
He grabs his ear, rubs it for a second. Yes, ma'am. As he goes off to clean the mess up.
You can help him. She kicks Ricky in the ankle. Get up.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna get up, set the
I
rifle.
expect to see you here practicing.
Will do, ma'am. Of course.
I don't care who you think you are. You can be dropped like anybody else. Watch this way.
Understood. He's gonna put the rifle on safe, hop over and catch up to Carter.
Colt, hearing the whistle, takes out his ear plugs, looks over at Soul. When'd you get here?
Oh, not that long ago. Only like 5 minutes.
Really need to practice? He'll slide his rifle away. The whole telekinetic thing.
She shrugs. It's hard to explain. Sometimes it's strenuous, or I can't use my telekinetic powers. Like, if I have to build a lot of mana up, I can't focus on both building the mana up and my telekinetic powers, so I have to actually shoot the gun. Like it's a gun, you know?
He nods his head. If you want tips, just let me know.
She nods at him. I would love to learn from you.
He's looking out at the range. Well, I guess when those two are done, why did she freeze that target?
She looks at the target. Um, Personal vendetta against it, maybe?
He watches Memory Head walk over to Oz and start talking. She's jealous of. We won't mention her name, but yeah.
Oh, obviously. She smiles and looks at him.
Well, he's looking over his shoulder at Memory and shooting anyway. If you want to get really good at it, it's about controlling your breathing and your posture. That's it. I can shoot from almost any stance because, well, I've been taught the stances and controlling your breath, your breathing. He points to his lung.
Really? She looks to where he's pointing that up at him. So, any position.
Hand me your rifle.
She hands him his rifle. Or her rifle.
Takes it. He's sitting Indian style. See how I prop my arm up this ways and I'm resting the barrel of the rifle on my forearm. It gets uncomfortable after a while, but mind over matter. I had to hold this position for 18 hours once.
She lets out a long whistle. Damn. I could never be a sniper like you.
It was one of the final tests they gave us in Scout Sniper School back when I was there. He kind of drops the rifle hard, setting it on the ground with some force.
Her lips sort of straighten out when he says that. Yeah, well, at least it's been fun to be here with you and everything like that, right?
He nods his head. Yeah, Woodbury's nice. It's cool being around Delta. I like being under your dad, the Colonel.
Yeah, he's pretty fun. Surprisingly lax, in my opinion. She looks out across the range and then back at him. It's pretty fun. And I got to see you again, too, which I've been wanting to for a while.
It has been a while. He'll start rubbing the back of his neck.
She chuckles and nods. Yeah, you left when you were 16, and she rubs her hands against her knees. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been able to see you and talk to you. You're always fun.
You still like dolphins?
Oh, I love dolphins.
Oh, thank God.
Huh?
What?
Well, why thank God that I like dolphins?
Is there majestic creatures?
They are, aren't they? Did you know that they can have actual friendships with human beings and they can recognize them and remember them for like their entire lives? And I like that they can do that.
One of the only self-aware mammals, right? Are they mammals?
Soul nods and smiles at him. They're mammals, of course. They are the most intelligent, next to humans, the most intelligent mammal on Earth.
He'll hand her a rifle back. It's unsafe. Practice the pose that I was doing. Dolphins. So why do you... How... He starts rubbing the back of his neck. Why are they your favorite animal? I mean, what made them? You see them in the zoo the first time?
She gets into the position he was in. Back in grade school, you know how sometimes you have those units and lessons that don't really matter? Like, I remember one time we had this entire lesson on bees, and I have never used that knowledge anywhere else in my life. Right? You had those kind of lessons?
He nods. Never was pulling his rifle towards him. Great in school. Yeah.
She nods. Oh, neither was I, but we had a lesson about the sea, and more specifically, dolphins. We got to learn all about them, how they travel in pods, and they never abandon each other, and they're always together no matter what, and she inhales a deep breath and sighs. They can stay friends forever. as long as they live and they won't, abandon each other, that kind of thing.
Nodding his head, prop your arm up a little more. He'll prop her arms up, tuck her elbows in.
She lets him.
And there you go.
Oh God, you had to hold this position for 18 hours?
Yeah. You don't have anything against, like, dolphins in captivity, do you? Or, if you went to the zoo, something like that.
She shakes her head. No, if I went to an aquarium or a zoo and I saw them, I would still just be basically entranced by them.
Oh. That's good. Here, let me show you a better position to lie prone so you have, like, less of a silhouette.
Sure, I'm up for that.
She lies prone, and with Soul's female senses, she can definitely tell he's checking out her ass. As up here, you guys are still cleaning up the mess of the shattered target.
I think that might confirm the jealousy, bro.
Yep, I think so, honestly.
I mean, if she's jealous, that means she's got a thing for you, right?
He continues to pick up some of the pieces, looks up at Ricky and shrugs.
Well, I mean, if she does, are you gonna go for it, continuing to pick stuff up?
I don't know about that. Maybe not.
I mean, it's the worst that could happen, right?
Carter looks at him. Some pretty bad things can happen.
I mean, it's not like she's gonna cheat on you, bro. She's scary, but I don't think she's that type.
He rolls his eyes, shakes his head. No, I don't think she is either, just... He opens his mouth to say something, closes it, and goes back to picking up the pieces.
What, do you think you'd break up? I mean, big enough military. If you did break up, I'm sure you guys wouldn't have to see each other again. At least not that often.
He shakes his head. I don't think I'm good enough for her.
What do you mean? You're a cool dude. And I mean, it's not like her parents are any more crazy cool than yours.
He shrugs. I said what I said and I stand by what I said.
I think you're good enough. I don't know, though. Just do you. Just don't put yourself down like that. I think you're a cool dude.
He chuckles, picks up the pile of ice shards that he now has. Where do we put this? Is there like a trash receptacle?
He's gonna look around.
Nope.
I got no clue. Should I ask, or do you want him?
He closes his eyes, sighs. Fuck. He starts to walk down towards her.
Ricky's gonna pick up whatever's left and follow him.
She's back to you currently because she's talking to Oz. Oz points over her shoulder and she turns around.
Where do you wish these to be, disposed of, ma'am?
She'll walk up to Carter, smack his hands that's holding the ice shards, sending them flying all over the ground. Good work, Ricky! Trash can right there. She walks past Ricky.
Thank you, ma'am. He's gonna bend over, set his on the ground, and start trying to help Carter pick his up.
Carter puts his hand up to Ricky. I got it. Thank you. I got it.
Come on, And we're a team, right?
He,
If it's
ben-
your issue, it's my issue.
he bends over and starts picking up the dropped disposables and looks over at Ricky. It's all right, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming over, helping. That is thirst.
Sorry?
That is thirst. Thirst. Thirsty? Ever hear of it?
Yeah, Carter just looks down and starts picking it up. I've heard of it.
That's what I said, bro. She is into him.
He's just staring at her as he picks things up.
She's also. Let's put it this way. I'm happy I'm not the one on her bad side right now.
Do you know? He's picking some up. He'll come over here, drag a big trash bin over. Work smart, not hard. Do you know how many good-looking young men came through here in the past 2 years?
Probably, I don't know, hundreds.
Do you know the vast majority were very interested in her, and she never gave any single one of them a second of her time, outside of official duties.
I mean, it makes sense why they'd be into her. I get it.
Never seen her like this.
What? Jealous enough to, fuck up a dummy pretending it's his ex-girlfriend? Yeah.
He fixes his glasses, interested in someone.
Carter clears his throat. I could definitely see why they would all be interested in her. He smiles.
And I've never seen her interested in someone, at least of the opposite sex.
Well, I suppose you may be seeing that now. He looks at Oz and smiles.
Oh, most definitely. Picking up pieces of ice.
I told him he should go for it.
He's shaking his head, just staring at Memory Ann. Memory Ann's come over here. Benny waved to her. Memory Ann looking down at him. He takes out his earbuds, asks to be dismissed, and he's dismissed. Of course, you could leave. And she comes over here and picks up his rifle.
Oh, Elizabeth looks up at her. May I also be dismissed?
Ah. She looks down at Elizabeth.
Ah?
Where would you like to go? Where are you going to go?
I have some chores to do in Woodbury. Got to pick up some snacks for around the place. Laundry detergent. Need some laundry detergent too.
He's squatting down next to Elizabeth, who's still lying prone. She's watching where he went off. He likes Halo, the first-person shooter game that on Pequod put Uncle Lugnut on the cover.
She looks over at Memory Ann and nods. Hey there, got it.
I saw him playing with some of the denizens of the town. Set up their TV screens. They're outside playing across the E-net. I think he has some type of makeshift pathetic team. She nods her head. I heard he's a big fan of Master Lugnut.
Elizabeth chuckles, sits up a bit. Do you know by chance where I would get a copy of that game?
He already has a copy, but you know what he'd probably really like? To meet Master Lugnut. She'll wink at Elizabeth himself.
She starts to tap her helmet. Yeah, I think he would. I think he would. I hope I can arrange that somehow. Everyone likes to meet their heroes and all.
Memory Ann will gesture with her eyes towards the direction he walked off. I don't know why he's not speaking to you as of late, but she shrugs. Dismissed.
Elizabeth sighs, stands up. Thank you, ma'am, and walks off to Woodbury.
Yeah, Memory Ann's going to look at these two. He's still showing her different positions. Anyone that exposes her buttocks, he's definitely checking it out. She's gonna come back over this way. Soul notices though. He's showing her how to shoot from literally on her side with one arm, and she could tell he's checking the package.
She makes it fully presentable for him.
He just clears his throat, keeps watching her.
Problem?
No.
She looks over, smiles at him. Oh, okay. You must have had some saliva in your throat or something.
Thirsty. He's gonna pull out his canteen and start drinking it, wipe his mouth a little bit. So your parents never bought you a dolphin or anything like that in the zoo portion of Rainfall Lane? All those incredible animals?
She chuckles and shakes her head. No, I never really asked for one.
Why? Yeah, I thought they were your favorite, though. He looks panicked.
They are. They 100% are. I just never really thought about owning one. If someone got one for me, if it's like a family member or something, they'd probably become my favorite. And if it was like a guy, I'd probably marry him on the spot. She chuckles. It's hyperbole, of course, but you know what I mean.
Of course. He'll put his hand out to help her up. I think that's enough. We can come back anytime.
She smiles, takes his hand, stands up, and acts like she trips and pushes herself onto him.
Oh, he'll catch her. He catches her.
She has both of her hands on his chest, looks up. Sorry about that.
He's looking down with a shocked expression. His breathing has quickened.
She smiles. And pushes herself a bit closer to him.
Starts cleaning off her shoulders. The grass that they were lying in. And her side.
She smiles, puts her hand up against his cheek, and starts to wipe off some dirt with her thumb.
Thanks! He recoils at the touch. I have to go call Tommy. You know, Tommy Wiseau. He'll let go of her. Bye! And walk off this direction. Quickly. And his walking turns into full tilt sprinting. Memory Ann watching with a disgusted look on her face.
Mr. White, so? She shakes her head. Could have at least made a good excuse. She puts her hands in her pocket, kicks a rock, and then starts walking off to Woodbury.
He walks off. Memory Ann standing right behind Carter, just blinking.
He puts some of the refuse into the bin, turns around, looks up at her. Is there an issue, ma'am?
She'll kneel down, pick up a large block of ice. You're so dirty. Lying in the grass all day, Carter.
It's not a problem. I can always go and get cleaned off.
She holding a large block of ice with one hand. Let me help you. She'll snap her fingers, melting the ice, drenching Carter.
He wipes some water away from his eyes, takes off his glasses, cleans them. Thank you, ma'am. He sort of just twitches almost, she notices. I feel much cleaner now.
It's Friday. We're being dismissed early because the Colonel sees fit to dismiss us early. Head back to town. You're done for the day. If you're lucky, maybe Hazel's there. Maybe she can dry you off. He storms off.
After he's done cleaning his glasses, he puts them back on. He shakes his head and mumbles something to himself as he puts the rest of the ice into the bin and walks off.
He's gonna look over at Oz. Well, that was awkward.
He sighed.
Uh, he's, it's not gonna go well for him over the next few days, is it?
Probably not until he'll put two fingers together. Sexual tension.
Oh, yeah. How long do you think it's gonna take, over, under?
Fixing his glasses. She seems the type to want the man to make the move. So I guess it's up to Carter.
You see him get a bit of a smile. How long you bet it's gonna take for him?
I hope soon. He shrugs. I mean, this is just stupid.
Yeah. And doubly hope soon, because I think because we're both kind of similar in how we're fighting, I think I'm gonna get some of it by proxy until he gets it into him to just ask her out.
He shrugs. Yeah, probably. Either way, head back to town. I'll clean up here and collect the rifle.
Alright, man, you sure you don't want any help? I'm happy to.
He nods. No, I'm faster on my own.
Alright, man. Anything I can grab for you while I'm in town?
He shakes his head. Dismissed, Ricky.
Alright, bro. Thank you, sir. And he's gonna head back to town.
Flashing out, it's daytime. Somewhere deep in Rainfall Lane, there's a radio broadcast being delivered. Samuel, the sound mixer for the live audio radio broadcast. Krellin, handing transcripts and taking phone calls to Fledwick, who is delivering broadcasts. Krellin has a mic too, and there's a mic set up in front of Mother Goodash.
Heal. One and all, welcome back to the classic Davine podcast that you all know and love. He takes some papers, hits them against the desk to flatten them out, starts to read them. As usual, we have my very good friend, Quellen, here with us. Say hello, Quellen.
Hello, everyone. Me, Krellin.
Beautiful voice, isn't it? And as usual, a very special guest, our Mother Good Ash. How are you, Mother Good Ash? Spectacular. He starts to flip through the pages. Today is quite simple. We're going to talk about Davine teaching kids of today's generation that drinking and smoking is just not okay. Have you ever been a part of that class, Quellen?
Yes, I have. At Academy. Hunk teacher. Davine husband. Always touching her butt.
That is true. He is always touching her butt, and she does seem to like it. But in that class, a very special video is played where the saint, sadly, basically kills himself. Through
Tragic video.
Tragic video, exactly. Mother Goodash, your opinion on that video. Beautiful words.
You
Beautiful
can hear
words.
heartbreak in her voice.
It's okay. Samuel, please get her some tissues.
Slides her over a box fucking tissue.
Thank you. But in that class, the saint, where he drinks and smokes to the point of death, he shakes his head. They use that video as an example of what not to do, of how to keep yourself clean and why you should keep yourself clean, especially in combat scenarios. And might I say, Quellen, Mother Goodash, it is just so intelligent of Miss Davine to use a video like that, a depressing and terrible video, but to use it for good for the rest of your lives. Your opinions on it, please.
Let Mother Goodash go first.
You're always so wise, Mother Goodash.
Krellin. Krellin. agree with Mother Goodash. Just looks over at her and smiles.
Flitwick nods. I have to agree with her too. It's just too good not to agree with.
The Saint Death break Mr. Wiseau heart.
He is. He truly is. Whenever we hear about Mr. Wiseau or see him, he's always talking about the Saint. To my knowledge, Mother Goodash was always a very big fan of the Saint, even though she only met him once. To my knowledge, at least, Quellen. Isn't that right, Mother Goodash? So I was correct, of course.
Wanted to adopt Saint, as has adopted you and Samuel. Krellin smiling. Official papers, right here. He holds them up as if there's a camera.
And just so you know, for the audience at home, yes, she has signed them all by herself, as he starts to clap right into the microphone.
Samuel's hands joining him.
But, of course, that could not have come to pass as the terrible accident took place. Poor Mr. Wiseau, we do all we can to bring comfort to him. Perhaps we should show him Mother Goodash and have him meet her. What do you think about that, Quellen?
I think potentially dangerous, but also good idea. The Saint and Mr. Wiseau, always in Mother Goodash thoughts and prayers.
Yes. Yes, they are.
The door gets kicked open. Aha, motherfuckers!
Oh, shit. Samuel, cut the feed.
He's quickly cutting the feed, hands on Scar's hip, marble red cigarette hanging out of his fucking cat mouth. I gotcha! Storms up here. I knew you motherfuckers were up to something. Something no good in the neighborhood, let me tell you. I knew you were no outdoorsman, you tire for a waste motherfucker. And you ought to know better. And what the fuck is this? What is that supposed to be? Cross-dressing Ash? Samuel cowering in fear. Krellin cowering in fear. Big Catman, we in trouble.
Frederick puts his hands up. Just give me a second. Let me think.
How dare you have this on the property? This is that Goodash thing you had at the fucking apartment all those fucking years ago. Well, I got news for you. Fuck a Sherion Valorius, fuck his son Ricky Valorius, and damn them both to fucking hell as far as I care, and now I'm gonna destroy this thing.
Samuel slams both of his hands onto the table and shoots up, standing. Now wait just a minute, Mr. Fleetwood.
Try me, Tubby. I'll break your neck. He cracks his neck. Krellin, physically superior to the three of us, I think. Even advanced ancient robot.
Frederick puts his finger up.
Driven by anger, death of Integra. I heard that! This species predisposed to large adrenaline glands.
Perhaps, Mr. Fleettooth, we could come to some type of agreement.
Some type of agreement, huh? You want to pay me? Well, too bad. I'm overpaid to be the handyman for the fucking rainfalls. Thank you very much.
No monetary
Money means
gain.
nothing to me. I got nothing going for me except the rainfalls, who are completely fucked right now.
Ah. Would you like to be the handyman of the rainfalls and fix them, Mr. Fleetwood?
Scar lifting his fist about to strike Mother Goodash's mannequin head. Well, yeah. He'll lower his fist. I would like everything running smoothly here. I'd like to see them happy, and in turn, it would make me happy, because they're the only family I've got left. They're the only bright spot I really kind of have. I know that's sad, considering the fact I'm not really related to them.
Frederick shakes his head. They're one of the only bright spots in my life, too, even though I'm not related to them. Completely understandable.
He'll put his hand on Frederick's shoulder before Meet Davine shrugs, hopeless. Samuel beeping, saying he's proud to be Davine's indentured servant. Scar cannot understand him. What the fuck did he say? Points at Samuel.
He is proud to be Davine's indentured servant.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, how could you're not gonna broadcast their dirty laundry across old CB radio channels? That's for goddamn sure. I Here, he'll move Mother Goodash's chair out of the way and pull up a chair. Krellin will come over, put Mother Goodash next to Scar, sit back down. You know, I I just can't believe the issues Carter has caused. When I think about that little walking vagina with two legs, he starts squeezing his fists together. The motherfucker maims his sister, causes a fissure in the family, all over Memory Ann, who that's another fucking problem, Fudwick, let me tell you. And then the cocksucker, he slams both of his paws onto the table, making Krellin and Samuel both jump. Mother Goodash jumping from the strike of the paws, just the whole cabin shakes, and the motherfucker follows her to the military and joins his fucking father's military unit, and Elizabeth follows him, and so too. That cocksucker Carter is causing problems across Rainfall Lane everywhere I go, Frederick!
Frederick sits back down, interlocks his fingers in front of him, and puts them on the table. Is that right, Mr. Freetooth?
Everywhere I go, he's causing problems. Everywhere. Peacock's drinking herself to death, Julius trying to fix it, and Julius is to fucking blame too, treating Memory Ann like shit. And Memory Ann's a problem, and Soul's a problem, and Laz is a problem, and don't get me started on that little bitch Elizabeth, for fuck's sake. But I can't come at those girls. I can only go for Carter, because he's a man. Where I come from, you can't get physical with no, unless it's sexual.
Understandable. Well, there's obviously a couple of plans that we could go for. Have you, in the past, I'm not familiar, Mr. Freetooth, in the past, have you had a situation where you said some of these things to Carter?
Yeah, I have. When he was leaving for basic, I told him make sure when he got to basic and they asked if he was male or female, check the female box because he's a walking vagina. And I've said a couple other things to him, but you know, I gotta. I don't know. I was talking to Mama Lan and Zap about it. They said we gotta slow burn the rainfalls. I think they're planning to hit Punk and Davine today with some guilt tripping. You know, you remember how they used to do that?
Yes, I do remember well. He looks off to the side, and Scar can tell he's actually thinking for a moment. We used it to wax against the girls.
He starts stroking his chin. You don't say. So, okay, I can... What about Julius, though? He's a problem. Memory Ann is most likely apprehensive to be with Carter because Julius treats her like shit. Because she has a shit attitude. They're all problems. Gotta straighten them all out. You know what I'm saying here? Ellen nodding. Yes.
Flitwick nods. To wax. Have Zap. Have a widow conversation with Julius. There has to be some kind of picture of a widow Memory Ann somewhere holding on to him as he's picking her up somewhere. Use that. Show him that, I don't know, Memory Ann really loved him. And then we can use... I apologize for bringing her up. But then we can use Integra against him, too.
Scar nods. No, yeah, that's good. I think she would want him to have a good relationship. As Krellig cuts him off, Mother Goodash say, picture just that kind in Pequod's room. Samuel beeping, saying to Frederick Samuel has access to Julius and Pequod's bedroom.
Frederick nods. Then we get that picture and we hand it to Zap. We get the Tawax on our side. Understand, Mr. Freetooth? Because then they can handle the girls. We all know they can handle the girls. And you can handle Carter.
Okay. Alright. Krellin, hold on, Fredwick. Puts his arm up in front of Fredwick. We want something out of this, too. Looks at Fredwick. Looks at Scar. We building Mother Goodass statue to bring rainfalls together. Scar, I don't... Looks over at Mother Goodash. I don't think that's gonna bring them together. I think that's... You're just gonna have the statue destroyed. Krellin, they would not do such a thing. Right, Fredwick?
Flitwick shakes his head. I do not believe they would.
Okay, what kind of statue we talking about? Mother Ash Good Prime online. Claps his hands lightly. Scar, so what you're saying is we need cash. But we can't use the credits they pay us because the... Okay, I might know a guy. I know Tommy's trying to straighten all the kids out. Apparently he's had this plan for a while. We want to include Mr. Wiseau in on this.
Flitwick thinks it would not hurt, would it?
He's the benefactor, he's the cash man. Mama Lan and Zap are the wet workers, and we're the brains. Well, I'm the brawn, you guys are the brains. Krellin, Fredwick brains.
Flitwick nods. Just a question, Mr. Fleetooth. Have you threatened Carter at all?
Yeah, I have. When he was leaving for basic. I was just so angry at him for hurting his sister, and that's kind of the antithesis of all the Julius and Pequod's kids' issues. I said something to the effect of, "Oh, I had my power loader out there because I was trying to pick up something. I can't remember what it was. And I told Carter, next time you come back to Rainfall Lane, I'm coming at you with this, motherfucker."
And you have the power loader on hand, correct?
Yeah, it's in the Academy garage. Yeah, it's. I was just in it before I came out here to find you guys.
Flitwick stands up, walks over to a little corkboard that's on the wall with topics that they could talk about on the podcast. He takes them down, writes something on a piece of paper that says Headhunters Headquarters, puts it on the corkboard, wraps a piece of twine, and puts in a picture of a power loader on the other side of the corkboard. Do you understand what I'm getting at here, Mr. Fleetooth?
He snaps his fingers. You really got the whole evil villain motif kind of going on there, Frederick, don't you?
He claps his hands together, turns around. I was originally manufactured by Max Tech, Mr. Fleetooth.
That makes a lot more sense, buddy boy. Lighting a cigarette.
He nods. I was originally meant for corporate espionage and destroying things from the inside. But for this, he turns back around to look at the corkboard. I can use my skills for help. To make something good, to make the Rainfalls whole again. And I will, Mr. Fleetooth. I will.
All right, motherfuckers. Come up and put his hand out for a handshake. I'll forget what I saw out here, and if you'd like an upgraded CB there and maybe some better broadcasting equipment, I'll put in a good word with Mr. Wiseau.
He turns around, puts his hand into the handshake. I would appreciate that, Mr. Fleetooth. Thank you.
Krellin and Samuel both clapping. He shakes Frederick's hand, the firmest handshake Frederick has ever felt, as flashing back to the town of Woodbury. Everybody who's dismissed from the range has been dismissed. It's Friday. Julius is letting everybody off base early for the weekend. Bash and Oki are here, working on the motorcycle, per usual, customizing it. Memory ends down here. Colt's over here. Oz is by his ship. He's up here. Go.
Ricky's gonna catch up with the rest of the group. What do you got planned, Carter?
Carter looks around. Probably tucked a memory in.
He's gonna look around. You sure it's the time, given how pissed she seems, dude?
He shrugs. I'm sure we could have a conversation without dumping water onto each other. He chuckles, starts to walk towards her direction.
Alright, man. He's gonna look over at Sol and Elizabeth. At least she ain't mad at you guys.
Soul shrugs. No, she isn't. Thank God for that. She chuckles as she walks up to Okir and Bash and looks at what they're doing.
They're putting on a new fuel tank onto Janet.
She lets out a whistle. Wow. Due for an upgrade, is she?
Hey! He looks up. He's on the ground. Okir holding some tools, handing them down. Girls, where's the rest of you guys?
Soul shrugs. Oh, off doing their own thing.
You guys get the news you're slipped early this weekend?
Yeah, Memory Ann told us just a little while ago.
Yeah, the colonel is, your father is good guy. He looks up at her, lowers his glasses, and winks. And yeah, he'll stand up. She's due for an upgrade. Upgrades are every couple months.
Soul chuckles. Well, I certainly hope my father pays you enough to give her the upgrade she deserves.
Oh, he does, darling. He starts polishing the seat. He sure does, and there's nothing else really to do in this town, so I've got Janet, and he looks over at Okir. Big guy.
Soul nods, looks at the motorcycle and looks at Bash. If you ever want to talk about her with someone, you can talk to me about it. I like learning new things.
The cycle? Or my ex?
Either. Either or, if you need to talk about your ex, I'm always an ear that you can count on, Bash.
You seem wise beyond your years, young lady. He sits down on the motorcycle. He's looking around. Where's old Colt? I saw him stroll past us a few minutes ago.
Well,
Brisk pace, too. He nods his head at slow.
Soul chuckles a bit and shrugs. Well, if I had to make a guess, she looks right over at Delta. Yep.
Big surprise.
She nods. Yeah. Well, I don't really want to bother her. Maybe I can go talk to Oz about something? And she bites one of her nails and looks at Bash. What do you think, sir?
He'll clear his throat. I think Colt likes sunflower seeds. He'll pull out a bag, jalapeno flavor sunflower seeds. Pitch them to Soul. That is what I think. He looks back down at the motorcycle.
She looks at the bag of sunflower seeds, looks around to see if anyone's around as to not embarrass Bash when she gives him a quick hug and runs off.
He hugs her back and watches her walk off. What's Ricky do?
He's looking over in this direction, looking into the building, before shaking his head, coming down, and kind of leaning against the building here. How are you two doing, sirs?
Good. You get your head rattled from shooting the guns? Yeah, how'd you do?
I hit the target this time.
Nice work.
Thank you. They can kind of see he's looking up this way repeatedly while he's talking. Thank you, sir. Mr. O'Keefe, sir? The training, or not training, do you think you could, help me out with some strength training?
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I've been meaning to ask ever since that, first day that you ragdolled me. think I could get something out of training with you, sir.
If you want to train on the weekends, I spend my weekends here too.
Yeah, I think that would be something that would work for me, sir. Thank you. Your armor's something else, man.
He gestures to the skulls adorned on the back raised crest of his armor. My first kills.
Oh yeah, what are they?
All different types of native species from my planet.
Damn. Some of them look like they were mean in life.
He nods his head. They were. And headhunters used to take trophies. He wags his finger at you. I'm more of a headhunter than any of the headhunters that have passed through here. Looking down at the cycle. Bash, you want to take her for a ride someday, Rick? Sitting on this seat looking over at Ricky.
Yeah, I'd be down. I don't know how to ride, though, sir.
Come here.
He'll walk up.
We can teach you how to ride one. Mr. Wiseau puts his hands out. You had an interaction with him a few weeks ago. You seen him around lately? And you haven't.
No, not that I can think of. He's a cool dude, although he's kind of, I wouldn't say weird, but just, well, kind of weird, I guess.
Abrupt, dramatic.
Yeah, different. Different's a good word, yeah.
Listen to me, Rick. Mind your P's and Q's around that man. Stay on his good side, okay?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, he's a nice guy. He's just, I never met anyone like him, sir.
And you probably never will. But that being said, it's better to be at the right hand of Mr. Wiseau than face his wrath.
Yeah, it seems like that is how it works with a lot of people on base right now, sir.
Hey, Carter, memory and screwing yet.
If her screwing around with him during training counts, sir, then, yeah.
No, I mean, are they actually screwing?
No.
That means no. Bash looking annoyed and okay.
Yeah. They aren't. She, froze and shattered one of the dummies and then melted a big block of ice on his head.
Do you think the Colonel would give us a bonus if we just help them get together? No.
I don't know the Colonel very well, sir, but I don't know if he'd like that. It just seems off to me.
I think he would, trust me. Looking down at the motorcycle.
Okay, sir, you know him better than me.
Just a thought, just a guess. He shrugged.
He's gonna look over his shoulder again. Do you know what the girl in the infirmary's name is, sir?
That direction?
Yeah, do you know?
Shakes his head. No. Oak here, I go in there often. I give ice cream to the head doctor of the clinic. The little one, I think she's new in town. She came like a month or so ago.
Okay.
Some type of med student. I don't know.
Okay. Just was curious. You see him kind of scratch the back of his neck before shrugging shoulders. Trying to figure out the names of people in town so I can know the right thing to call them, sir.
Oak here nods his head. I got some dumbbells right over there if you want to start actually training. Not pretend training like apparently you did for 8 years.
I was actually training, sir. It just, yeah, I'll pick up the dumbbells.
You were actually training. If somebody actually trained you, you could have moved me an inch. He stares Ricky down. Bash can't argue that.
Yeah, I guess so. I can't exactly blame it on your armor, can I?
It was powered down. 10,000 reps.
Yes, sir. He's gonna get to work.
Actually, go do them right over there. That's it.
Yes, sir. He'll pick them up, slowly walk over, look around, and just start doing them.
There's a better breeze over here, Rick. He's gonna come over and start counting. 1.
Yep, he's gonna keep going, and while he's going, so, what kind of weapons and fighting do you use on your planet?
For me here, I use a biotic hammer. Like a gravity hammer. Shrug. Hammers, blunt instruments for the most part, son.
Alright, so you crush people, not slice them up like me.
Crack skulls.
That works. Well, I mean, it obviously has to, or else you wouldn't be here, right, sir?
Right. And you have 30 minutes to do these 10,000 reps. He types on his wrist computer.
Shit. He's gonna start speeding up. So,
Do the limit break thing, focus on lifting, not talking.
yes, sir. He's gonna limit break and just get down to it.
What's Elizabeth do?
Elizabeth is standing right here watching Benny play his game.
They are all doing call-outs like any competitive FPS team. This guy is the coach. He's walking back and forth. Rockets up in 6. Rockets up in 5. He's just walking back and forth, and they're communicating. They have the monitors set up outside and everything. They're having a wonderful time.
She takes a couple of deep breaths, and she's gonna wait until the game is over. She doesn't want to interrupt.
Most she's ever heard him talk. He's calling everything out. This guy's cheering him on, but he's leading the team.
Almost by accident, her mask goes into a smile emoticon, and it does not go away.
What's going on down here? As Carter sees Memory Ann holding a very fancy coffee with an insignia of a man's face that looks vaguely familiar to Carter, logo, and Memory Ann's washing a very expensive looking car, drinking the coffee out of a straw.
Carter looks at the coffee, looks at the car, and just lets out a whistle.
She's in a blue hoodie, blue workout shorts, the blue flip-flops, blue nails everywhere, everything, hat on backwards. Baseball hat. Well, the headhunter hat, Lieutenant.
He lets out another whistle and walks up next to her.
She's sipping the coffee. Looks over at him with her eyes, but doesn't move her head.
This is a really nice car.
She stops the hose, takes the straw out of her mouth. Yeah, it is.
He looks over and smiles. So is it like the town car or something? Like, are we supposed to keep up with maintenance on it, sort of like how we do with Bash's bike?
She gets a very, almost offended look on her face. Bitch, this is my car.
He looks at the car, looks at her.
Town car? What do you think this is?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know lieutenants made that much.
We normally don't. Your father overpays me, as I've said. She starts drinking the coffee more. It's actually kind of nice. It's the one time he's been nice to me in the past 2.5 years. He helped me pick her out.
Carter opens his mouth, closes it, and rubs the back of his neck. Oh.
Cocksucker. She starts the hose again.
Carter laughs a bit. Do you want help cleaning it?
She looks down at Carter's feet. There's a bucket with a sponge and soapy water. Gestures with her eyes to the car. Making yourself useful, I see.
Only for you. He leans down, grabs a sponge, and starts washing it.
You can tell she's very proud of the car because it's already mostly clean. Even to his OCD standard.
He's looking at the car, looks up at her. Jesus Christ, it's almost like I cleaned this damn car. He chuckles.
She's looking at the car, looks down at Carter. I'm very proud of it.
He looks up at her and smiles. You should be.
I didn't have the best attitude when I joined the military. She's looking at the car. But I started, even though I do get overpaid, I started saving money, and this was the first thing I bought myself. Felt good, actually. I was proud of myself. And it was nice that your father helped me pick it out. Shame he's a cocksucker 90% of the time.
Carter lets out a chuckle. Yeah, I suppose. He looks at the drink. So, what do you normally order?
My coffee? She holds it in. You mean this?
Yeah, what do you normally order?
Salted caramel cold brew. It's from this place called St. Bucks. She shrugs. It's in the town. Melbourne, we don't have it here, unfortunately. But you can get there pretty quick with this. She gestures down with her eyes to the car. It's a hover car. And a regular car. Full conversion. And convertible rooftop.
Huh, have a car, no shit.
She nods. I guess that was the second time your father was kind of nice to me in the past 2.5 years. He taught me how to drive the hover car. Cocksucker.
Chuckles again, shakes his head, starting to wash the side of the car. Yeah, well, I never really learned how to drive a hover car.
She starts sipping her drink out of the corner of her mouth, waiting for Hazel to teach you.
He looks down at his feet,
I
puts
don't think that cunt could afford a car like this. Keeps spraying the car, drinking her drink.
He puts the sponge in the bucket, stands up, walks over to her, puts his finger under her chin and turns her head to look at him. I was waiting for you to teach me. And only you.
She'll tilt her head, looking at Carter, blink twice. I'll teach you, if you want to learn.
I would love to learn.
Sure.
He smiles, moves his hand almost like he's not purposefully doing it, and cups her cheek just for a second, rubs his thumb against it, and then pulls away quickly.
Is there something on my face?
Yeah, some suds. Some suds were on your face, sorry.
She looks down at the car, looks back up at Carter. It should be fun. And you can take your test right in Melbourne. There's the driver's seat. It's not that hard.
You know, I definitely look forward to it.
What are your big plans for this weekend, Carter? She'll blink seductively at Carter. Plan to call Hazel.
He shakes his head. I was just thinking of spending time around the base, helping you out with anything you need.
That's where I'll be. She looks down at the car. I'm gonna take the girls into town later today. Let them try the new Saint Buck.
Saint Bucks.
Here, she'll just hand him the drink.
He takes a drink, takes a small sip of it, hands it back to her.
She puts her hand up. Keep it. We'll be going to get another one, so.
He shrugs. Okay, thank you. So, he looks at the logo, Saint Bucks.
Looks familiar, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And the name, I feel like not the Saint Bucks itself, but Saint.
You don't think it's the Saint? It was his death anniversary 2 weeks ago. Mr. Wiseau showed up and screamed at everybody because he was depressed. You don't think it's that Saint, do you? You down at the cup.
He looks closer at the logo. I mean, it looks stylized, but it might be him.
Oh, God. She rolls her eye.
He starts to laugh. Well, if the coffee tastes good, it could be called whatever it wants, I guess. St. Bucks it is, as he takes another sip.
Of course he owns it.
What doesn't Mr. Wiseau own?
Why don't you try her out for a size, Carter? She'll open the car door, push a button on the inside panel of the car, and put the roof down.
He sets the coffee down. Only if you're sure. I don't want to wreck anything, you know.
You can't. You won't wreck anything. Go ahead, you can get it. She'll take the coffee.
He walks over and takes a seat in the car.
Put your hands on the wheel.
He puts his hands on the wheel.
She'll hand him the coffee. Normally I don't allow people to drink in my vehicle, but I'll make an exception for you.
He looks over at Memory and smiles. Only for me?
Only I don't even drink in it. This car was worth a lot.
Well, I could definitely see that as he takes a sip of the coffee. It definitely feels nice to sit in.
He's looking down at him. I like to take it for cruises just at low altitude. Put the top down, let my hair blow. She starts chuckling.
I wouldn't mind joining you on some of those little flights, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, she'll lean up against the car. I'd actually like to take it back to Rainfall Lane and show Mom someday.
Yeah? Why? He scratches his cheek. Why don't you?
I told my mother I hated her before I left. She looks down at Carter. I don't think I can really go back.
Oh. He looks at the wheel.
Then she slapped the utter living shit out of me. And I told her I hated her again. I can't go back, Carter. She crosses her arm.
He taps the wheel with his fingers. Looks at her. You know that whole saying, sticks and stones? Words can hurt. Don't get me wrong, they can. But words can heal. Words can help. He clacks his teeth together. I don't know if it's my place to say, but have you tried talking about it with your mom?
I haven't spoken to her since I left for basic.
He shrugs. Like I said, words can heal.
I miss
So-
home. I miss Mom. Aunt Davine to me, Grandma to you. I don't see Aunt Icy anymore. Aunt Peak, I miss home. I miss them all. Granddad. Seafood soup. She looks up at Gateway.
He looks up at it with her. I do like Grandpa's seafood soup.
I miss home. She's just staring up at Gateway. Every day.
He lets in a deep breath, lets it out. Maybe we can go back together someday.
She looks down at Carter. Do you miss home?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. The military just seemed like basically one of the only choices I had. I wasn't really good at anything else. So he gestures out all about him. Went with the military.
My mom wanted me to be a scholar. I could have gotten into any college I wanted. I joined to spite her, basically. At first it was horrible, but after a while it's not that bad. But I'd most of the time much rather go back, not be mean and rude to my mother and still be there. She looks down at Carter. Yeah.
You know, we always wish we could do things differently than how we did them in the past. But the whole thing with life is you can't go back. All we can do is push forward and hope and fix things and hope they can be fixed, even though some can't. He rubs the back of his neck. God, I sound like such a hypocrite. But hope we can fix them and at least try.
She has a very sad smile on her face, maybe. Anyway, she'll flip the keys to Carter. Leave the keys in the ignition. Get the grill. Clean the grill, Mr. OCD. Enjoy your drink. She's gonna walk off, leaving Carter there, going back down into the base for a little while. What is Soul doing? As up here, Ricky, he's just counting 140, 150, trying to make Ricky uncomfortable, drawing the attention of people in here, and it's not working. What's Soul doing?
Soul looks at Colt talking to all the Delta men. Starts tapping her foot, then looks over at Oz and walks up to him. Hey, Ozzy.
He was doing some light work on the engine of the ship.
Sorry to bother you. I was just wondering, do you have like a marker or something I could use?
Go on to the ship, putting up a finger, telling her to wait for a second, listening to music in one ear. Comes out, hands her a marker.
She uncaps it with her teeth, looks at him. Thank you. And she'll start.
What are you doing? He's scratching the back of his head.
I don't want to bother him, so I'll just write him a message. She takes the marker, the cap out of her mouth. Plus, I don't really think he wants to talk to me.
Colt?
Yeah, call me stupid or whatever, but most of the time he just runs away from me, and I don't know if he really wants to talk to me.
Crosses his arms and looks down at Soul. And who storms off away from Carter all the time, I wonder?
She stops writing the message for a second and continues to write it. You're real smart, aren't you, Oz? You're real smart.
You have to have high IQ to be a pilot.
She chuckles, looks at him. Another reason why I was never a pilot. Recaps the marker, looks at the bag. You want to see a magic trick?
Sure.
She tosses the bag up, Alakazam, and it disappears as she casts Misty Step on it, and it lands into Colt's lap.
Boom! Landing in his lap. He looks down confused. All these guys, looking up in the sky. You gonna hide behind that box forever?
She puts her hands in her pocket, looks at Oz. Maybe I could help you with the engine.
Maybe you could stroll over there and talk to him.
Fine, Oz. I'll talk to him.
Maybe I could just ask for help from the Delta boys and they'll come over and help me lift things because I'm the scrawny pilot.
Oh, please, God, do it. I made it so awkward with them when I told them not to salute me because reasons.
Last name.
Last name, thank you. Did
Hill.
someone tell?
Yeah, he's just looking down at her. No, just figured. Rainfall. Primarch, rainfall.
She nods. Would you do that for me? I feel like I'm super awkward around them.
He'll nod his head and put his hands in his pockets, stroll over here, start talking to them. Dun, 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 dun. Up here, Oak here's gesturing towards the door. 500, Ricky, I really can't count in Earth's math system. Hands out to the door. Puts his hand up to the door as if he's about to knock.
Why? I'm not hurt, sir. Why are you knocking?
Why are you inquiring about that young girl in there?
Like I said, I need to know her name, so if I do get hurt, I know it already. It's
You need to know the doctor's name, not the med student's name.
Wouldn't it be better to know both their names?
Maybe. He looks in at her, looks back at Ricky. Busy bee in there. Is that the colloquialism?
Yeah, sir. What do you mean busy?
Just busy working. This glass, I think it's tempered, bulletproof, only the best. In Colonel Rainfall's town.
I'd think so, sir. The Colonel is always keeping stuff in tip-top shape.
Cares deeply about everybody under his command.
That's what I've been told, sir. I believe it.
Cares deeply about their well-being.
I would assume so, sir, yeah?
You know who doesn't care about your well-being right now?
Who?
Okir. Comes over, picks Ricky up by his hair, whips him into the glass, and walks off. The glass doesn't break. He walks back to back, picking up the dumbbells easily with one hand. 300-pounders.
Ricky's probably gonna fall straight to the ground and clutch his face. What the fuck was that for?
Lucky for you, they haven't noticed, because the glass is so sturdy, they didn't hear a sound.
He's gonna get up, check to see if his nose is bleeding, because he went face first into the glass.
It's not.
What the fuck, man? Gonna get up, look in. Look at her before going to grab the door, stopping, turning, and walking over this way.
The game has concluded up here. They're mostly cleaning up, wrapping up their controllers, putting the monitors away.
Elizabeth, as the game ended, she is doing a little golf clap, the smile emoticon still on her face.
They start fist pumping each other. Benny, I'll see you guys later. And they go off to their respective areas. And scrims tomorrow, 9 a.m. You get the weekend off. Benny nods his head. And they go over this way. Benny left holding his copy of Halo. His Uncle Lugnut on.
Elizabeth walks up to him. What you got there?
Huh? He turns around.
She looks up at him. She points to the game. It's Halo, right?
He looks down at the case the game is, the little chip is in. Oh yeah, used to play it back home. Gaming cafe, Orange Twist City.
Oh, okay. She clears her throat, looks down at her feet and up at him. Would you like to meet him? And points to Uncle Lugnut.
He looks down at the copy of his case. He's not a real person. He's a video game character. He nods.
Correct. Well, he's based off a real person.
Somebody really has that suit of armor?
Yeah, he does. In the game, he's called Lugnut, right?
Yeah, which most fans have always thought that was, like, weird, but...
Well, he's based off my Uncle Banksy, the one who taught me.
He drops the game.
She tries to catch it before it falls onto the ground.
He does.
He's also the one who taught me how to fight and all that.
He looks awestruck. You're just pulling my chain, right? He's actually based off a real guy who's actually your uncle?
She nods.
Why Lugnut, though?
It's a nickname they gave to him.
Oh, he starts laughing. Most people think it's a sexual innuendo. That's why the game is rated M. He points down to the M rating.
Elizabeth laughs and shakes her head. No, it's basically a joke about how, hard-headed he could be, how dumb he could be, at least in the past.
So he's your uncle. Is he married to Pequod? The leader of Rainfall, or EarthGov and Rainfall?
No. Pequod is married to my brother, Julius. He's married to Nicole Rainfall, her IC, the general.
Magic General, the hot one.
She's quite good looking, yes.
Well, I just thought she was cute when I was growing up. He looks down at the game. Your whole family's really all these amazing people?
She chuckles, looks down at the case, right into Uncle Lugnut's masked eyes. Yeah, they're all really cool.
He holds up the case. Have you ever played?
No, I don't I don't think I would be very good at this kind of games.
He shrugs. Who cares if you're good or bad? If you have fun, that's what matters. I'm only good at it because I would sit at the gaming cafe for hours and hours and hours and hours playing instead of figuring out what to do with myself.
She looks up at him, looks back down at her feet. I would love to play with you.
Whoa, he'll hand her the case. You can always borrow my copy to play with Ricky. He'll wave at her. I gotta go. He'll go this way. Just walking away at a brisk pace.
What? She looks around, looks down at the case. Excuse me? As she starts walking off towards his direction.
Oz has gotten the Delta guys who are always happy to help him lift things. That box of tools that should clearly be in the garage over there. Put it on my ship, please. And so Soul has a short opening before he gets up to go help too, holding a bag of sunflower seeds. He does turn it over because he's just confused where it came from, and he reads the note. What's it?
I heard these were your favorite, so I got some of them for you with a little winky face. Hope you enjoy. Soul XOXO.
His head goes down into his shoulders and he starts looking around. Then he looks up to the sky. And she sees a big smile on his face.
She smiles to herself as she walks up beside him.
Thanks!
She jumps a bit.
You're really good at that. Coming out of nowhere, he looks around.
Sorry, I'll try to make my footfalls louder.
No, it's fine. Nice entrance. He shakes the bag slightly.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good myself. She smiles at him. So yeah, I assume you read the message. Couldn't tell though, but I heard they were your favorite, so she looks at him. I wanted to give them to you.
He'll open the bag, take a handful, and put his hand up.
She takes a handful, pops some of them into her mouth. Thanks. She smiles. I really appreciate you, Colt.
He looks at her. I appreciate you too. Where'd you find out I like these from? Can you read minds like your aunt now?
She laughs. I have a ways to go before I do that.
Oh, thank God.
Why?
No reason. Cracking a seed in his mouth. Actually, I really like these. You know why? Because when I got out of basic in the Marines, I got hooked on death sticks, cigarettes. I smoked for quite a while, and then my mother found out. Oh boy, stormed into the barracks, flipped over tables, I was based on the base I was trained on at this time. I was just out of basic, made the meanest man I'd ever met in my life, my drill instructor, run for his life, just her presence. It was horrifying. She flipped my chair, flipped me out a window. It's ground level building, and after that I quit smoking, and he shakes the bag. I use these to, help. Keep the mouth busy, hands busy.
Soul nods and laughs. Well, that's certainly worse than when my dad caught me smoking.
You smoke too?
Just for a little bit. She rubs the back of her neck. Rebellious kid phase thing.
Clearly.
She smiles at him. When I was caught, my dad made me eat an entire pack of cigarettes before I threw up.
Made you eat them?
She nods. It certainly turned me off of those forever.
That's ridiculous, considering the fact my mom told me he carries around a pack of some super cheap mini cigar. He starts chuckling.
His soul starts to laugh. I always did wonder about that, but I mean, I've never seen him smoke, though.
Lucky charm?
She shrugs. Yeah, maybe. A sense of goodwill in case anyone ever asks for a cigarette. I heard that's pretty useful in the military.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So your dad was more... Was he scary? He gets all flamey?
Yeah, he. So I guess with him, his powers are sort of tied to his emotions. When he gets angry, things just sort of happen with him, I guess. But yeah, when he got angry, it was always pretty scary. He was always really nice to us, though, other than when we sort of deserved it and he got angry at us.
For me, it's kind of the same with my mom. At home, mom was the strict one, dad was the we'll go have fun one. Let's cloak out and leave mom here to brood.
Soul laughs. Yeah. Think it. Yeah. She smiles down at her feet. Did you enjoy hanging out with your dad a lot? What would you guys do?
We would go, well, sometimes dad's an awesome guy, but sometimes it just doesn't seem like he knows what year he lives in. I never quite understood it. He likes baseball, but he's under the impression that when you score a run in baseball, it's called a touchdown, and a home run is a field goal, and he'll be like, back in Gallia, we didn't have baseball gloves, and oh, what's Gallia? And just this place I met Ash, which is another big question, whoever that is. But anyway, yeah, we would watch sports mostly.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I've heard my dad mention Gallia too, and I've heard Krellin mention Ash. It must be like an SIS thing to gather information like that.
Probably. Besides watching sports, Dad seems enraptured by the whole, just universe thing. He's always saying I should just be grateful all this is still here, which, yeah.
She nods. Yeah, our parents certainly did a lot when they, saved the damn universe. She chuckles.
And he's always trying to get Mom to go on vacation. And we would go on vacations when I was younger. And he's always trying to get Mom to go to Rainfall Lane, but she says no, you need scarves, and something about scarves, I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Well.
And golf! He likes going golfing with the Rainfall.
Yeah, golfing.
I've never actually been to a Rainfall golfing event. I hear they're top. My dad says they're better than PGA tours.
Oh, for all the parents, they certainly are. The scarf thing. I'm sure you've seen us wearing them. She pulls up her scarf. The Rainfalls wear scarves.
It's nice. I have this. He's reaching around in his pocket somewhere. Here, you see, this is I got gifts for everybody before I left for basic. So a small gift for my mom, small gift for my dad, Carter, it's a little dolphin pendant. There you go. It's from a dollar store. Not that expensive.
She looks down at the pendant.
Look good on the scarf, probably.
Takes it from him, clasps it in both of her hands, and holds it very close to her chest. She smiles while looking down at him. I'll always wear it.
Nice. He's got a smile on his face.
She continues to smile as she takes the pendant and immediately puts it onto her scarf.
Yeah, I was gonna 2 years late, but yeah, better late than never. I figured it'd be better to give it in person than... I wanted to give it in person rather than mail it. I got Carter one, too. I forget what I got him, and he probably forgets, too, don't ask.
She chuckles. Okay. But thank you, Colt. She bends over, takes his hand. I absolutely love it.
He's gonna start rubbing the top of her hand with his thumb. I'm glad you do.
She just continues to stare at him, smiling.
This guy over here drops a box of tools that he was carrying by mistake, covered in grease, because Oz's hands are covered in grease when, reaching in for tools and stuff, which breaks his focus, and he looks up at Gateway real quick and then back down at Soul. Well, always somebody watching. Dad always said you should always carry a cloaking device on you to get out of awkward situations, and I never listened to Dad. Thank you for the seats, bye! He'll go.
She stands back up straight, looking at him walking away. It wasn't. She just shrugs to herself and pouts a bit. It wasn't that awkward. It wasn't awkward at all.
Oz over here, hands out to his side, giving her an annoyed look.
She walks up to him.
What did he say?
He said it was an awkward situation and he wished he had a cloaking device.
What did he say before that? I couldn't barely make it out.
He said someone's always watching.
He looks around. Who? The Queen of India?
She shakes her head. Oh no, he looked up at Gateway. Maybe he thinks...
Your father. Snaps his fingers. Your father. Gotta be, right?
Oh god, that would make so much sense. She puts a hand on the side of her head. Holy crap, that's probably it. Maybe he just wants to ask my father something about it or something like that. She shrugs.
Probably ask permission. Last name, youngest, acting 5-star Ranger General, son, yeah. And maybe it's his mother. Shrug.
She squints at Oz. Why would it be his mother, though?
I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas.
I couldn't think of any reason.
Ask the fucker. He gestures the direction he ran. I don't know Rainfalls that well, but from what I can tell, you seem to let people storm away from you. And then you get sad. Maybe try to stop them from the storming away thing.
She looks at him. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just used to it. She opens her mouth, closes it. I'll stop him next time.
You are Patricia Rainfall's daughter, right?
Yeah.
Take charge.
She looks at him. All right. Yeah, I will.
He nods.
She looks at all the Delta guys. You should probably tell them to stop before they put more greasy tools on your ship.
Yeah, I can't wait to tell them they have to carry them all off. I'll go do that. Cheerio. Those 2 fingers salute her. Go this.
She just waves and walks off to the base.
Before Ricky goes off the map, he's coming back this way, and Bash sees him. What the hell happened to you?
Was doing some training and, Mr. O'Keir, in an attempt to help me, threw me really hard against the clinic, sir.
And it got the people's inside attention, and you went in and introduced yourself.
No, they didn't notice, sir, and I just am going back to base.
Next time I'll throw you harder.
I'd prefer if you didn't, sir. That really hurt.
That glass didn't even break. At all? He's looking shocked at Ricky.
He barely made a noise, sir.
Alright. You want to go in there and introduce yourself so you get to know their names? Is that what you want? Rick, he's sitting on the motorcycle seat, arms crossed with a beer.
Not right now, sir.
I can take you. Gestures over to the building.
Maybe later, sir. I'm kind of feeling a bit tired after, training today and more training with Oak here. I think I'll go to the base and rest for a bit.
Lifts his glasses and squints at Ricky. Okay. Have a nice rest.
Thank you very much, sir.
Weight training tonight, 3 a.m.
Yes, sir. I can handle that. Thank you, sir.
Right, I'll be there. And if you're asleep, I'll wake you up.
Will do, sir. I'll hold you to that. Thank you.
Ricky goes down into the base. As up here, Julius is getting himself a soda. Icy's going through a tremendous amount of paperwork. And Sasha is polishing Integra's picture and Staber and pistol case.
Julius sort of whistling to himself. He puts the cap onto the soda and walks over to Icy. Holy shit, what is all that?
It is letters of recommendation from the Delta guys based out of your city, which are under your command, mind you, Colonel, for Colt to join their unit. Sasha's hand slams on the desk that the picture is hung above. And they all sent it here. She shrugs and slides the papers over to Julius.
Julius looks down at the papers.
Are they dating yet? She turns around and comes over here.
Julius looks over at Sasha. No, from what I've seen, it looks like Colt is like scared of something.
Because he's a pussy. I see, snickering to her.
Julius just takes a long sip of the soda. You know, General, it would be a total accident if this cap suddenly just came off and accidentally spilt onto all this paperwork. I would have to clean it all up.
What a shame. She'll cross her arms looking at the paperwork.
What a shame. As he, with one hand, takes the cap off and it falls right onto the paperwork.
Oops. She'll pick up the soggy paperwork and toss it into a ball into the trash. Oh well. Come over here to get Julius another soda.
Julius chuckles, gets some paper towels and napkins off the desk and starts cleaning it up.
I see. He's trying to be respectful.
He
Colt.
He looks over at her. Oh, yeah. He does seem like a respectful young man. He would probably want to ask me about anything that has to do with my daughter. It's understandable.
Or maybe there's something else going on. I don't know. Could read his mind, but that would be too easy.
He looks at AC. It just would be too damn easy, wouldn't it?
Do you want me to? She whispers in Julius's ear.
He leans forward. Yes, Nicole, obviously.
As Sasha's looking at the soda machine, what do you prefer again?
The pink lemonade.
Okay. I see. He's afraid of his mother being angry at him for fraternizing with a teammate. Forbidden love. It's actually sweet. He bought her a fucking dolphin.
He bought her a fucking dolphin?
A living dolphin.
Where the
Tommy
fuck
has it here on Gateway.
And he got Tommy into this shit.
No wonder why he has no money. He's constantly stressing out about... Tommy's got him on a payment plan. He bought it when he was 17. That's so sweet.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this kid is in fucking deep.
She looks over at Sasha. I can understand why he's afraid, though. Huh? She gets...
Nicole was just whispering to herself about how she wants one, too.
What do you want? Just cola, thanks. Okay. Apparently it's a rare breed of dolphin.
So
The most intelligent species left on Earth. Native to Earth, I should say. They're endangered.
Julius sort of throws his hands up. No wonder he wants to get off the squad. He wants to just want to be fraternizing with a teammate.
That, and he needs more money. Which, from knowing Tommy, Tommy will probably stop the payment plan when he works up the courage and asks her out.
Julius looks at Icy. Do you think that'll happen?
Icy, maybe the Colonel could have a talk with him.
Oh, maybe I could. I probably should.
Maybe somebody should let Sol know. I don't know, however you'd like to handle it. Elizabeth does have a direct line to that very scary woman over there as she starts walking with soda, setting it down.
Julius chuckles. Thank you, Sasha.
You're welcome. She'll sit down next to Julia.
He just leans back. So has everything been going okay for you two?
Icy nods. Sasha, how's Pequod doing? Which provokes a long groan from Icy. She's a drunk.
Julius takes a long sip of his drink. I've tried everything, and it always just goes back to the kids, and she continues to drink.
She has her good days and bad days, Icy shrugs. Most bad. Hunk. Terrible.
Constantly depressed. Wishing that he didn't, puts up quotation marks, coddle his child.
You know, I'm starting to think we made way too big of a deal of that when we were Elizabeth's age.
Yeah, I'm starting to think so too.
Sasha, but he didn't coddle her. I don't understand.
He just shakes his head.
Well, it technically speaking got a way worse result, though. I see. He's kind of vindicated if you think about it.
Yeah, but would you wish that kind of, how do I put this? That coddling on anyone else? I mean, you're the only one here who got that sort of treatment.
I see. No, but at the same time, I wish Elizabeth just stayed home. So she shrugs, drinking her soda.
Yeah, so do I. It would have solved quite a few problems, at least two. At least two.
Sasha, well, I mean, if it's any consolation, Laz will be here soon. Why does she want to be the co-pilot for her head, or the pilot? Does she know she's going to be a co-pilot? She's not going to be in charge.
Julia shrugs. She just sort of insisted on it. She wants to be demoted down to the headhunters.
Sasha shrugs. Maybe she wants to be with her siblings. Wait till Memory Ann finds out. We don't do nepotism. But she likes the girls, from what I've heard. So.
Yeah, she's definitely easier on them.
Well, at least tell me that Carter and her are finally. Sasha puts her two fingers together, you know.
He just takes a long sip of his drink. No.
I see. Eventually. Sasha, Scar came through the gestures over here. Teleporter this morning at 6 a.m. before you two got here, and he was screaming about that cocksucker Carter. I didn't even understand half the things he was saying. It was just, he's slamming the desk, and then he said something like, and I'm taking some fucking popcorn, and I don't care how many stars you got on that uniform. And he stormed off with popcorn at 6:02 a.m.
Yeah, that sounds like Scar. Yeah. He's quite angry at Carter for most of the things that he's done.
Angry is an understatement. I see laughing.
Yeah, I suppose it is. When you've lived with disgruntled Scar for long enough, you just sort of get used to it.
What exactly has him so pissed off at the world and Carter in turn?
Julius thinks for a second and looks over at the picture of Integra and nods towards it.
Yep. Okay, she'll pat Julius's hair.
Which, definitely understand. When you lose someone like that who I'm not going to claim I understand their relationship with each other, if it was deeper than just physical or something like that. But even losing someone who you were physical with, it can be tough.
Icy's setting down her soda. They spent a lot of time together, and we really don't know what they did. And then things got all weird and awkward, and drugs. Integra and Ceres went their own way, and Scar was never quite the same, I think. And then when he found out she got hit by a bus, intentionally, well, that just ruined everything.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
I was the one who told him she got hit by a bus, you know. Sasha, maybe we don't have to talk about the bus thing. It was rough. I was like, well, she got hit by a bus and all these things happen. And he was like, what a terrible traffic accident. No, she did it to herself because Ash and her son. And then Scar got really angry. That's enough! And Icy, sorry, stop.
Julius just rubs his face. Yeah, it's fine, Nicole.
Just telling you what happened.
I know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just, Jesus, you could have just let him believe it was a traffic accident, dude.
He deserved to know the truth. He loved her. You can't read his mind. Imagine if Pequod had stepped out in front of a bus because of Ash. And Ricky, I guess.
Julius goes to say something, then looks over at her. Shit, he left her?
Icy nods. They spent a lot of time together, Julius. While we were parading around, creating drama, starting the Rainfall family, having fun, we left them alone every weekend. Sasha, yeah, we did. Me and Town started... Oh my. Hand on her mouth.
Oh, okay.
Then Scar moved to Rainfall Lane with us, where Integra didn't want to come because Ash, and then Scar didn't want to come there because of Ash, and technically speaking, Scar never really knew where they lived until about 5 years into Rainfall Lane's existence. Then they started corresponding, and Integra was depressed, and I'll stop talking.
Thank you. He just shakes his head, rubs his temples. Well, guess that answers my question about why he's so goddamn disgruntled.
And then you couple that with Carter creating the original Fisher of the Rainfall family, as Scar sees it. The only people who bring him joy. Sasha, yeah, okay, we get it.
Yeah.
Because he named his sister. Actually, when Carter left for basic, Scar told him to check the F box for female because he's a walking vagina. Which makes Sasha start to laugh. Then threatened him with a power loader.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. He was always pretty creative with his insults.
I see, the way I see it, if we just help them along, and Tommy and everything will hopefully work out. God, I hope.
Yeah, hopefully it will. There's a lot of room for hope with this kind of thing. He turns around and looks up at the computer.
Coming in, the guards opening the door, and standing at attention is
Julius turns around. Leslie, come on in. And he ushers her forward as she takes a couple steps to right about there.
breaking all military protocol, which annoys Sasha. Icy comes up and gives her a hug.
Laz sort of stiffens up, looks at the other two.
Oh, what, do you hate me too? Like your sibling?
No, ma'am. I love you. She puts her arms around her. I just didn't know if those two would have gotten mad if I hugged you.
It's not like they can do anything about me. Here you go. She slips 10,000 credits into Laz's shirt pocket, kisses her on the head, and sits down. Sasha, magic bitch.
Julius looks over at Sasha. Well, Laz looks back over at her. We understand that you wish to be transferred to the headhunters, correct? And she nods. I heard around the Marines that you were in need of a pilot, and I seem to fit the bill for that, being a pilot myself, sir. Julius looks at Sasha and over at Nicole. Well, I am in need of a pilot. You would be a co-pilot, though, not in charge. You are aware of that? And Laz thinks for a second. That's perfectly fine, sir. I am perfectly fine with just being a co-pilot. I've done quite a bit of being the main pilot for my entire career. Maybe sitting back and just handling some weapon systems would be good for me. Right. Sasha?
Eh? It's your unit. If that's what she wants. She shrugs and smiles at Laz.
Alright. We'll get you to the headhunters as soon as possible.
Take her now. I said.
Now?
Yeah, why not? Or in a little bit. Why don't you stay for lunch?
I would love to have lunch with you three. It'll just be like old times. And she smiles at the three of them.
Icy claps her hands, breaking military protocols. Always fun. She's gonna go over here and start making sandwiches. Making military protocols, always fun.
Julius looks over at Sasha again. Yeah, you're breaking military protocol by doing that too.
True.
He shakes his head.
Do you want the dossier of your pilot? I have him right here. Oswald.
Of course, yes, ma'am. She takes a step forward
Sit
up
down.
to Sasha and then takes a sit down next to her.
She'll send her on a wrist computer. There you go. Your father can tell you more about him. I don't know him. Is he nice? She looks at Julia.
Julius nods. He's very nice. He doesn't handle drama well. He's very perceptive and very smart. I mean, pilot, you have to be smart, but he's very smart. I think he's a bit older than you, actually. So, he shrugs. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from him. And Laz smiles and nods. Maybe I can. I hope that I can. I love learning new things. She starts reading through the dossier.
And you're a girl, Icy, setting down a sandwich for Laz, so Memory Ann will be very happy to see you.
Oh, right, of course. I'll be able to see Memory Ann. And she smiles to herself, and Julie stares at her. You weren't aware of that, huh? And Laz, being the terrible liar that she is, purses her lips, looks away from him, and shakes her head. No. Oh, sweetie. You have got to work on that.
Just like your mother, giving her a cup of tea and sitting down.
Julius laughs. Yep. Yes, Memory Ann will be there, and so will Carter and Sol and Elizabeth. So, familiar faces. And Colt. You'll be able to see Colt too, so familiar faces all around. As Laz sort of perks up at that. But I thought that Colt was a Marine sniper, ma'am? She looks at Sasha.
He was.
Oh. Okay.
Playing with her fingers on the desk, he was, and he was very good at it. He most definitely should have stayed there.
Of course, ma'am. I won't inquire any further than that.
No, you should. Please. He's just staring at Laz.
Why is he no longer in the position he once was, ma'am?
To be with your sister.
Oh. She looks at the three of them. You three are playing matchmaker.
I see, kind of, but the person who's like really playing match as the sound of a teleporter opening here, and Tommy with a man they've never seen before. Oh, fucking, that's it. Time for round 2. Batteries recharged, ready to go. Good, Tom, that is good. We're going to get these kids together. The power of brotherhood. We go this way. She'll be somewhere around here. I think it's this teleporter. And they disappear into a teleporter. I see, that is not the teleporter to the headhunter's base.
Who was that man with Mr. Wiseau?
I assume that's his brother, which I didn't know he had.
None of us knew that he had a brother.
I see, breaking out the big guns. That guy was like 7.5 feet tall.
Julius Chuckle shakes his head. Good, very good.
I see, he told us he had a brother a couple weeks ago. He did say he was not very smart.
Laz is still just turned around staring at the teleporter. So, he's going to go get those kit. I'm assuming he's the one playing matchmaker more so than you three?
I see. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of helping, sort of. Tommy doesn't want help. He says he has the situation under control. Which is kind of funny if you think about he went through the wrong teleporter. That's the teleporter to Pequod and Julius's house. As coming out of the teleporter, so many goddamn fucking teleporters. So fucking tired of this. I just snap fingers and get there, but have to keep up appearances. I understand, Tom. I think it's this one. And they disappear. Yeah.
Yeah, they got it that time. They got it. Laz looks back over at the three of them. Things are going to be a lot weirder now that I'm going to be in the Headhunters, aren't they? Julius just chuckles. Oh, sweetie, you'd have no idea.
A lot of tension down there from my limited mind reading of people.
A lot of tension, a lot of awkward situations.
Sexual tension, Sasha, most likely.
Most likely, and he rubs his face. Just a lot of stupid kids, let's be honest here.
Sasha nods, and my son, top of the crop at that.
Julius chuckles. I would argue that Carter's up there too. As Laz just starts eating her sandwich.
She will eat her sandwich as Icy will get up to get everybody else sandwiches. And going back to the Headhunter's base, everybody's spread out doing their own thing. Julius is not here yet. Bash and Okir are out here. Memory Ann, Elizabeth, and Soul in here. Memory Ann's gonna walk up to Soul. You guys want to go to St. Buck's?
Soul looks up at her. I'm sorry, St. Buck's?
A coffee shop. I'll take you guys into town. We'll go get coffee. Did you see your brother? I gave him my coffee. He has my coffee. I got from there after the shooting range.
Soul raises her eyebrows. Oh, you gave him your coffee, huh?
Yes, I did. She stares at Soul, crosses her arm. Yes, he helped me wash my vehicle. I have my own car. We can go into town. Maybe do some shopping. Shrugs.
Soul nods. I would love to get some coffee with you. It'd be awesome.
Looks over at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is just staring forward, like an almost confused emoticon on her face. Soul leans forward to Memory Ann. I don't think she was listening. Elizabeth! As the emoticon disappears and she jumps. Yeah, whoa! Sure, I would love to. What's going on?
Do you want to go get some coffee in town in a little while? After we're done cleaning the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, I would love to. It sounds wonderful. And she clears her throat and starts to wipe down the counter that she's in front of.
You could just relax. You don't. I can do the cleaning. She looks at Elizabeth.
She shakes her head. No, that's all right. I don't want to put all that off onto you. I like helping. I like helping clean.
What's wrong with her? Under her breath to Soul.
Her face looked confused, and now she's avoiding eye contact with us. She squints her eyes. Elizabeth, what's wrong? As Elizabeth stops wiping the counter down and turns around. What? Well, when I offered to play a video game with Benny, he said that you can always borrow the game and I could play it with Ricky. And she shakes her head. But why would I want to play the game with Ricky? I want to play it with Benny.
Our Ricky? Mr. Can't Shoot to Save His Life? Who somehow made it through basic?
Correct. Oh, Ricky.
Our Ricky doesn't seem like the gamer type. He seems like the train, and more train type. Though I could be wrong. She shrugged.
Elizabeth nods. Oh, I would think that about him too. But why would I want to play the game with Ricky and not Benny? And
Marianne, looks at Soul. I don't know.
Soul shakes her head. Have you tried asking him? And Elizabeth shrugs. He doesn't seem to want to talk to me all that much. As Soul looks over at Marianne.
Marianne, that's true. I don't know why. Elizabeth has the copy of the game. Marianne, you should Uncle Banksy have him come down. He would probably like geek mode freak out.
She chuckles to herself. I think he would freak out like that. It'd be sort of funny to see.
Would probably make his day. She starts scrubbing the counter.
I think it would.
And you'd be the cause of that day being made. Come over here.
The surprised emoticon and then a smile emoticon pops up onto her face. I will have to get that done then. She puts the book away and starts wiping down the table again.
Marianne just watching her, confused.
Soul looks at Marianne. She scratches her cheek, grabs her bicep. Maybe go talk to him now about it?
Good luck with that. He's locked in the colonel's office. See? She points down.
She leans forward and looks into the colonel's office. Why the hell is he in there?
Marianne, I don't know. I heard him asking Bash if he could have some private time on the computer in there. Bash said you can use my desk.
So shrugs. And Elizabeth, maybe he wants to play his game. She
That's
lifts up
most
the case.
likely what he's doing. They have the best computer rigs in there. Why, he locked him. Look, he just tinted the windows when we looked in. See him trying to look in. He's got his hands over his eyes on his mask looking in. Weird. Just walks this way. Better not be masturbating in there. And walks this way. That's what boys of that age do, right? Quiet.
So chuckles to herself and shakes her head. I I don't know. But when you can talk to him, maybe ask him about it. She just continues to wipe it down. And definitely get Uncle Banksy here. I'm sure he'll love it. Yeah, right. Right, I will. Yeah. Good plan. Very good plan. She puts the case away. Very good plan. And an almost quizzical looking emoticon pops up on her mask. Plan.
Marianne raises her eyebrows twice to Soul.
Soul nods a couple times and leans over, whispers into Marianne's ear. I think she's in very deep.
Nodding her head. From my understanding, she's a lot like her mother. My mother used to tell me about your grandmother and how she was with Grandpa, and oh yeah. Looking at Elizabeth with a smile. Oh yes.
Soul looks at Elizabeth. Yeah, that, and, she looks at his face a lot. That might sound weird, but how many other people do you see her looking at their face other than, like, you, me, Carter, and him?
Not many.
She clicks her tongue, shakes her head, and continues to wipe down the counter.
She'll continue wiping down the counter as in the barracks. Carter's got his fancy drink. Oz is cleaning himself off. And Colt's just sitting here spitting seeds into a cup.
Where'd you guys get that stuff?
Soul got me this. He shakes the bag. Want some?
Yeah, I'll take that.
He'll put some in his hand. Yeah, come sit down over here and give him to Ricky.
He'll pour a handful and hand the bag back. What about you, Carter? You didn't seem like the... well, whatever kind of coffee that is type.
Overpriced. Nodding his head.
More sugar
Carter.
than coffee.
Carter chuckles. Marianne gave it to me.
Oh, really? So you two you two get food and drink from pretty girls, and I get thrown face first into the clinic.
I saw her drink it out of that cup. Cracks a sunflower seed, almost like kissing her.
Carter looks down at the cup, looks right at Colt, and then takes a long drink from it.
He chuckles.
Carter chuckles and then goes over and sits down on his bed.
So is that any good?
It tastes pretty good. I don't know the price, but I assume it's expensive. It's from St. Buck's.
Same, but yeah, I think I've heard of the place. Never been.
I had one coming out wrapped in a towel back in my hometown. Yeah, it was, yeah. Some weird man, mustache, glasses is the logo. It's strange. Pretty cheap coffee, actually. Believe it or not. High quality, though.
Really? I would have assumed it was pricey given the look.
No, that one probably costs a credit. Whoever owns it wants everybody to be able to have coffee. I don't know, man. Good quality coffee. Excuse me. He's gonna come over here and get dressed privately.
Wonder who owns it. Looking at Carter.
Carter shrugs.
Rainfalls don't own that unless it's a recently acquired purchase.
I don't think so. It sounds like something my mom would buy, but he looks at the cup. I don't think it's her.
It's probably Mr. Weiss. Oh, he owns everything, right?
That's true. Plus, the Saint, that's what me and Marianne think, at least.
That's true. I keep hearing about that dude. I mean, he must have been something special if everyone likes him that much.
He takes a sip of the drink. My father and sometimes my aunt go to his grave every year with Mr. Wiseau. I don't really know much about him, to be honest. But trust me, my interest about this guy, it's there.
Tell me when you find out about him, because, I mean, he's a dude named the Saint, who may or may not have a coffee shop named after him. I mean, how can you not be a little bit curious?
Who also has a holiday officially named after him now. The apparently your mom made it so last week. The anniversary of his death is a national holiday. Everybody gets a paid day off except military members. We get double pay though on that day, so that's cool. He shrugs.
I'm for it.
Carter laughs, lifts up the drink. Thank God for Mom.
Thank God for your mom. Yeah. So Soul got those for you, eh, man?
Yeah.
So, well, what do you think of her?
Oh, she's just, just about the hottest girl I've ever seen in my life. And I would totally like to date her.
What?
Sorry, Carter. He shrugged.
Carter shrugs.
I've had a
wouldn't-
crush on her since about 12, 13, give or take.
I wouldn't mind if you dated. Why aren't you dating her?
I'll set the bag down. You guys know who my mom is, right?
I am aware of that, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we're not supposed to fraternize with squad members.
And
And you're not supposed to do it. My mom's a 5-star general. The youngest! Not bragging. It's actually quite intimidating. So,
Carter shakes his head, takes a long sip of his drink.
which is quite dumb because most of the Rainfall couples got together in the military, though they were saving the universe and stuff like that. So I believe General Lorelei looked at the other direction. But yeah,
And who's to say your mother won't look the other direction for
oh,
you?
she will kill me. Trust me. She will murder me. She will fuck me up. He shivers in his seat.
He chuckles for a second. Where did you meet your dad, man?
In the squad, our parents, the Alpha 9. He shrugged.
He nods. So a 5-star general fraternizing with another member of her squad.
Oz coming out dressed, just listening, not saying anything.
I mean, yeah, man. She kinda lives in a glass house at that point.
I think she will fuck me up. Speaking of which, you guys can't shoot. I know you're intimidating fighters, but, I can kill you from a long way off, and you'd never see it coming. So what I just told you doesn't leave the room, okay? And he smiled.
Alright. It's not my place to try and fuck up something like that for you.
No, it does not leave this room, ever.
Carter takes a long sip of his drink, looks over at him. Alright.
Thank you. You guys want to come see something up on Gateway? Not today, but in a little bit. Couple days. I gotta clear it with somebody.
I mean, sure, it'd be nice to get off the base.
See Gateway for the first time. Cool place. I mean, really cool. A lot of cool stores.
Yeah, sure. I'm up for going up to Gateway.
Okay, next week. I have to clear it with somebody, and then we'll go up. Just the boys.
Sounds fun. to
Cool.
me. You know, you two should probably just ask them out.
No, he just starts eating his sunflower seed.
Bro, she got you a snack. She likes you.
He looks down at the bag and wrote a note.
Oh, no shit, what'd she say?
He'll give Carter the bag.
He reads the note over. Oh. Looks over the bag, over to Colt. XOXO.
Give me the bag back. I'm keeping that.
Oh, not a problem, buddy. Not a problem.
Wait,
He takes the bag.
she wrote what on the bag?
Here, he'll hand it to Ricky.
Oh, dude, come on. The only way this could be bigger is if she sealed it with a kiss, man. And he hands it back.
Maybe if I get my last name changed.
I mean, no, not to act like anything's big about it, but her mom and dad are just as high up as your mom is, so it's not like it's anything crazy.
He shakes his head, looking at the bag, taking it back from Ricky. Eh. Nice to have sunflower seeds. Haven't been able to afford any. Uh-huh. Just looking at it.
Why can't you afford any? We make pretty decent money, man.
You'll see. Anyway, why'd you get thrown into a window?
I don't know. Just was I asked Okir to help me with some strength training. Was working on the dumbbells. He mentioned how thick the glass on the clinic is, told me he didn't care about my well-being, and then just talked me into the window.
Uh-huh. That's all he does.
What? That's what happened, man. What are you...
I believe you. I just don't get it. Huh.
Carter squints at Ricky. What window did he throw you into?
The front window. The big, plate glass one.
And he did it for what you discern as no reason at all.
I mean, I went up to him after, and he asked if, the people inside had noticed and if I'd introduced myself, but I don't see why he'd throw me at it.
Maybe he was trying to get you to introduce yourself to them.
Maybe that's how they do it in his culture. He seems a little challenged when it comes to our custom.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, I wasn't hurt, so there was no point in going in. He's kind of
Putting the bag away.
avoiding eye contact with them while talking. Yeah, it probably something like that. Just, I don't see why I should have gone in.
I mean, okay. As he sets the cup down and pushes it under his bed to keep. He's gonna keep the cup.
How's the coffee taste?
It tastes pretty good.
Best cup you've ever had, huh?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Just a guess.
Carter stares at Oz. You know a lot more than you let on, don't you, Oz?
I watch. He crosses his arms, sits down on the bed, puts his other ear pod in. As in here, Julius, arriving in his office with Laz, comes to a darkened office, the windows tinted, and Betty's watching. Well, Julius knows the sound of the movie, and so does Laz. He's watching Air Force One by himself, the Rainfall production one, with Hunk as the president, Tommy as the villain. He's clapping.
Julius takes one step forward, puts a finger up to Laz. Hey, Benny?
Sir! He stands up! The movie reaches a crescendo of a fight scene with Hunk blasting Tommy Wiseau. Tommy's death scream as he falls out of the back of the plane. Sir! Clicks the button on the keyboard and pauses the movie.
He blinks a couple times. It's a funny movie.
It's one of my favorites, actually.
Okay. Why aren't you watching it in the barracks with the other guys or one of the girls or something like that?
Oh, private in here. And this Bash said I could use the computer, said it was the best speaker set up in here. Who's this? He turns and salutes whoever this is.
She salutes back and then lowers her salute. This is Lazuli Rainfall, your new co-pilot.
Ma'am? He keeps the salute held.
She looks over at Julius, and he nods towards him. You can at ease.
He stands at ease. I thought you were going to be away for the rest of the weekend, Colonel. Thank you for giving us an early release on Friday.
It's not a problem.
You should have been at the shooting range, sir. Memory Ann blew up a target, saying it was somebody named Hazel, and then melted an ice cube over somebody's head, from my limited understanding, heard people mentioning, and she was very standoffish and abrupt towards Carter, sir. And then she straddled him, but that all happened before that.
Right. That's... He rubs his face. Oh god, these kids. Okay. He takes a step forward. Laz, this is Benny. Benny, this is Laz, new co-pilot. Benny is the squad medic.
He puts his hand out to shake her hand.
She walks up, shakes his hand a couple times, and lets go of it. It's very nice to meet you, Benny. And Air Force One is a very funny movie, in my opinion.
I actually want to watch the Terminator remake, where I guess it's what, your grandpa played the Terminator and Tommy played the liquid metal Terminator?
Yes, correct. And my father reprised his role as John Connor.
The deadbeat.
Correct. And Julius just can't believe they talked me into that. Even got me to wear the damn mesh shirt again. As Laz covers her mouth and chuckles a bit.
You want me to leave the office, sir?
Rubs the back of his neck. God. Just be honest with me here, kid. Why are you in here because you feel uncomfortable around someone? Like a Ricky, Carter? Are any of them making you feel uncomfortable?
Not necessarily, sir. I like watching my favorite movies alone.
Have you ever watched your favorite movies with a friend?
No. He looks at Julius.
He shrugs. It's good to bond with those around you, Benny. That's how you become friends. And he gestures out his office door. I know any of my kids, including this one, and he nods over to Laz, or my little sister. Any of them I know very well. They'll be up to watch a movie with you.
Maybe I'll ask them someday, sir.
He raises an eyebrow. Or you can ask them now and watch a movie with them.
I'd rather stay in here with a nice picture of that nice lady. He points up the... She's cool looking, actually. Looking up at it. The glasses, the cigarette, that weird... It looks like a really old issued military uniform. Kind of like General Lorelei when she'd show up in her uniform.
He turns around, looks at the picture of Integra. She was extremely cool. Do you know who that is?
Shakes his head, no.
It's important to do some research on the headhunters. Any military group that you're going to be a part of. Learn up on some history on them is something that I've come to realize. He looks at the picture. That's the founder of the headhunters. The person who was in charge of my sorry ass when I first joined up. And she made me the man I am today. One of the many women that made me the man I am today.
Well, the best place to... I'll start that right now, sir. Right here in the office. He's gonna sit down in the chair. Julius sees him typing on the computer. Looking up the headhunter's history.
He sighs. Well, it's good that you're doing your research. Oh, God. You know, I'm probably going to call all the squad together, or at least Bash and Okira are going to do it, so don't get too into anything right now, please.
Copy. He salutes.
As Laz walks behind Julia. She turns to Benny. If you're uncomfortable with watching a movie with another person, it is important to step out of your comfort zone. At least that's what I've read. Sorry. She looks over at Julius.
He smiles up at her and nods his head. And then goes back to reading.
Alright. Are you ready, honey? And she nods. And they'll both step out of his office.
Hey! Bash standing here with a beer. Colonel! Nice to see you! At the top of his lungs. Huh?
Bash! Nice to see you too.
Get out here! He screams to everybody.
Guess we're in trouble or something?
Probably. As he starts walking out.
Memory Ann, oh boy, the Colonel. Rolls her eyes, crosses her arms, and walks out.
He looks around. Well, it's important for Oz to be here. What the hell is he?
I'm coming, sir. Just Carter forgot his coffee, that's all. Hands him the coffee cup.
Carter looks at Oz. Thank you, Ozzy.
Isn't Memory Ann drinking that earlier? Shut up.
Julius smiles. Well, everyone, you probably know who this is already, as he takes a step back so Memory Ann can get a full view of her.
The door closing here from inside the office. Okay, should I get him? Nah.
I've already introduced her to him. It's fine. But to those who don't know, this is Leslie Rainfall. She will be your new co-pilot. And he looks right at Oz.
He's big smile on his face. About time. Walk right up to her, put his hand up.
She shakes his hand. Hello, you must be Oswald.
Yeah. Oz, please. Puts his hand up while shaking her hand.
Oh, I apologize. You can call me Laz if you want.
Will do. Smiling, and finally, thank you, sir. Salutes Julius.
Julius nods at him. It's not a problem, Oz. I've been looking everywhere, and Laz heard that we needed one. She volunteered for it. So, everyone, get to know her, say your hellos, in case you haven't seen her in a while. And he looks right at Carter when he says that. And just, you guys do you. He looks at the girls, smiles, nods. We got boys, nods. Bashanoke here. I need you guys in my office. Please.
Right. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Fuck it. It's your fault you didn't know what to do. You're supposed to be the captain. As they come into the office, what happens in the office first? He's just still watching the movie, reading on the other monitor.
Julius stands across from them at the desk. So, first things first, I would like to apologize for abandoning you. And I'm a firm believer of words like that don't mean the most in the world. So he reaches under the desk and pulls out 2 6-packs and 2 cartons of ice cream.
Oh, nice! He takes them in his big hands, Bash. Thank you, sir.
It's not a problem, you two, really. As he sits down in his chair.
We did the best we could day one. Things were awkward. Things are still kind of awkward. Tensions are high. Ricky's, we've been, the briefing on Ricky, keeping an eye on him. Seems normal. Everything fine. Definitely interest was piqued by Elizabeth's standoffish attitude. But I squashed it quick, told him not to worry about her. So.
All right. Sounds good. And she's been staying away from him, right? She doesn't seem like she wants anything to do with him.
I don't think she does. I don't. He looks over here. Why are we talking about this with him here? He's got his headphones on, not listening to a word anybody say. Why is he here? I told him he could come in here, but I figured you'd kick him out.
He's reading up on the Headhunter's history.
Really? Because it looks like he's watching Air Force One 2, where Tommy comes back to life again somehow when he got dropped 8,000 feet into the Pacific Ocean by your father. And he is watching it while reading.
He looks over at Benny. He's a good multitasker, that's all I'm hearing.
I think he likes Elizabeth.
He looks over at Okir. Okay. Why? Can I ask why?
He shrugs. Humans, strange. But you could tell. Same, I think Ricky's got the hots for some girl who works at this place where you guys go to get patched up. The med center. So I threw him into the window. Which I did not tell him to do.
Ooh. Right. Okay, very good. Very good. You threw him into the window?
The plan was to get the attention of the people inside, then they'd rush out to help him, and isn't that how it worked? Bash just opens one of the beers.
Julius just shakes his head.
And him and Elizabeth points back at him, who's not paying any attention. He can't hear anything being said. They were hanging out a lot for a while, following him around. Okir with his fingers, imitating somebody walking, and then he just stopped talking to her.
Okay. He nods. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know that. The second thing on our docket, boys. He looks at the two of them. You guys gotta be aware that we have cameras in here, guys. Come on.
Oh. Bash, looking up at the cameras. Are you talking about the lighter thing and the ice cube, sir?
I'm talking about the lighter and the ice cube thing.
Well, I happen to think it's an accurate representation of you and Memory Ann.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not angry at it. I understand the whole. You gotta rib on your boss. I mean, it's just something you gotta do. And he nods. And it was pretty damn accurate, but just know if I wasn't as lax as I am right now. You understand?
Yeah. Bash drinking his beer. We'll do it out of camera sight, sir. Bash, we won't do it at all, sir.
Julius chuckles. Thank you, Bash. He nods. You two are dismissed, unless there's anything you two need to tell me.
No, negative. Gonna go watch the awkward kids. Walk out this way. Bash, watching him leave, looks down at Benny. Yeah, I'm gonna go keep an eye on those kids.
Alright, have fun, you two, as he starts doing paperwork.
Out here, I know Memory Ann is already hugging Laz. Long time no see.
Laz is hugging her tightly. It has been quite a while, Memory Ann.
Glad to see you here. Oz has stepped back. He's standing with these three.
Elizabeth, as Memory Ann is hugging Laz, hugs around her waist, and Soul goes to the other side and does the same thing. And she puts her arms around the two of them and rubs the top of their heads.
They can clearly hear everything being said. Now there's 4 of them. 4 boys, 4 girls. The girls got 'em dead to right.
Laz looks at the 3 girls.
There's
What are-
5 boys, excuse me. What? Just
What are they talking about?
you said there was 4. Benny, Oz, Ricky, Carter, and Colt makes 5. The hell with this. He walks this way.
Laz looks behind her. Does he not know how to count?
Boys, why don't you come meet the new co-pilot? Bring your fancy coffee over here, Carter. Why are you carrying around an empty cup, Carter?
Because I was going to...
Here, I'll throw it away for you.
Carter reaches his arm backwards so Vash can't grab it. No, sir. I'll do it myself.
Alright, whatever. Boys, why don't you go see your sister, Carter? Stand over here.
Carter looks over at Laz, and immediately his eyes go down to her arms and the scars across her cheek. As he slowly walks up behind Elizabeth and puts his arms behind his back.
Ricky's gonna watch that look at Colt. You seeing that?
He's just watching, not saying anything, as a true sniper does, studying, gathering intelligence.
Laz looks at the 3 of them, looks down at Elizabeth. It looks like you've grown a bit. And Elizabeth chuckles. I mean, maybe that's just you always playing tricks on you, mate. I haven't really grown all that much. Laz looks over at Sol. Your hair has grown. And she nods. I don't cut it as short as I used to. And Leslie looks at Marianne. And you look so grown up now. And smiles at her.
He smiles back at Laz. I'm glad to have another girl. She looks over at Carter. Come on, Carter.
Laz looks over at Carter.
And Marianne will put her hand out to Carter.
Carter looks at the hand and puts his hand in hers.
She'll pull him in.
One of his arms goes almost accidentally around her waist as he gets pulled in and joins in on the little group hug that they have.
Well, maybe that'll cheer Marianne up. Colt clearing his throat.
I mean, she already looks like she's in a better mood. Should we stay over here or go? I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do here.
No, we just wait till they're done.
Yeah. Feel a bit heavy in the room, do you?
Yeah, it's not. They clearly all happy to see one another, so I'm happy for them.
Yeah. I mean, good to be in a squad with family, right?
Colt nods his head.
Laz looks at Carter. I missed you a lot, Carter. And Carter cannot look at her in the eye and keeps on looking at the scars. I missed you too, Laz. And Laz clicks her tongue and just nods. That's I like your glass. I like how you style your hair. And Carter nods. Thanks. I like your headphones. Yeah. General Browse got them for me a while ago. Yeah. She just looks down at her feet and Carter does the same.
Memory Ann will clear her throat. Allow me to introduce you to the rest of the squad. She'll gesture over here.
Lazuli takes a step forward as Carter gets out of the way.
This is, well, you know who he is. This Colt comes up and puts his hand out.
Laz looks at the hand, grabs it, and pulls him in for a hug.
He'll hug her back. Colt's here. We don't know why. He pissed his mother off, apparently. She starts chuckling.
The Laz leans back and looks at Colt. You didn't piss her off.
Didn't? Well, not yet, anyway, probably.
No, I don't think you did. She pats him on the cheek twice.
He'll stand out of the way, and this is Ricky.
He'll walk.
He's our frontline fighter with Carter.
Yeah. Name's Ricky. Nice to meet you. He'll put his hand out.
She'll shake his hand. My name's Lazuli. Nice to meet you.
Huh. Well, that's kind of funny. You got the same name as the lady who trained me. That's kind of cool.
Beautiful name.
It is, isn't it? Gonna be good to be on the squad with you. Can't wait to fly with you. Ride with you, I should say.
She chuckles. I'm not gonna be doing the flying. That would be, Oz. He's going to be your main pilot. I'll just be your co-pilot. I'll be handling the weapon systems.
Alright. Well, can't wait to see you fuck up some guys who are trying to kill us.
She chuckles. Thank you. Ricky, was it?
Yeah, Ricky. Thank you.
And then, of course, there's Benny, but he's... Okira and Benny are now watching a movie together in Julius's office. Both of them cheering. It's starting to annoy Julius for sure. I love Tommy's acting. Me too. They're watching it together.
The kids look in and they see Julius rubbing his face and just shaking his head.
Look at the fucking motherfucker. Look at that guy. Oh, that's Julius. His mesh shirt looks like a big old loser, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He's like acting like he's not here.
Okay.
What was his name? Deadbeat? Deadbeat Colonel.
Okay. Go back to out there with Bash. Take your ice cream. Benny, go be with your squad.
Get the hell out of here. It's Friday. You have nothing to do here. You're just here to see if your children are awkward around your other daughter.
He just stares at him and goes back to doing his paperwork.
Paperwork. Kick us out of the office. Come on, Benny. I'll keep you away from Elizabeth. Go this way.
Huh. You said you prefer to be called Laz, right?
Correct. Yeah, Laz.
Alright, Carter and I are in charge of getting food for the squad, so, just let me know if there's anything in particular we should get for you, alright?
Oh, I'm good with anything, truly. She smiles at the two of them. If anything, Carter knows what I like, right? And Carter looks at her and nods. Seaweed chips, right? And she nods and smiles.
That works. I didn't even think of that, sorry.
It's no problem. I probably wouldn't think of it either. Not to worry.
Yeah, that's cool.
Uncle Krellin's favorite. He starts chuckling.
Uncle who?
One of their uncles. Long story.
You guys got a lot of uncles.
Soul nods. Yeah, we have a lot of uncles. And Laz smiles. He would give them to me a lot when it was just us two. Around the house. He would give them to me and say, greatest delicacy of Earth, Gov. And I would eat them. And I actually enjoyed them, which came to a surprise to my parents. But I liked them.
You get, like, flavored ones at least?
She thinks. If If flavored ones are available, sure. But I'm good with the normal ones, too.
Alright, fair enough. Not my thing, but if you want them, I'll grab them for you.
I was gonna take the girls for coffee. Do you want to come?
I would love to do some catching up.
St. Bucks. She gestures over to the empty cup. I got one earlier. Carter apparently is enjoying carrying around an empty cup.
Carter just clicks his tongue. It is an enjoyable process.
Marianne turning her nose up to Carter with a smirk. I'll bring you one back then.
Thank you. Same one as you get, please.
She nods her head.
Laz just looks between the two of them, nods. Very, very good. She claps her hands together. Where are the barracks?
They're over here. Here, I'll take your bags. Memory.
Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that for me, but thank you.
I want to get out of base. Come on. I'll put them away and then let's get out of here. She snaps her fingers. Colt, Carter, Ricky, do something. Oz, find Benny, see what he's doing, why he's allowed to lock himself in the colonel's office when the rest of us would get court-martialed for doing so. She walks off.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna look at Carter and Colt. So what do you want to do?
Colt, see this building you were thrown into? Crosses his arms and looks at Carter.
Carter walks up next to Colt and Ricky and nods. I would just love to see it.
Alright, maybe my face print's still on it.
I bet the Facco Kier chucked you.
He is pretty damn strong.
Oh, dude's a powerhouse. I gotta get him to show me what workout regimen he uses.
Oh, I'm sure it involves a lot of throwing people into windows for no reason.
I mean, would we be surprised?
No, it is a good workout. I mean, you have to throw a human being. He threw you with no problem. That's actually pretty freaky.
He also hucked me so hard I dropped the big-ass dumbbells he was having me use.
Carter laughs. And you were carrying dumbbells. Looks over at Colt.
Colt shakes his head. Oz looking down this way, pointing. They're down there, laughing about something. You can hear them. Bashful. Go into Julius's office.
So you want... Should we go get him first, or what do you want to do?
Go get Benny first.
Alright. He'll start walking down that way.
In the girls' barracks, Memrianne helping Laz put her stuff away quickly.
I could do most of this myself. Thank you, though.
It's Friday. I want to get the hell out of town for a little while.
Of course. I understand. She chuckles as she starts to quicken her pace of putting things away.
Apparently your father's chosen a favorite. Allowing Benny to sit in the office and watch movies must be nice.
Lazuli shrugs. He was in there when we got here.
I know. We were wondering why he was in there.
Yeah, we all were. As Elizabeth sits down on the bed, and Sol sits down on her bed. Does he do that sort of thing a lot?
Memrianne, we've only known him a little while. Hard to say.
Yeah, we've only known him about 3 weeks thus far, so it's hard to get to know someone in just 3 weeks. She looks over at Elizabeth, who's just kicking her feet while sitting on the bed, whistling to herself.
You could help raise somebody and hardly know them. Memrianne sits down on her bed.
Leslie turns around to Memrianne. Sorry?
Nothing. I need a coffee. I gave mine to Carter.
Sol does the same thing of raising both of her eyebrows. And Leslie stands up. Why did you do that?
He looked thirsty.
Oh, I'm sure he was, Memory Ann.
Good. She shrugs.
Les looks between the two of them and nods. Okay. Walks down. Are you okay, Elizabeth? You seem to be staring at the floor as Elizabeth looks up. Yeah, I'm alright. Just thinking. Did you guys hear what Elkia said? Sol shakes her head. I wasn't really listening. Well, he said that he would make sure that Benny stays away from me, Elizabeth.
Memory Ann, he can't count past 3. Are you sure you heard him correctly?
Elizabeth shrugs. Maybe I misheard, but I don't know. And plus the door was closed, and maybe it was just muffled and he didn't say Elizabeth.
Maybe. Memory Ann stands up. You just need to confront Benny about his strange behavior.
Well, maybe, yeah, but
You could walk up to him. She knows where the button is. Do this. She'll take Elizabeth's mask off, and I'm sure that would get his attention.
She's looking straight up at Memory Ann. I'm sure it would. He would, I don't know how he would react to that. As
Trust me, he'd probably be awestruck. She'll push the button again.
yeah, Sol leans forward. You kidding? His jaw would go down to the floor. It'd be wide open.
He thought you were a robot. He called you Elizabeth Mark IV the first couple hours, anyway.
Laz looks at Elizabeth. If you want to ask him about something, you should just ask him about it. She looks at Memory Ann and Sol, then back to Elizabeth. Inquiry is important when you want to effectively communicate with someone. And Elizabeth looks at her. I do want to ask him about it while he hasn't talked to me. That weird comment about Ricky. She shakes her head. I haven't had the chance yet.
Memory Ann will clap her hands together. Let's go get a coffee and develop a plan of attack.
Yeah. Sol pushes off her bed. You could totally just go get some coffee and brainstorm together.
Want a piggyback ride like when you were a kid? Memory Ann looking down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth chuckles. No, I'm good. I could walk on my own now. She hops off the bed.
She grow. I actually had fun giving you those.
Well, if you had fun, you can give me a piggyback ride now.
Come on, short stuff. She'll lean over.
Elizabeth chuckles as she, using one of the beds as leverage, hops off of it and hops onto her back.
You're at least grateful for these piggyback rides I gave you when you were a kid. Used to give them to Carter, too. And then Hazel. She leads the girls to the elevator. And she's just standing on the elevator mumbling to herself about Hazel.
While she's doing that, Laz is looking between Sol and Elizabeth, and Sol looks at her and mouths, I'll explain later, don't worry.
The girls ride the elevator up, Bash watching them go up. Hands in his pockets. Well, Colonel, that went well.
I believe it did, yeah. Yeah, did it go well? I honestly don't even know anymore with these kids, as he sets down his pen and rubs his face.
It seemed kind of awkward at first, but Seems like, I don't know the particulars, but Carter seems a little standoffish toward your oldest. But, give it time. Okir and I will help him along. And it seemed like Memory Ann helped it along.
So, oh God, please do, Bash. Please help it along. He shakes his head. It'll. I'm sure it'll be fine. Once those two get to talking, they'll come to terms with some things that were said and things that were done, and it'll all be okay.
Ash nods his head. Yeah, I'd say so. Well, not just a suggestion, observation. Why don't you get out of here for the weekend? I'll finish that. He points down to the paperwork. Trust me, I'm not leaving town all weekend. I'll keep my eyes on these kids.
He looks up at Bash. Stands. Yeah, I should probably get home. I was only doing this to, fill the time while the kids were doing stuff. I'll head home. Thank you, Bash.
You're welcome, sir. And don't worry, we will not do the lighter ice cube thing even out of camera sight.
Julius chuckles. Like I said, you need a rib on your higher ups every once in a while. I mean, do you know how many times me and my family made fun of General Rico?
Yeah, it's that. Even his own daughter would make fun of him, huh?
Oh, she was the instigator of a lot of it.
Is that what's going on here? He leans back in the chair. You trying to mend the whole fractured family thing and clean up the mess?
Julius looks out.
Just tell it to me straight. The more I know, the more I can help. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, and just be honest with me, why is Colt here?
Because the kid's always had a crush on Soul, and his mother knows it, and she knows that it would be good for him to actually get with her.
So all those requests the Delta guys sent up to Gateway to your sister, the General.
They were accidentally spilled some soda on them.
Accidentally, huh?
It was an accident, what can I say? Thought the lid was on tighter.
All right. Well, I approve. I've got another stack of those requests. I'll just make them go away.
Yeah, just hand them to me. I'll accidentally light up my hands and they'll never be seen again.
I knew there was a reason I liked you from the first time we met. And Julius, the stack of paper.
Julius chuckles. I'll deal with these at home. I'll see you later, Bash.
Yep, we'll see you around.
As he'll go to the teleporter.
Julius leaves. Down here, the boys are hearing the increasing sound of laughter as these two are watching the Terminator 2 remake. Tommy and Hunk fighting. Hunk's the good Terminator, Tommy's the liquid metal.
Ricky's gonna peek in. Hey Benny.
Hey! Come watch this movie. You know that Tommy guy? He's getting beat up.
Oh, what are you watching?
Terminator 2, made by Rainfall Productions.
Oh, okay. I heard it was good. We just wanted to know if you wanted to, come, go outside and look at some stuff with us.
Benny looks at Okir, go. We can pick this up another time, wait for the Colonel to leave, and then we can take control of the office where the good sound system is. And he's got that mini fridge under his desk with a lot of good drinks. Benny winks at Okir. I'll go make sure he's gone. He'll get up, start going this way. Benny will, okay, let's go. Pause the movie.
Yeah, we can go see if my face print is still on the clinic where Okir chucked me into it.
Glad I'm not a martial artist.
It ain't all bad. I mean, I can do some cool stuff.
Caught up.
Yeah, what's up, boss?
Is your sister single?
Which one?
Who do you think?
Alright, man. Yeah, she's single. Don't...
Just wondering.
Okay, sure. She's single. Yes.
Are you gonna ask her out.
Just wondering, like to get to know my co-pilot, didn't get a dossier, so.
Fair enough. You probably could have asked Colonel Rainfall for that.
Could have. He seemed busy, locked in the office, watching what was going on out the door.
Fair enough. That is correct.
Care to fill us in? Puts his arm out, gesturing for the elevator when we get outside to look at the window Ricky got tossed into.
Fill you in
On what that was all about. Awkward hug with your sister.
You look scared to even walk up to her, man.
There's this thing with spellcasters. He turns to them. At some point, randomly throughout your life, it could be when you're super young, teenager, mid-30s, whenever, really.
As Carter's saying that, he remembers. He hears in his head. Look at it this way, Carter. You're going to be paid to maim people in the military. You should be pretty fucking good at it. Good at it. Good at it. Good at it. Just keeps repeating in his head some of the final words Scar said to him.
As Carter's about to say what the next thing he says, he just looks down at his feet.
Let's go outside. Come on, we can talk about it more later.
Yes, please.
The boys will go to the elevator as flashing to the academy. The grandkids in their little hover pods with Suletta. Hunk is shooting basketball. Shirt off, sweaty, ultra ripped Suletta with Mr. Snuffles in his own hover chair. He's ripped and sweaty shooting basketball. How's Davine What's Davine doing?
She's leaned forward with her elbows on her knees, chin resting in her palm, just sighing wistfully.
Suletta smiles, chuckles slightly. At least there's that. Some things never change.
Davine smiles over at Suletta and nods. Yes, at least that never changes, thank God.
Well, in other news, fucking Carter. Oh.
I wonder if there was another leaky pipe somewhere around
I called him because... Oh, no. Alright, what the fuck is the goddamn problem? Hunk is so zoned in, he's not even paying attention to Scar. Suletta, one of the showers in the boys' shower room is leaking, and that fucking does it! That cock-sucking Carter motherfucker! As he just keeps dribbling the ball, shooting it, sweating more profusely. Everywhere I go, I was just telling Frederick about this. That cock-sucking kid causes problems everywhere I go across Rainfall Lane. And no, I don't care if you fire me for saying the word cocksucker in front of your grandkids or your cat. He's pointing right at TV.
Davine has leaned back, mouth wide open, and her eyes wide. Scar, darling, I don't think Carter caused this problem.
Don't you worry. I've got this problem under control, okay? His voice actually cracks when he says it. I've got it under control. I got people on those girls, those bitches you call female children and grandchildren and whatever the hell they are, to each individual Rainfall, and I'm gonna deal with Carter. You hear me?
We hear you, Scar.
Cock-sucking little blonde-haired motherfucking, and he storms off. Don't worry. He gets to the door, turns around. Don't worry, I'll get the shower fixed for you in no time, Davine, alright?
Thank you, darling.
Suletta, good God, hand on her chest.
What did he mean he had people on the girls? What? She just rubs her face.
Pale, laughing. Suletta, well, she's got a Rainfall sense of humor. Picking her up out of the of her seat and handing her to Davy.
Davine holds Hale. I am honestly more confused than I was at the start of that conversation.
It's like a tornado just ripped through the gymnasium of disgruntledness and fur.
Davine starts to laugh. That is the perfect way to describe it.
And then when he left, he was just like, she snaps her fingers, like nothing ever happened. He was polite.
He was perfectly pleasant.
Reassuring, in fact.
Like, I felt like that shower head was going to be fixed within the hour, even, when he said that. She shakes her head. That man can flip on you very quickly.
His voice cracked multiple times. I think he's in pain. Emotional pain, not physical.
Davy nods. I believe he is. I wish there was something we could do about. There has to be something we could do about that.
May God have mercy on Carter's soul.
How if Carter ever shows up to Rainfall Lane again? That poor Carter versus the power loader.
I saw Mr. Freetooth retrofitting that power loader too.
Oh god, he was serious.
Of course he was.
She just shakes her head. That power lifter is going to be a force of nature by the time Scar's through with it.
And Nicole just keeps giving Scar money to do it. Says she told me if it keeps him busy, then that's fine.
I suppose that whatever gives Mr. Freetooth happiness.
I don't know, I don't know if he even knows the definition of the word happy at this point.
Well, that would be terribly depressing if that's the case.
I've never heard his voice cracked. I am shocked. Hunk, huh? Looks over here. Stop shooting basketball. What'd I miss?
Oh, just some disgruntled Scar yelling about the cocksucker Carter.
The what? He stops dribbling?
And how Carter calls the leaky faucet, if that's in the men's restroom.
Carter came home? He smiles for a second.
Oh, no, darling, no, he didn't.
No.
Scar just... I suppose it's easy to blame Carter for a lot of the issues that come up in Rainfall Lane.
If Carter was here, there would have been a duel in the middle of the gymnasium that would have broken your concentration.
The power loader versus Carter Rainfall. Who do you think?
My money's on the power loader. He's gonna come sit down here.
Davine laughs. She scoots over so he can rest his head in her lap.
And he does. You look, as per usual, 100 out of 10 sexy, but with her, oh man, skyrocket.
And you, darling, she scratches his chin. As usual, look 1,001 out of 10.
I'm kind of sweaty. He looks down at himself.
Yes.
He likes it that way.
Yes. Yes, I do. And she just starts rubbing his cheek.
He looks up at Davine rubbing her thigh in the kitchen. There's a ding of a microwave. Well, would you look at that? The soft pretzels are done. Is that... He'll come over, let me get those for you, darling. He'll get them out, put them here, and I'll be getting this beer cheese out of the oven for you. Thank you kindly. I don't like unleashing this on the rainfalls, but at the same time, I think it's time we take matters into our own hands. What do you think? Do it. Hit 'em with everything. Hold nothing back. I got a call from Fredwick. We done gonna unleash an apocalypse of emotional destruction on these motherfuckers. She's fixing the pretzels on the plate. Back in the gym. Hunk, you know, we've talked about it off and on, but it's probably part of it's a little bit of empty nest syndrome, but would you ever want to consider having another kid? Do it.
If you want another kid, we could totally have another kid, darling.
Only if you want one.
She smiles at him. Sure, we could have another.
It's up to you. Something to think about. Seem a little apprehensive.
Definitely, we could definitely think about it. She smiles at him and gives him a kiss.
Not to replace Elizabeth, just why stop at one?
I mean, that is true. She leans back, putting her hands behind her, looking up at the ceiling. We could definitely have another one, and... No, let's do it. She leans forward. Let's have another one. What's stopping us?
Ideally, hopefully Elizabeth is back around here so she can be around when her little brother or sister is born, kind of thing. I'd like to wait till then, but yeah.
Of course, we could definitely wait till then, but let's have another child.
She'll be back someday, maybe.
She smiles down at Hunk and rubs his cheeks. She will be back, darling.
He'll reach up, cup Davine's cheek, kiss it, go back to right here. I'll keep putting on the show for you and start dribbling the ball.
She smiles at him, crosses one of her legs, and sets Hale down on her lap.
Donna. Nah. As Mama Land approaches, Soletta's eyes are wide.
Davine looks over at Mama Lan. Are there soft pretzels?
I brought y'all a snack. She looks at Hunk and lets out a long whistle. You unlucky woman.
Yes, I do believe I am. What did you bring us?
The soft pretzels and beer cheese, made just for y'all.
That sounds wonderful, Mama Lan. Thank you. She looks over at Suletta.
Hale lifting one off the plate with telekinesis. Ain't that just the sweetest thing you ever done seen?
Yes, she's quite skilled in the use of telekinesis, isn't she?
Oh, let me hold her for a minute. You hold the soft pretzel, Suletta. Shuck. Thank you. Taking the... Oh, my God. My great-great-grandchild I done helped birth onto this universe. She's so sweet, setting her back in her hover chair.
Yes, she is quite adorable, isn't she?
She has my eyes.
That she does, Mama Lan.
She'll sigh like that and sit down between Suletta and Davine. Hunk noticed her for sure, but is not paying attention because he's trying to put on a show for Davine to get her in the mood. Or keep her in the mood, I should say.
Davine looks absolutely terrified as soon as she saw the soft pretzels. Memories of her wedding day came flooding back to her. And she's looking at Mama Lan, apprehensively almost.
Meow. Breaking Davine's concentration. Mama Land, Suletta staring down, eyes wide at the pretzels. I know. Putting her hand on Davine's thigh. These turbulent times done upon us. Breaks my heart. I miss Elizabeth. She used to come in and sit with me. I'd make her any treat she wanted. It was some of the best company, second only to her mother.
She swallows hard. I miss Elizabeth too, very much so.
How's Hunk taking it? I'm worried about her. You being a good wife to him, not walking away?
I never walk away from him now.
But are you being a good wife? Please. I'd hate to see this family ruined. I'm part of it too.
She nods. I am, Mama Lan, don't worry. I am. I'm doing the best that I can to be the best wife possible.
Good. Good. Suletta letting out a sigh of relief. What a shame. That's all she says. Suletta's eyes go back to white.
Davine looks completely terrified.
Hunks dropped the ball. It's rolled here. He's frozen in fear looking at Mama Lan. What a shame it is to commit your lives to raising a daughter who grew up to despise her parents. Suletta gulps big. What does Davine do?
I don't. She does not despise us, Mama
I
Lan.
can't believe she turned out this way. I tried everything to prevent her from joining the military. But before she done left the last snack I made her, she done told me she feeling coddled by her father. His happy attitude has gone to completely depressed in like a second. Coddled by her father. I believe she told me Rainfall Lane's nothing but a fancy prison. I knew it.
No, he didn't coddle her.
To risk your life every day in the military to save the universe. To provide a future for us all. Only for your daughter to join and spit in the face of everything you done did. And for no reason other than she wanted to see what it was like. Suletta has dropped all the pretzels. They've fallen everywhere. Hand on her chest, squeezing it. What a shame. If only we hadn't coddled her so much. I blame myself.
None of us coddled her.
I at least find solace in the fact she said it was all her father and mother's fault and not mine, as she hugged me before leaving for basic with Carter and Soul.
Oh. She just grabs the sides of her head.
What a damn shame it is. Hug, I fucking knew it.
Davine looks up. No, honey, no. But we were right in what we did. It's okay. She doesn't despise us. We did not coddle her. It's okay.
A horrible thing to create such a beautiful family unit. Billions of credits and billions of good memories that are worth more than billions of credits made here at Rainfall Lane. To see Elizabeth leave, and you know what? She hasn't called you since she got out of basic. Not once, has she? She puts up her finger and looks at Hunk, who picks up the ball and is just staring at it. Not once has she called you, ain't that right?
Davine looks down at her lap. No, she hasn't.
So let her call him over here before he loses his cool.
Davine looks up at Hunk and gestures for him to come here. Hunk, darling, come here, please.
Call him Mark?
Mark?
What a shame. You'd think she would have called once. I don't know where we went wrong with her, I really don't. Maybe if you just had a normal house and a normal life, she wouldn't have felt as if it was just a rich person's prison. Hunkwell, well, since everybody says my daughter is so much like her, gestures to Davine, she probably doesn't want me around her either. She seemed apprehensive about having another kid. So fuck this. He throws the ball at the back window. Shatters the glass. Ball goes through the glass, shattering it. Starts crying. Meow. Suletta jumps as the glass shatters. Does Davy?
Yes, she does.
Mama Lan does not. And Hunk storms off. Mama Lan. What a shame. rubbing Davine's thigh slightly.
Davine rubs her face. We did not cuddle that girl.
Well, it's a good thing you reminded him all the time 20 years ago not to coddle his unborn child, isn't it? Now you enjoy those pretzels, Davine. And wait till Scar sees that mess. She walks off!
Damn the trucks!
Taletta comforting the children, making them stop and cry. Finally got a taste of your own fucking medicine.
Davine stands up, looks at Taletta. Right now, Letty. Right now, that's the time to... Not 20 minutes in the future. Right now, she walks forward. I am going to go help him. You cry into the stomach of your cat.
Oh, shit.
She starts to run to find Hunk.
I'm done crying into my cat. He looks down at the children. I have to find a place to drop you two off. As Scar comes out, as Davine's running out, what in the fuck? He just hears Scar seeing the glass broken and the pretzels everywhere.
She peeks her head out. I'm so sorry, Scar. I'll help you clean that up later. I just have to go deal with something. I'm so sorry. And she starts running.
She noticed the door was broken when Hunk slammed it, fell off the hinges.
Oh, Jesus.
He's really, really strong when he's angry. He went to the main office.
Thank you, Banksy.
I'm not Banksy. What the fuck, lady?
I'm sorry. All of your armor looks the same.
My name's Flavor. Taught me how to use a sword. She just walks.
She starts running. And she comes into the main office.
Sitting shirtless, doing paperwork. Jennifer watching. Everybody. Honey's reaction is actually applicable for the first time ever. Rolly just watching Hunk. They're all just staring at him.
She walks over and sits next to him.
Doing paperwork. He's doing Blaze's paperwork, who Blaze is just looking down at him, tapping his fingers on the desk. I thought we had a dress code here. Shut the fuck up, Blaze. Blaze, right. Just...
Davine reaches out to put a hand onto his.
He'll stop working. Type.
Darling.
Yes, dear. I don't want to coddle you. You might want a minimum safe distance of 1,000 feet. Or walk away. You're good at that.
Davine puts a hand on his cheek. Moves it so he looks at her. You could never coddle me, darling. In fact, I want to be cuddled by you, and I want to always be near you. I will never walk away from you again. You know that.
Taps his finger on the desk.
She leans forward. I want to have another child with you, 100%. I just didn't want it to make it seem like we were replacing Elizabeth. I would never want that. And
we probably shouldn't have another one. It's just whatever I did wrong with this one, we'll probably repeat, so... No.
She puts her other hand on his cheek, his other cheek. We did nothing wrong. She closes her eyes. If anything, I'm the one in the wrong here, darling. I'm the one who didn't. It's important for a girl at that age to be out of her shell and everything like that. And I didn't give her that chance. I should have taught her to be out of her shell. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. If anyone's fault Darling, it's mine, because I saw it. I saw how much she was like me, and I didn't stop it. And now she's trying to run away from me, and that... She just looks down and shakes her head. She's too much like me, Mark.
He'll move the chair out so she can sit down on him.
She sits on his lap.
Blaze ushered everybody out, turns around at the door. May I inject my 2 cents?
Please do. Please do.
Hunk puts his hand out. Yeah. I think she just needs a good slapping.
Davin sighs. You are correct, Blaze. She looks at Hunk.
I could never do it to her.
I couldn't either, but I definitely think it's needed.
Well, I could never do it to her either, but the fact remains. He nods and leaves. Hunk, oh God.
She sniffles slightly and lays her head on his chest. You did nothing wrong, my love. You were, she leans back, you were the best father that I have ever seen. You loved that girl. You cared for that girl. You provided for that girl. That's more than pretty much any of us can say about our own fathers. She leans forward. You were the best father ever. And do not talk down about yourself like that, darling. Because when you do that to yourself, it hurts me, because if you're a bad father, what kind of mother does that make me?
I'm sorry. I'll kiss Davine right on the lip. Lost my cool.
She returns the kiss. It's okay, darling. I've lost my cool more times than I can count. Just know that even if you don't think you are a good father, everyone else around you thinks you are an amazing father, love.
I would never want to replace Elizabeth. Like I said, I'd rather have another kid when she's here. Everybody together, but...
She smiles. I would love to have another kid with you. When Elizabeth is here, of course.
Oh, we gotta get out of the woods. We're stuck in the woods. Don't see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll find it there. Because if there's one thing all the Rainfalls are good at, it's always persevering. Isn't that right?
That's true. I was introverted too at her age, so probably got some of it from me. Clearly.
She chuckles. Maybe, darling, but I think it's much more my fault here.
I'll stroke Davine's cheek and give her another kiss. I did kind of storm in here.
You did. She looks down, completely shirtless too.
Well, I wanted to do paperwork. Keep my mind off things.
She smiles at him. Yes. I'll do paperwork with you then.
With shirtless me, I chuckle.
With shirtless me and me in your lap.
Couldn't think of a better place.
Neither could I.
He'll pull Davine close and they'll just sit there for a while. He'll hold Davine, she'll hold him. Flashing back here. Haha. The girls are making their way to Memory Ann's car as the boys are sitting here. Elizabeth leading the charge. Memory Ann. The car's over there, honey. You want to drive?
Laz looks at Memory Ann. Oh, I possibly couldn't. That's your vehicle.
You're a pilot, though. You should flip her the key.
She catches it. If you insist, I will definitely drive you all. She smiles. A bit of practice before an actual mission, we'll call it.
Yeah. As they get to her car, and there she is.
Elizabeth looks at the car. Dear Jesus, Marianne, that's yours.
She walks up and starts stroking it. Yes, it is.
Soul's just staring at the car, mouth wide open as Lazuli walks over. This is, She pushes her hair back a bit out of her face. This is more than 6 figures, Marianne.
Marianne nods. Yes, it is. I'm very proud of it.
You should be. You should be. I don't know if even I would be able to afford this. She just sort of chuckles like that. Are you sure you want me to drive this?
If it's insured, don't worry about it. She winks at Laz.
Elizabeth leans over to Soul. No wonder Carl won't wash that. Who won't wash that car? As Soul just chuckles. I mean, I want to wash that car and it isn't even dirty.
A huge hand coming down on Soul's shoulder. Good! That is good, girls! YSO brand Mitsubishi, our car.
When she first heard
Get your fucking hand off of her! She turns around.
When she so first heard the good, she immediately jumped and started to scream.
Scream goes out. Tommy, relax, everybody comes around the corner. Take a step back, you idiot. Comes over here.
Elizabeth puts herself in front of Soul and
Stop screaming, please, and besides, what do you think you can do to stop me, little girl? You can't do anything. You can't even talk to a boy.
She looks over at Tommy. I trust you, Mr. Wiser, but who's the guy who just touched Soul like that?
This is my brother. You're so. He puts his hand out to Elizabeth.
Oh. Okay, it's a Wiser.
Yes, he's my brother.
She lets out a deep breath and puts her hand out to shake his hand.
You are such a small little thing, spooky face. He'll pick her up and hold her up like Simba in The Lion King.
Thank you, Yuri.
He is not the brightest, don't worry about it. He likes you already. He likes all Ramfalls.
Laz is just blinking at Yuri, leans over to Marianne. Mr. Wiseau has a brother?
Since when? Since forever. I just never introduced him to anybody. He's busy driving Escalade Cadillac into the ground. Yes, setting Elizabeth down. Not very good at running company, Elizabeth.
Oh, that's a real shame.
Sorry to scare you. He comes over.
No, it's okay, Mr. Wiseau.
Call me Yuri, Uncle Yuri.
Uncle Yuri, of course, yeah. She takes his hand that I assume he stretched out with both of hers and shakes it.
Have waited 20-something years to meet Rainfall family. My brothers say too big of an embarrassment to meet his friend. Tell me, I thought the fucking truth.
Laz looks back over at Marianne. And Soul looks up at Yuri. Oh! Okay, well, it's very nice to meet you, Yuri, and it's okay, I'm just... I just wasn't expecting being touched and then having the word good yelled in my ear.
I know you were hoping I was cold.
She looks over at Tommy.
Obviously. Tommy,
yeah, I was hoping you were cold.
worry, I have planned for the day. We're going to get the boys and take you all out to shopping center. First, we go to St. Buck's, my new store. Then, we go to mall. Remember, I would just have preferred a girls' day. You can buy whatever you want. Tommy pay for everything. Fine, the boys can come. Excellent.
Soul looks at Tommy. We don't actually know where the boys are right now.
Oh, don't worry, me and Yori will find them. They're pretty fucking stupid.
Elizabeth covers where her mouth would be on the mask and starts to snicker a bit as Soul just nods. Okay, that's good.
It comes up, you look so much like your mother. Shaking Laz's hand.
Oh, thank you. I get that compliment quite a bit, actually. Yeah.
You should not be ashamed of your last name, young lady. Tommy, that is the wrong one. I tried to explain this to you.
Laz just sort of tilts her head at Yuri. I'm not ashamed of my last name, Uncle Yuri.
That is good.
His Soul just sort of puts her hands in her pocket and leans back and forth on her feet.
And Hazel is no competition to the beauty of Suleda's daughter. Marianne, and just throws her hand up. Alright. Listen to me very carefully, girls. Stay here. Tommy and Yuri go find the idiots. And then we all come together, we go in Tommy's car to town, okay? Elizabeth, newsflash. That guy, he likes playing games. Fan of Uncle Banksy games, okay? He not coming near you, cause Ricky take interest in you. He doesn't understand. He think you, Ricky, should be together, or Ricky going to muscle him out. Use your brain. Understand me, idiot?
Understood, Mr. Weiser.
Jesus fucking Christ, why you have to be so much like your mother? Tommy has had enough of this. That's why I bring Uncle Yuri, bringing the big guns out, to solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Weiser.
Good, Elizabeth. They'll start walking off. You stay here, and don't leave, Marianne. You're not leaving. Tommy pushes a button on his wrist computer and their car locks. What the fuck? Wazoo car, motherfucker! They walk this way. Marianne looking down at the car. Wow.
Laz just looks around. Mr. Weiser was a lot more mean than I remember.
Isn't he? She looks at Laz, and then back at these two. He was absolutely... Yes. That's all I'll say.
He was a lot more wise and understanding back in the day. She just pushes her hair out of her face again. Not that.
I can't believe he has a brother. What did he even mean, bringing out the big gun?
The soul just shakes her head. I'm not sure. It's something that, like, Dad and Mom always used to say. He'd never really know what Mr. Weiser was talking about.
Jedi Master Mr. Weiser. Well, at least he solved your problem. She points at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth's looking down at her hand. Oh, I've got to talk to Benny now.
Well, thanks to Mr. Wiseau, Marianne shrugs, we'll all be together.
Lazuli looks at Marianne. You don't sound very excited about this.
I just wanted to go out, the four of us, but I don't mind if whatever.
Laz smiles at Marianne and pats her on the shoulder. It'll be a fun time.
Yeah, Marianne nods her head. At least we know why Benny gets to hide in the Colonel's office and watch movies.
Yeah, I guess so. As Elizabeth's just still looking down at her feet. So I did hear Kier right.
Up here, Ricky is showing the guys the window. There's nobody in here.
He's gonna take a look at it. Is his face print still on it?
Yes.
See? He hucked me into this thing damn hard.
Huh. He's just looking at the glass.
That shit didn't even wobble. It was like hitting a brick wall. Punching a
Did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt like hell. I'm surprised it didn't break my nose.
Huh. He's coming up, pushing on the glass. Colt, just staring at him doing it. This is really crazy heavy glass, tempered, bulletproof. Wow.
Yeah, it felt like it. And I was standing like over there too, and he's gonna point that way. He threw me like 30 feet, man.
What can I say? The son of Ash needs to be thrown around every once in a while. Tommy coming around the corner.
Oh, Mr. Wiseau, good to see you, sir.
Nice coffee cup, Carter. Thank you. Takes it, throws it in the trash. Happy birthday, Carter. Disappearing into the trash.
It's not my birthday, Mr. Wiseau.
Whatever you say, babyface. How's everybody doing today?
Doing pretty good, sir. He's gonna, hey, wave at Yuri.
How are you doing? You must be Carter. Good, Carter. Shaking who he perceives as Carter by the shoulders very violently. That is good to meet you.
Sir, I'm Ricky. This is Carter. He's gonna point to Carter.
Nice to meet you, Ricky. Carter, give Uncle Yuri a handshake. This is my brother, Yuri Wiseau. Yes, we're related. Blood relation.
Carter looks at Tommy and at Yuri, and then shakes his hand. Well, congratulations on being Mr. Wiseau's brother.
Thank you. I'm CEO of Escalade Cadillac. The company went under 2 years ago. Just let him think what he wants.
Okay. Well, congratulations. That's a very wonderful position to be, especially for Cadillac.
Benny coming over immediately, shaking Tommy's hand. Good to see you. And Colt, how are you doing? Don't worry, taking excellent care of things. Got your message early. Nice. Comes over here. But I don't want to see Ricky and Carter up there. You know who to bring. Just do it. Yeah.
Good to see you, Mr. Wiseau, and nice to meet you. Should I call you Mr. Wiseau as well, sir?
Call me Uncle Yuri. All of you.
All right, Uncle Yuri. Nice to meet you.
Shaking Ricky's hand with one hand and Oz's with the other. It's a pleasure to see you all. I know that coffee cup must have been important to you. Memorian's lips caress it, yes?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can get another one. Play your cards right, dumbass.
Yes, sir.
These two are laughing at Carter. So, here's the plan. Going to take all boys and girls. You're going together, whether you like it or not. We're going to St. Buck's, my newest coffee shop, open in Melbourne.
Alright, I got nothing to do.
We're going to go there, have sushi bar, trail mix bar. Kids go out, you have some fun at the coffee store, okay?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll take you shopping. You can buy whatever you like on Tommy money. I'll give you access to one of Tommy's debit cards. Maybe use some of that money to buy something for people? He winks at Carter, lowers his one glass, not the lazy eye, the unlazy eye, so he can see it, and he winks slightly at Carter.
Yes, sir. I definitely will.
Good. How are things going here in the past 2 weeks? Tommy been very busy handling things. Have to deal with animal. Feed all the time. Eats more than you'll think. Is dolphin.
You've got a dolphin?
Yes. Tommy has many things.
That's cool.
Ha ha ha. He just...
You never do. Is it just for like recreational purposes that you have that? Why do you have a dolphin, sir?
It will lead to recreational things, trust me. It's up on Gateway Station.
Okay. Carter just looks over at Colt.
Looks away. Over here, and you must want to date the lovely Soul. Jesus Christ.
Soul is my sister,
He
sir.
wants to give the dick to Memorian. We all know it. Just say it. Alright, memory eye.
Yes, Memory Ann. I'm quite attracted to Memory Ann.
Does anybody else here think you're jealous of Hazel?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Very good. Gather intelligence for Tommy. It can only be in your benefit.
What do you want to know?
Anything to help me get these two together.
Alright, well, she's very jealous. She, froze and blew up a statue, then blew up one of the targets, then melted the ice on his head afterwards.
Good. Very good. Very good. Starts clapping.
She also damn near straddled him while we were training.
That's what I like to hear. Sexual tension can always lead to good things. Right, Carter?
It definitely can, sir.
Now listen to me very carefully. I will not have a repeat of the supermarket fiasco 2 weeks ago. These girls walk away, huff puff, very angry. Tommy going to have Yuri beat the fuck out of you. Let's just make that clear. He's big, he's strong. You might be fighters, he's stronger than you. Rip your fucking head off. Remind you of anybody? Think about it. Points to him and Carter sees Scar standing there for a second. He's as big as Scar. Think, Carter.
Colt can see Carter take a step back with one of his feet.
You alright?
Just reminded me of someone.
Get to know your new pilot. You over there. Oz nods. You were not given a dossier for a reason, motherfucker. Do not ask why. You're in the military? No, but I know people. Many people. Ricky, I need you to help me with some things in the coming weeks. You play your cards right, Tommy tip you very well.
Alright, I'm happy to help, sir.
Good. That is good. Yes, good. Stop saying it. Okay, everybody follow Tommy and Yuri. We're going down here. Tommy car parked near Delta. We are not going there anymore, motherfucker. Colt just... His head recoils in shock.
Do I get binoculars again today, Mr. Wiseau?
Yes, you never know, maybe. Now clean up your little mess you've made at this table here and come down when you're ready. And you come with me. He comes this way. Yes, sir, Mr. Wiseau. Man, Colt watching him leave. When we were kids, that dude was like mega chill. Now he's like angry all the time.
Yeah?
He definitely seems to like to yell at us and insult. He probably would have made a good drill instructor.
Yeah. Right. Just watching where I was knocked unconscious when the supermarket fiasco happened, so... Yeah. Heard about it, secondhand.
Yeah, I had to sit next to Tommy while he watched, and then got very angry, flipped some shit, and stormed out.
He's the richest man in the universe. He tips you well, that means you're probably getting tipped a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, what else am I gonna do in my free time? I mean, I work out enough.
Yeah, besides, he's not that bad to be in debt to. He lets me slide on a lot of my payment.
Your payments for what, exactly?
Tactical equipment.
Uh-huh.
Sniper scopes, sharp sticks, that kind of stuff. He just walks off.
You're gonna look at Carter? He's bullshitting, isn't he?
Why would he buy a sniper scope and sharp sticks from Mr. Wiseau as he gestures around himself when he's in the military?
And the colonel provides the highest level, best made gear possible to his squad.
Exactly.
The man spares no expense. That glass didn't break when your fat face went into it, Rick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So what do you think he spent the money on?
A fucking dolphin, of course.
Carter starts to laugh.
The look of realization hits Ricky's face, and he just hand to the forehead. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, joy. Puts his hand in his pockets, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
The boys make their way to Tommy and Yuri's vehicle. Down this a ways. Everybody will go into the vehicle together, flashing out to a random colony on planet D7. It's designation. Ash and his squad are coming out of a bar. Now, this is the desert portion of the planet. It's at the bottom of the planet where, in our world, the South Pole would be. Eric Hecker. The South Pole will be. They're coming out of a bar. They've just finished up lunch. They're not drinking or anything like that. They're just finishing lunch. They're currently protecting a colony here, a small colony, waiting for ranger reinforcements to get here to shift guard duty detail, essentially.
Alright. Alright, boys. That's enough of a break. Time to get back to work.
O'Neill will look up. Yeah, whatever you say, boss.
Alright. So we're going to do what we've been doing, keep an eye on the perimeter, make sure nothing gets in. Not that anything's going to get in, but just be wary.
Copy. Was it this boring back when you were our age, sir? He walks over here, Patton chuckling. Yeah.
No, boys,
You
no.
you pull this much guard detail?
No, boys, no, I didn't, but trust me, if you were going through what we were at the time, you'd wish that you'd had guard detail.
That bad, huh?
Well, I've told you about some of the things we've seen. Lycans, monsters from other worlds. I mean, this is downright paradise compared.
I mean, fighting the UIR is something, I suppose.
Fighting the UIR. We killed them in like 2 shots. They're absolutely demolished. Even if they have a whole ass squadron coming at us, they don't stand a chance, mate.
It's hard to earn combat decorations these days, but it's a good problem. I suppose you're right, sir.
Yeah, they really went downhill after the death of the Lightning Count.
Since Delta came around, because that fucking Malcolm movie, and Sasha thought the name Delta was cool, and she made that whole hostage rescue unit all about HRT. We don't even get to do HRT shit anymore.
Well, it could be worse. You could be getting a worse salary and having to sit guard duty somewhere like Gateway. At least you get to be out and about in somewhere beautiful.
True, sir.
And look on the bright side. You guys missed out on when we had to do guard duty on an ice planet about 15 years ago. That was the worst.
How so? Clay speaking of... Freeze your dick off, sir?
You could go that way, Clay. Highs of 25 degrees Fahrenheit at the height of the day and pretty much complete whiteout from the blizzards outside the town. It was wonderful.
Yikes.
The fun part was that the AC in the little barracks area we had intermittently worked, so some days you'd wake up and your shoes were literally frozen to the ground.
Oh. Yeah, I'll take the desert scape, all things considered.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe things aren't just like so bad around here anymore. I quite like it here.
Yeah, it's quiet. Good enough food. There's actually alcohol to drink during the nights, and sure, it's boring, but better than getting shot at, eh?
True that.
Alright. That's enough waiting around. Let's get back to work, boys.
As Ash says that, he hears the of a small arms laser firearm coming out here from outside the perimeter of the town. Their heads all turn towards the gate.
Boys, form up on me. We're going to go see what that was.
Patton right behind him and Cliff.
O'Neill will walk up behind him too.
All right.
Follow me. We're going to go out. He's going to start making his way in the direction of the laser fire.
And they do. They do. Ash leading the charge as Colonel Curtis had taught him to all those years ago, and Ash can see faint trails of laser fire firing off this direction out here. Coming from this giant skeleton of some type of native creature to this planet.
Alright, O'Neill, I want you watching our backs as we come up. We don't know how many people there are, just keep an eye in case it's an ambush. Clay, Patton, you watch our sides. I'm going in ahead.
Copy.
Opie?
Follow me? He's gonna start moving up.
Ash comes up. Ash can see his armor's locking onto the first sign of movement, the visor, excuse me. The first sign of movement. There's a woman in this thing's gigantic skeleton, and the laser shots are coming out of the eye.
He's gonna come up. Take a look around and see what she's shooting at.
Can't see it. He was just wildly blind firing, most likely.
Ma'am, are you alright?
Let's go!
Earthgov, yes. Rangers here.
She rolls out of the eye. Boom. Right here. Ash can tell she's struggling to stand up.
Are you okay, ma'am?
She puts her hand up to say something and starts violently coughing. I'm not gonna cough over them.
Shit. Clay, keep an eye out for anything. I'm gonna go see what's going on. And he's
Contagious?
Don't know. He's gonna run up to her and kneel down next to her and see what's going on.
As Ash got right here, he's about 5 feet apart. Ash hears the sound of a heavy laser type. You haven't heard anything like it for a long, long time. And the laser bolts hit right between her and him, Ash. And the ground, huge concaving impact craters left by this laser rifle, and they're on fire. The sand has actually been turned to glass by them.
He's gonna immediately put his hand up to Patton and Clay and motion for them to stay.
Coming down on a jetpack that emits very little sound, which is very rare, especially nowadays. That's only military grade tech and above, which Ash would definitely know. Is this fig?
Hello there. To what do I owe the pleasure?
He tilts his head to Ash. This lady, do not let him take me, as he shoots out a harpoon, pulling her in, and he clotheslines her right in front of Ash, knocking her unconscious in the sand.
Alright, so we're gonna have a word with you. It's not exactly allowed to attack civilians like that.
She's face down in the sand. He flips her over with his boot. He sees her start to, even though she's not unconscious, she starts to cough again, and he's not even listening to what Ash says. Lifts his wrist, shoots a dart in her neck that sedates her, frosting her over, freezing her.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to put your hands up so we can have a discussion about what you're doing here.
He turns around, and just like his picture, there's a glowing portion of his visor that lights up while he's looking at Ash. This is my quarry.
Quarry? A bounty hunter, then?
Bounty hunter? This guy says under his breath. Ash can hear him over the built-in radio. You best stay away. And he will lift his rifle, hanging off his hip, heavy rifle right at Ash.
He's gonna look down at it, move his hand carefully away from his gun to show he's not gonna reach for it. That's a nice piece there. I ain't seen anything like it for a long time.
Staring at Ash. Looks down at the woman. She contagious? Don't know.
Alright, well, let's talk about this. Something's obviously wrong with her. We got a town right back there with some nice medical facilities. How about we bring her in, get her checked out, and we have a nice discussion. Like adults. I'll even buy you a pint, eh?
Still aiming the rifle at Ash. No, I'll be taking my quarry and leaving.
Alright. Well, it's not like I'm in much of a position to stop you, but the bounty guild's not a thing anymore. So you're an independent, right?
He just bobs his head up slightly.
Okay. I used to do some bounty work back in the day too. I get it. But You can't just go around attacking civilians.
He looks back at the town. I don't see an EarthGov flag there yet. And he's right. It's not an EarthGov colony officially yet.
Whether or not they're EarthGov civilians or not's besides the point.
Besides, she's not even originally from this planet. Tracked her here from the Aridnus system.
Alright.
Some type of runaway. Don't know.
Alright. No clue about her or what she did then, you just were hired to find her.
Don't ask questions, just ask for payment.
Alright. Then, can I get information on whom hired you? I'm gonna have to write paperwork about this after all.
Couldn't tell you. Done through a proxy.
Alright. So you're taking her, and there's nothing I can do to stop you. We both know that. Question is, do you know what's gonna be done to her?
Don't know.
He's gonna look over at them, at Patton and Clay, and motion for them to stand down.
Yep, they do.
Alright. We don't want any trouble. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let you walk out of here. We're not gonna cause anything. And that'll be that, alright?
He'll kneel down, type on his wrist computer. A robot flies down. Kind of like a claw machine robot almost, picking her up off the ground and lifting her away. He bobs his head up to Ash. See you around, Valorius. And he'll hit his jetpack button and fly off. Very quickly. Silently, too. Jetpack emits almost no noise.
Ash is gonna let his shoulders drop and just look down at the ground. Oh, great. Well, boys, we might be leaving a bit early.
How did that guy know your name? They're all coming in.
I've got no clue, but given what he was holding, I might have an idea.
Dampeners on a jetpack. That's EarthGov stolen tech, probably.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Or he stole it from somebody else.
Bounty hunter. He's watching where he flew off. Shrug.
Yeah, bounty hunter. Independent contractor. Ain't been much work for them in the inner areas of the galaxy since, well, you know, the guild disbanded.
I'll place a call through to Highcom and then let Sasha know we're coming.
Good thinking. Alright. Let's get back to town. You boys get ready to lift out of here. I'll meet you on the dropship.
Before the guys head back to town, O'Neill noticed he was watching from a distance. He notices on the replay because he wanted to check the armor, a picture of the guy out again, see if he got a nice, clear, wide-angle shot. The guy is blurred on his video record.
O'Neill goes to take a step while looking at the footage, turns around and takes a step towards Ash. Is that usually normal, sir?
What's that? He's gonna look. No, it's not, O'Neill. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Clay checks his footage. He's blurred. Checks his footage. Blurred. What the fuck?
Ash will check his.
Blurred. Even what he's saying is scrambled. Like the few words he said, the audio's scrambled.
Right.
That guy's got some major league toys, dude.
I'd say so. Patton, make sure
Sir.
to mention that this has suddenly become rather urgent for us to get a hold of them. Clay, I want you to run a trace on the girl's face, see if we can find anything on her.
Copy.
O'Neill, you go get the bird ready and get everyone packed up. I'll catch up with you boys. He's gonna look down at the sand that's been glassed, bend over and take a good look at it.
Oh, they're deep. Definitely a heavy weapon. Haven't seen any laser weapon like this since, well, Max Tech. Epsilon Squad to be more precise, because they were using prototype tech. Ergo, yeah, it might be cutting edge, but prototype means dangerous at the same time, potentially for the user and the receiving end.
Yeah. He either stole it from EarthGov or maybe found some old stores of Max Tech weaponry. That's my guess.
Taking notes.
I've only seen one group use weapons like that, and they've been wiped out for a long time.
Copy that, sir. That was creepy.
It was, and scary. But you boys got a very valuable lesson today. There's fights that we shouldn't take because we weren't gonna win that fight.
There's one guy.
He's gonna point down to the craters in front of him. One guy with a laser rifle that's more powerful than everything we have combined, and going off that jetpack, armor that puts us to shame.
Right. He quivers a little bit his voice. Let's get moving. Sir, we gotta go.
Agreed, let's go.
They will make their way back to town following Ash's orders as the kids find their way, have found their way into the city of Melbourne. Tommy's standing here, arms out. Welcome to Melbourne, those of you who have not been here. What do you think?
It seems pretty cool. Bigger city than Woodbury, that's for sure.
Yes, I think you want to hear movie theater, sandbox, my restaurants, my things.
Alright, I think it's the biggest city I've ever been in. Seems cool.
Is the movie theater right here? All down this way. Sandbox down here. My things, sir. Good. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, I think it's good. So, what are we gonna do, Mr. Wiseau?
Well, why don't you take a walk around town, everybody? Walk around, get the lay of the land. You know what? Carter is very directionally challenged these days because he can't see. He is blind. Isn't that right, Carter? No, don't respond. Don't care what you think. So why don't Memorion take Carter around, help him around? We must help the Tommy can't talk. The disabled people in our group.
I think that's a great idea, sir.
Me too. Excellent idea. Tell you what. So why don't you? His colt has gone off this way. Oh, God fucking damn it. Good job, Soul.
Soul just looks down at the way that Colt just walked away. I know, Mr. Wiseau. I'll go get him.
Okay, listen to me, kids. Go do some stuff, have some fun. 20 minutes, meet at same box. He types on his wrist computer. It pings on everybody's wrist computer. 20 minutes, you meet back here. If you're a second late, don't let Tommy find you. Ricky, you come with me. Talk about something.
Okay.
Yuri will good come over here. That is good, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks up at Yuri. Thank you. I didn't really do anything there.
Tommy up here gesturing for Ricky.
He's gonna follow him. You wanted to talk, sir?
Yes, one moment. Typing on his wrist computer. Elizabeth, I think you and Oz make great couple. Don't be afraid to talk to him as Oz looks down at Elizabeth. Up at Yuri. It just goes down to the Saint Bud. Well, that did not go according to Yuri plan.
I'm sorry, Uncle Yuri. I'm not interested in Oz like that.
Oh. So many children, hard to keep track of. Locked off.
I'm sorry. I have to go now.
Okay, no, be very careful when cross the street. Yuri will stop traffic for you. Even though there's no cars coming, he's out in the middle of the street, standing with his arms crossed.
She runs across the street, looks at Yuri, looks at Carter, just shrugs at her, and ushers her to run off.
She runs off that direction, Memory Ann sighs and just starts walking this direction.
Carter looks at her, walking away. Maybe I can...
Go after her, young man, go. Go, do it, it's okay. Sometimes we strike out.
Carter looks over at Yuri. He gets into the street himself. Mr. Wiseau, maybe you should come back.
Call me Uncle Yuri and I'll come out of the street. Besides, you wear glasses, you blind. You should be the one on sidewalk, not the uncle.
Uncle Yuri, could you please come out of the street? It might be dangerous.
In my younger years, I was what they call this thing. Cross guard.
Do you have a crossing sign on you?
No, I don't. Lost it many years ago. Been around hundreds of years, Carter. Now go after that fine piece of ass. Go. He walks this way.
Alright. As he turns and starts walking down towards the
You
way.
can't tell Uncle Yuri you don't want to. He says as Carter's walking away.
I really can't, can I?
And what are you doing, young lady? Soul.
Laz, Uncle Yuri.
Laz, what are you doing standing here?
I was just doing some research. I'm wondering if there's a library in Melbourne.
Yes, darling. Points this way. Right over there, next to bookstore. Uncle Yuri, take you.
Yes, please.
Look both ways before crossing, darling. Always.
She looks both ways.
Tommy, tell me if anything happens to any of your children, he will murder me.
Oh! Well, I'll make sure to look both ways.
Standing in the street while she crosses.
She looks at Yuri. Thank you.
Up here. Ricky, a little closer.
He'll come closer.
Listen to me, Ricky. You're a very strong young boy. You do this thing called limit braking, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could limit brake to help lift power loader?
Power loader?
Not today, in coming days. Need your help. You and Yuri. Think you can do it. He's strong man. God's way of compensating.
I could probably lift it for a very short period. I could drag it for a while, for sure. I need help to lift it and move it for any real amount of distance, though, sir.
Okay, good. Very good. Maybe we do it late at night, early in the morning. Tommy will call you. My number will never come up on your wrist computer. Tommy owns company who makes those things. So you don't even answer. Tommy just comes up. You make sure you're ready to go. Anytime, you have to be ready. Here's your tip ahead of time. Tommy tips very well, always. Never forget this. Slips a 10,000 credit chit into Ricky's shirt pocket.
Holy yes, sir. Anything you
Buy
need,
yourself something nice. And as long as you help me, you will always get tipped very well.
Anything you say, sir.
Good. Now we're going to go to Sandbox. We're going to watch some things. Watch how these children react to things, okay?
Alright, anything you want to know about anything going on at the base, sir?
No, not right now exactly. Tommy, this is Tommy's plan. Today should work a little better. It's not all going to happen at once, but people in better mood and people got to drink out of cups that memory and saliva on, so they feel a little more confident today.
I'd think so, sir. Although, good luck with Colt.
Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. Now I need you to get Yuri. Actually, boy to boy. Get Oz to go to bookstore. Go. Tell him to follow Yuri and Laz.
Alright, should I tell him you said to go there, or...?
No, take him. Be friendly teammate to him. Do all that stuff that you're supposed to do.
All right.
And then report back to Tommy.
I'll do my best, sir.
Ricky goes. You can move down to Oz, who's waiting outside the St. Bucks. Memory Ann stopped here. She's just reading something on her wrist computer.
He leans against the wall next to her and looks at her. What you reading?
She looks up at Carter. Oh, just paperwork that I have to do by Monday that your father gave me. She shows him.
He looks at it. I could help you.
Could you now? She looks over at Carter. She closes the wrist computer on her closes the paper on her wrist computer, and Carter sees the background picture of her wrist computer is of her mother. She just sighs and then closes the wrist computer completely.
He looks at the wrist computer, then at her. Yeah.
Maybe we could do it tomorrow. She shrugs slightly.
He nods. Many hands make the work light.
Maybe we could do it in your dad's office and commandeer the office for a few hours. If Benny can do it, we can.
He smiles. Yeah, and we should be able to get away with it easier.
You know, he's not talking to Elizabeth because he thinks Ricky's interested in it. At least that's what Tommy said, and Tommy doesn't lie.
Just starts to laugh. The fact that she could look him in the eye is crazy, and the fact that she doesn't even look in the direction of Ricky when he's talking should tell him something.
She crosses her arms, shaking her head. I think they are kind of cute together, though. He's clueless about the world, and so is she.
Carter nods. Very cute together. Is the word naive wrong in this sense? Not to sound mean or anything like that.
No, I think it's spot on, actually. I was happy to see her, but at the same time, actually disappointed. She kicks a can that was on the sidewalk into the street. I wish she had stayed home.
Carter nods.
I'm sure Grandma and Grandpa are not doing well.
I am sure they're not. He shakes his head. She lied, you know.
Looks over at Carter. Huh?
About the reason she came here.
Why'd she come here?
She came here to try to make friends. Because the squad is supposed to be closer than... Being on a squad, you're already one step of the way there. You're there. You have to spend time together. And she felt that that would push her forward into being able to talk with other people and be friends with them. And the fact that me and Soul were going to be here, I don't think she knew about you yet, but the fact that me and her were going to be here with her, that helped her. She just wanted to make friends that weren't going to leave, like at the ODM Academy. And she doesn't really want people knowing that, because it sounds pathetic to her.
She shrugs. Oh, it's not pathetic. Maybe if we'd all stayed at Rainfall Lane.
Oh, I think shit would have been a lot easier.
A lot better, I think.
True that.
Oh well. She looks back down at the ground.
We'll go back one day.
Speak for yourself.
Carter laughs. You know what? Here's the deal. If I go back, you go back. And if you go back, I go back.
What do you have to be afraid of at Rainfall Lane?
Oh,
You're the Primarch's baby boy. And
Trust-
Hazel's only a phone call away.
oh, God. Now I really don't want to go back. Jesus H.
I do.
He shakes his head. I have some things to be scared of there. Trust me.
Like what?
You won't believe me.
I will.
Uncle Scar.
Uncle Scar. Flannel shirt, marble red swinging Uncle Scar.
He can be terrifying when he wants to. The okay, the day I was leaving boot, right? I was about to get into the car, and there he was at the entrance of the house, and he just started yelling at me. You know what, Carter? When you get there, maybe check the box for F because you have a pussy between your legs and everything like that, right?
She starts laughing.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you find it funny.
Really? He's that mean to you? I believe you. She shrugs. I've been away so long.
He Yes, he's that angry at me. He said some shit like, "You know what? At least you'll be paid for to maim people now."
Uncle Scar?
Uncle Scar, and he said to me, "If I ever set foot back on Rainfall Lane, it is on, pussy boy. It is on." And he pointed back to his power loader that was near the house.
She has a jaw-dropped look on her face. I believe you. I do. It's just shocking.
I. He rubs the back of his neck. I deserved it.
She bobs her head a couple times. You know, some days she's looking in Elizabeth's direction. I actually think it's incredible that. Well, I don't know how to put it.
He tilts his head.
I actually think we're all pretty stupid. She looks over at Carter. She wanted to make friends. Why? We could have all just been there together. I think her reason's not doesn't make her pathetic. I think it's stupid. I think we failed to see how good we had it. But then again, I've been here for 2+ years, so give it time.
He looks forward. Yeah, no. We're all fucking idiots.
I think she's probably the biggest. Pointing over here.
He starts to laugh. Arguments can be made for yours truly, but. No. Sorry, can't believe it. I'm the stupidest here.
Well, apparently, if you ask Uncle Scar, he'd agree.
You know what? I'm sure, right here, right now, if Uncle Scar had the choice, he would run up to me and just sock me in the face. No questions asked.
Come charging down the street in his flannel shirt.
Oh God, don't say it. You're gonna wish it into existence, Marianne.
And then he'll show up and I'll have to defend you.
He looks at her and smiles.
He wouldn't hit a girl.
No, I don't think he would.
He's very old schooly.
He is. And then when you stand in front of me to protect me, he would say something along the lines of, "What, Carter, you're such a bitch that you have to hide behind your stupid little..." He goes to say a certain word. I lost my train of thought.
Sure you did. She's leaning back against the wall with her arms crossed. Kicks her feet off the wall. You know, Carter, you could have called me in the past 2 years. This is when you tell me you didn't want to bother me, though. So I don't want to bother you. And she'll walk away from Carter. Going into the St. Bucks, leaving Carter alone.
He just groans and rubs his face and looks at his wrist computer to see how much time is left.
He's got a good 15 minutes as Oz is standing outside the St. Bucks listening to music.
Hey Oz, do you think
Huh?
you could do me a favor?
What's that?
I'm gonna be running over to a store. I think I gotta find a workout store, whatever the hell they're called. Do you think you could run up to the library and get something for me?
He looks around. Sure. What do you need?
Could you see if they got any books on, old school jiu-jitsu? much.
It's up this way.
Yeah, yeah, it's up that way. I appreciate it, dude. I'd go, but he's gonna look at himself. I'm not the book smart kind of guy, and you seem like you're better at that kind of thing than me.
Okay, I'll go. Be careful. Memorian just stormed in here. Mumbles to himself, starts walking up this way.
Gonna get a big smile on his face, start walking up back to Tommy and see Carter looking at his computer. You alright?
Fine, Ricky.
Alright, tell me if you need anything, bro.
I will.
Alright. He'll make his way back up to Tommy.
He makes his way back up to Tommy. What's Elizabeth doing? As Betty is looking in all the store.
Elizabeth is, like, sort of running after him almost. And as she finally rounds the corner, she sort of skids with her boots and looks at him. Benny!
Hey, he looks in the store, some type of jewelry store. Points in the window.
She walks up next to him. You have some long legs. I was running really fast.
Well, military training will do that to you.
I guess so. She looks up at him, and the smile emoticon pops up.
I think I saw Ricky go that a ways. Points this direction. Mr. Wiseau said we could buy whatever we want, but I feel bad spending his money. I'm just looking around. He'll start walking over here.
She follows him.
Ricky went that way. Points up here. See, there's Cart. He's sulking in the corner. I guess things didn't go well with the lieutenant. Look at this. This is some type of pastry store.
She walks up. Do you want some pastries?
Meh. He shrugs. We're gonna have Saint Bucks, whatever that means. Sushi bar and trail mix bar. Strange combination.
She nods. Definitely strange. All in a coffee shop, too.
Ooh, Mr. Wiseau seems to know how to make money. Remember, Ricky went that way.
I don't... She looks up at Benny.
He's going down to the next store.
She grits her teeth under her mask. Just take my mask off, right, Marianne? Yeah, okay. And she sort of hypes herself up. She has to hype herself up. And she runs up behind Benny. Would you mind coming here for a second? She goes into the alleyway.
What are you doing back there? He's looking at him.
Just come here, please.
He looks around. I see. Playing hide and go seek or something weird like that. We're a bit old for that, but okay.
She turns around, looks right at Benny, and she presses the button on her mask.
Uh-oh. Alright, it comes down.
She definitely makes eye contact with him.
He looks shocked.
I don't care about Ricky. Well, I care about him in the sense of he's a teammate and, you know, I got his back in combat scenario, but in personal things I don't care about. I want to spend time with you. I wouldn't show him my face.
Hey, there we finally go. Looks stunned. Oh! Okay. I figured I should just back off. Well, I was just curious. Always wear the mask, the motif, the accent. Pretty darn cool. And then he seemed pretty interested in you, so wanted to back off. I don't want to cause problems. I enjoy getting steady pay. And everybody at the orphanage said being under Colonel Rainfall is a privilege, like General Lorelei and even Gondar. This cat guy she's married.
She nods, and she reaches out to grab his hand.
Do you always hide when you take your mask off? I thought it was strange when you went to eat the MRE, you went behind a rock. The captain let you. Puts up his finger.
She closes her eyes. don't like people staring at me. And when I have my mask on, it's easier to deal with it.
He nods his head and will take her hand. Then I won't stare. Put it back up.
I want you to stare at me.
Okay, he'll look down at her.
You, um, you, I want you to talk to me and have fun with me and stuff like. I want to play Halo with you, and I want to bring Uncle Lugnut to meet you.
So crazy. He's looking right at her. That he's your uncle.
She's managing, which is sort of surprising to her for some reason, that she's managing to keep direct eye contact with him. It can be. It can be. It was sort of weird watching you all play and seeing Uncle Banksy run around shooting things like that. It can be a little weird at times.
We both get to play as him. We'll do co-op when we get back to the town.
I would really like that, please.
Where? So you just push the button on your neck and that puts it up.
She moves her hair out of the way and moves the scarf down. Yeah, that button right there.
Well, not that I don't like looking at you, but he'll press the button for her. If we're gonna walk around and you want to be more comfortable like that, let's go look around before we go to St. Buck.
The smile emoticon pops up. Yeah, definitely.
When you're home, do you wear that? The mask?
She shakes her head. No, well, for one, there's a rule put in place by my dad that I'm not allowed to wear the mask when I'm at home. And it's the fact that I don't mind it when my parents look at me. Or the rest of my family either.
Sounds like a nice place. Shouldn't have left. Glad you did, but should go back someday. Takes her out here.
I definitely should. Maybe she squeezes his hand. Maybe that's how you meet Uncle Banksy.
I'll take you to the orphanage one day. You can meet General Lorelei. She's this ranger general lady. He's walking her up this way.
It would definitely be interesting. I remember Cotter had like comic books about General Lorelei and he would read them and stuff.
He's walking her around. Yeah. If I'd come back anytime you want to go back.
She nods. I'll have to keep that in mind then, Benny.
He leads her up here. They're looking into store windows around the general vicinity of St. Buck's as Colt is going down here. Just sighing, looking in the window of some store. Oz, as Soul runs by, go get him.
As she's running, she turns her body around and gives him a thumbs up. And she stops and walks up next to him.
He's just looking in the window at its men's clothing.
You need some replacements?
Replacements? I've got my battle dress BDUs. I need a whole wardrobe. I got nothing.
No shit.
Nope. Oh, I mean my clothes when I was 16 back at home, but they won't fit. So, yeah.
You want to look together?
His head darts up. I don't know. I mean, we don't got a lot of time. We could definitely come back someday, though. He looks around. I have to be a sandbox. Imitating Tommy perfectly.
She lets out the cutest giggle he has probably ever heard.
Listen to me very carefully, motherfucker.
And she continues to laugh as she puts a hand on his arm.
Do not tell him I do that, but yeah. Yeah. I don't what did they say? Mind your P's and Q's around Mr. Wiseau. My mother always used to tell me that when I was like 6. She started.
She smiles and nods. It is very important to mind your P's and Q's around Mr. Wiseau. But after St. Bucks, I'm pretty sure Mr. Wiseau told us that he was going to take us around a mall. And you know what's in malls?
Clothing.
Clothing.
I don't know. We could go around the mall, go shopping. We could just take bets on Carter and Memory Ann having another hissy fit.
Oh, come on. We both know that they're going to have one, no matter what we do or say.
I would rather them not, all things considered, but when it all went down in the grocery store a couple weeks ago, how dare you? How dare you? I was internally fighting back laughing.
She laughs to herself. It was. I don't think I was there for that, actually.
Uh, you missed the show. He'll put his hand out. Look at those two. Huh?
She looks at them, looks back at Colt, and then he sees like a super surprised look on her face, and she looks back at him. Holy shit!
Uh-huh.
What the? She's holding. She grabs Colt by both of his arms. She's holding his hand.
Pretty cute, huh? He's holding her one hand. Mom always said, help ladies across the street. So there you go. And he tries to let go of her hand.
She grips onto it.
Okay, have it your way.
She smiles up at him. I would much rather hold your hand. Makes me feel safer.
Looks up at Gateway. Oh.
She looks up at Gateway. It looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah. He looks around. You want to see something funny?
I always want to see something funny.
You think we could make Elizabeth and Benny jump if I do this? Hey, motherfuckers! He says across the street. Benny jumps. What does Elizabeth do?
Elizabeth jumps and hides behind Benny.
Oh, he looks up at Colt. It's time for St. Buck. Get in the goddamn store. Benny starts laughing.
Elizabeth starts laughing. Get the shit out of me, Colt.
He winks at Elizabeth right this way, and then Benny and Elizabeth noting he's holding Soul's hand and holds the door for her. Uh-oh.
Elizabeth is tugging on Benny's sleeve. Oh my god! Oh my god! They're finally holding hands. Do you know how long it's been since she's wanted to hold that guy's hand? They're holding hands.
He's wagging his finger at them as he leads her into St. Buck's. Now I understand. General Lorelei always said rainfall women always get what they want. But I didn't know what a rainfall was back then, so he looks down at Elizabeth. Made no sense.
Elizabeth laughs. Oh, I bet it wouldn't. But now you know what a rainfall woman is. And she takes a step back and outstretches her arms a bit. And you're looking at one of them now.
Pretty darn cool looking, if you ask me. And cute behind the mat.
I don't think she was made aware of it. But a blushing emoticon comes up onto her mask.
You're blushing.
What? She hits the mask a couple times and it goes away. Didn't know that was an option.
Come on, let's go eat.
Sure. She holds his hand.
He'll take her into St. Buck's. As up here, Tommy, report, Ricky.
I asked him to get me a book from there, and he's going to get it.
Very good, Ricky. Doing an excellent job. How do things go for Carter?
He's gonna look over his shoulder at Carter, who I assume is still standing there looking at his wrist computer.
Yep.
Doesn't look like they went well, sir. Memory Ann looked pissed and stormed into the St. Bucks when I was on my way to Oz.
I'll say. Alright, Ricky, make your way to Sandbox. Some of the kids go in there. I want you to go in there and report to me what's going on. ASAP.
Yes, sir. Will do.
And Ricky, do not tell anybody about. Ricky, don't tell anybody about anything Tommy talked to you about. Not to squad, not to family, not to superior officers, okay?
Okay.
That's why Tommy tips so good.
No, you're fine, sir. Shouldn't be an issue.
Good. Go down there. Here, put this in your ear. You talk to me. It's private line. I hear you here. He moves his hair, revealing an earpiece in his ear.
All right. He'll put it in and start walking down there.
Run as quickly as possible. Much haste as necessary. He's gonna come over here to Carter. What you doing over here, babyface?
Just waiting for the time to be up so I can go into St. Bucks, sir.
Crossing his arms, looking across the street at this parking lot. I'll say, Carter. Is that what you want to be doing here?
He rubs his face. No, sir.
Carter, do you see that parking lot over there?
Yeah?
Do you know who owns that parking lot?
He just gestures over to Tommy.
I do. It's mine, Carter. I own most things in this city. Carter, I am very rich. Many money dollars. Long time ago was this thing called United States dollar. Now is credits. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Listen, Carter. Money cannot buy happiness.
He looks at Tommy. Are you okay, Tommy?
Yes, I'm fine. Tommy okay. Tommy managed over the years. Nothing to worry about. But at one time, Tommy was happy man. Okay? And you know what me and your grandfather and your father had and that was very similar? We had women in our lives that we loved. Mine cheat on me. Then we make movie about it called The Room. One day I show you. Have you seen?
I have, actually.
What did you think of my acting? Just be honest.
It was sort of funny, but that was good for... It's a comedy.
No, movie was originally meant as drama.
Carter just rubs the back of his neck. Oh, sorry.
Listen to me very carefully, Carter. Your father and grandfather have something very similar. They both see what they want. Tommy looks around and take a chance. Sometimes, hardest decision to make is the best one to make.
Carter looks forward and bites his lip. Yeah, thank you, Tommy.
She is a slow burn. Maybe this won't happen all at once, but you'll have to take positive steps. She feel hurt. 2 years she leave. You don't call her. Why everything on her? It's not all about you.
I'll... Yes, sir.
She misses home, misses her family, misses mother, misses favorite aunt. How you think she feel?
Like shit, Tommy. Or Mr. Wiseau, sorry.
Here, Carter, take these credits. I'm going to come in, play normal Tommy, act like I'm going to buy everybody drinks. You use these credits, buy her drink. I'm going to say, I buy, you insist. Understand? He rubs Carter's shoulder, smiling at him.
He looks at Tommy and actually gives him a smile back. Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
You're welcome. Sometimes I think yelling is not the way to go about it. But, then again, yelling is Uncle Scar's department. You just wait.
What?
Nothing, you will see. Head down to Sandbox.
Yes, sir. And he takes a step forward, turns back around. Thank you, Tommy. And he goes to St. Bucks.
You're welcome. As he comes over here, pulling out binoculars, looking down here. Ricky, report to me what's going on in Sandbox.
He's gonna peek in.
Everything that Elizabeth and Benny are sitting down at the same table with Colt. And so, Colt tries to take his hand back. I don't know.
She doesn't let him.
There you go. So Ricky sees that. Elizabeth and Benny will not try to take his hand back. So he sees that. Memory Ann sitting alone in the corner, just watching the four of them with a smile, though. What's happening in there, Ricky? And has Carter shown up?
Carter's shown up, not doing much. Memory Ann's off on her own in the corner. Elizabeth and Benny are sitting together holding hands. So are Colt and Soul, although it looks like he's trying to take his hand back and she won't let him.
Ah, he was afraid. Don't worry about it. He'll pussy sometimes. All right, Ricky. I'll coming down there very soon. Have to check on the last failed couple. He hangs up.
Alright.
Nobody can hear what Ricky's being told, or even barely. Ricky's talking low enough. What's happening here is Yuri's looking in the bookstore, and Yuri's looking in, Laz is coming out. Oz has just got him.
She flips through the book. You know what? I actually can't believe they actually had it.
And what book is that, Elizabeth? Putting his big arm around her shoulder, guiding her this way, purposely making her bump into Oz, who is looking down at his wrist. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Good work, motherfucker. Watching from the alley.
I apologize, Ozzy.
No problem. What you reading? Looks over the book.
She shows him the book. It's called "I Have No Mouth in My I Must Scream." It's just a short story, not a novel or anything. But
A woman of classy taste when it comes to the written material.
she looks at him and smiles. I've always had a taste for that sort of thing.
Close the book and talk to him. Like this, and he forcibly closes it on her hand.
She waves her hand a bit.
Uh-oh. He starts chuckling.
And holds the book. Were you going to the bookstore?
Yeah, excuse me. He tries to push through Yuri. I've got to go get Ricky a book on jujitsu. I will get it. Walk her. She is young woman. You are young man. Make sure she gets to Sandbox safely. You say jujitsu. You already know many things about you, jujitsu. He disappears into the store. You see, over there, Tommy's watching through binoculars. Clear as day. That's strange, isn't it? Has he always been like that? Tommy's still just watching them.
Laz not even looking at Tommy to indicate that she knows he's there. She just nods. Yeah, I remember at times he would do that to my parents.
To your parents.
Yeah, whenever they would have you know, it wasn't even an argument. They would just like say something they didn't necessarily agree with, and they would sort of just like go off, and they would make up almost immediately. But the entire time that they were apart, Tommy would be watching at least one of them with binoculars.
I see. Is he like the guardian angel of your family?
Yes.
Right. Well, I will accompany you down to St. Buck's. You can read the book if you please. He'll put his hands out.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, she turns around and looks at him. I don't think poor Ricky's gonna get his book on jujitsu.
No, that big galoot's probably gonna... I said jujitsu. I think he pronounced it probably... I'm most likely gonna come back with a book on jump roping.
Well, I'm sure it'll be a good read for Ricky.
Hopefully, he'll lead her down here. Tommy and Yuri following. Inside St. Buck's. Boom. I'll move everybody with the exception of Tommy and Yuri in. And Memory ends off in the corner by herself. Ricky and her. These four are sitting at their table as determined, and these two have just walked in.
He looks around and smiles at him. I'm gonna go take a seat, okay?
Sure. He'll walk this way.
She's gonna take a seat over at this table and just start reading.
Having a good time, Oz?
Yeah, puts his hands in his pockets. St. Bucks looks up here.
Yeah. Ricky just now noticing that on the wall. St. Bucks. So, you and Laz seem to be getting along?
He looks over at her. Think she's a closed book type of girl, so no worries there.
Yeah. I mean, she seems to like you.
What is he saying, Ricky? Who's he talking about? Better not be talking about sexually interested in you.
So why do you... He's gonna put it up so, he's gonna make sure it's transmitting and go, so why do you think Lazuli is a closed book kind of girl?
Short spoken for, likes to read, likes her space, doesn't want to sit with her family, so that would be my guess, but I don't judge.
Me neither. She's nice, and I mean, if she's here, she's a good pilot, so that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, I'd like to get to know my co-pilot at some point, but day one. Let her ease into it back with the family. Right, Carter?
Carter looks over at Oz. Yeah, let her ease back into it.
Yeah, why ain't you up there with him, man? I mean, I know I'm not exactly gonna be welcome to butt into that, but you should be up there.
Very good, Ricky. You understand? Okay, tell Oz to go sit with Laz. Do it. Give him the confidence he needs. I trust you can do this. If you succeed, another 10,000 credit shit in your pocket.
And, I mean, come on, Oz. Why don't you go sit up there with Laz?
He looks at her. I don't be too pushy. And like Carter said, let her ease into it. He looks around. In fact, I'm leaving. He leaves.
Damn it.
You fail, Ricky. How could you do this to me? Go. Yeah, that is good. No, it's not good, motherfucker. You better help Carter. Wait a minute. No, I have Carter under control. Ricky, keep an eye on things.
He's gonna... Will do. Carter, what's up, man? Come on. I mean, if you're gonna sit over there, at least come hang out with me.
He chuckles, walks over, notices the Saint. Saint Bucks. Makes sense. Yeah, that is the Saint. That is the Saint.
Yeah, Saint is something, man. He looks interesting.
That is a way to put it, definitely.
You doing alright, bro? You seemed out of it ever since Lazuli got here.
I'm fine, Ricky. I'm good.
Uh-huh. You seem like you've been spacing out a bit. Something's bothering you.
It's complicated, Ricky.
Yeah, I get you, bro. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, just... I don't know, it really seems like something's eating at you.
He just shrugs. I thank you for your concern. Really, thank you. Just... when I tell you about it, I'll tell you with everyone. Or at least all the boys, since the girls already know about it.
Alright, bro. Just we're a team, right? I'm here for you. Us idiots at the front line gotta stick together, right?
Yeah, very true. Not many people willingly choose to be put on the front line.
Carter, looking this way, notices Yuri somehow peering out of the bathroom at him and Ricky looking this direction, notices Tommy staring right in at Carter and Ricky.
Why is Uncle Yuri staring at us like that?
I don't know, man. Are you gonna question the Wisos?
Good point. Good point. Just turns around and sees Tommy standing there. Feels like we're in for a pincer attack, dude.
Tommy puts his finger up, fixes his hair, points at Carter, comes in. Okay, everybody. I see we're enjoying trail mix. We're enjoying sushi. Who would like some coffee? He looks around.
I mean, it's not normally my thing, but if you're offering...
We have milkshakes here. Any drink you can imagine. Who would like some? Anybody over at the table?
Soul looks over at Tommy and shrugs. Sure, I could always just go for a normal coffee with cream in it.
Understood. Laz, what would you like, darling?
She looks up from her book. Just black coffee, please. Thank you.
Excellent. What are you reading there, honey?
It's called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I'm sure you know it.
Actually, you know what my favorite book is?
What is that?
I have no book, so I should fucking talk to people. Takes the book out of her hand and throws it to Yuri, who catches it. That is good, Tom. Goes in here and she hears the toilet flushing.
Okay. You just...
I'm giving you a coffee. You sit here. Nobody to fucking talk to now. Moves away from her. I will take your order. What would you like, Spooky Face?
She looks up at Tommy.
Banana milkshake.
A banana
For me.
milkshake?
For me. For you two?
Sure. If you like it, I'm so want to try it.
Okay, done. It will be done. Colt, what would you like? Water, please. Guess something else. Suggest something. Maybe he doesn't know these type of places.
Soul leans forward and looks at him. You know what? I think he would be a big fan of a chai tea.
Done and dusted, as Tommy say. Coming over this way, we know Marianne's favorite drink because we saw Carter holding the fucking cup for the past 7.5 hours, so I know what to get her. Carter, I'll read you the menu. I have a braille menu for you. Let me go into the back and get it. Drinks are on Tommy.
I'll pay for at least Marianne's.
Oh, Carter. Tommy turns around. That's so kind of you, Carter. Putting his arms out, being very dramatic.
It's really no problem. I want to pay for her.
I see. Okay, come here, Carter.
He walks up next to him.
Goes behind the counter. Wow, Carter, look at this. Happy birthday. My man's favorite drink, already pre-made. Slides it to Carter. Thank you, I'll take those credits, young man.
He hands the credits to him.
What a kind, thoughtful young man. Isn't that right? She is slightly smiling at Carter. Go get her.
Yes, sir. He is smiling at her and hands her the drink.
She takes it from Carter. Didn't get one for yourself?
He shrugs. I'm good.
You don't like
Oh.
it?
No, I prefer coffee. Black like my sister.
So boring.
I like the bitter. Okay? I prefer bitter things, believe it or not.
Oh, trust me, I know you do. Never mind.
He just sort of sighs, looks down at his feet. I wanted to make sure I got something for you, and even if I had to spend all my credits, or at least the ones I have in like cash form, I
We
would
could
much rather
share.
get it.
You seemed to suck down the last one I gave you.
It was good. I liked how it tasted.
But we would have preferred black coffee.
Maybe I can be, what's the word for, persuaded into finding things more sweet. Honestly, the only reason I like bitter things is because Soul hates bitter things, and she doesn't steal my snacks when they're bitter.
Ah. She sips the coffee and will slide it to Carter.
He takes a sip of it and then hands it back to her.
Ricky, out here!
He's gonna look over and walk over. Yes, Uncle Yuri?
Toilet overflowing. Book did not flush.
He's gonna look over at Tommy. I'll take care of it.
No, you stay out here. You're too important. You leave those type of things to the stupid people. You understand me? Yuri, get in there and unclog that fucking toilet. He goes back in. You're too useful. He is the bronze. You are bronze and kind of brains. The jury not out on it yet. Son of Ash, for fuck's sake.
That's fair. He's gonna come and just lean against the counter here.
Come, sit behind the counter with me. Have any drink you like. You earn it today.
Alright, whatever you suggest. I don't drink this kind of stuff very often.
Look at menu, not the brown one I brought for Carter. And then just tell Robot what you want. And look back here. This is the face of one of the best men to ever exist. The same.
Seems like a cool dude from what you said about him.
He was the best of men. Just like the Colonel and Hunk. Your namesake.
Yeah. Alright. Well, I wish I could have got to meet the guy.
I do too. I think it would be very helpful in these troubled times as he's scanning around the area.
Well, you look at the menu, look to the robot. Cookie dough ice cream milkshake, alright?
Robot beeps. It will be done. Give him a few minutes.
Well, he's gonna count. 3 out of 4 seem to be going well, sir.
Yeah, it's too early to say. Laz, she's weird.
It's her first day. You gotta give some time, right?
Or you just talk to people and be normal. Don't have to flirt. But awkwardness created by that motherfucker right there.
What'd he do?
Oh, I will leave that for him to tell. It is his story. Trust me, I don't want to breach his trust.
Alright, fair. Looks over at Elizabeth and Benny. Well, looks like whatever made him run away from her ended.
Yeah, it's a very stupid girl she is. Join military to make friends. Have friends at Rainfall Lane if all these dumbasses just stay there. But none of them did, cause all stupid. Trust me when I say these things.
Yeah, fair, I guess. I mean, I don't know if it's wrong to want friends outside of family. I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. All I know is these children will not be in the military forever. Tommy will see to it.
Well, I hope you don't take my whole squad away from me too soon, sir.
No, not too soon. Don't worry, Tess and Hecker's still on the horizon.
Who?
You will see someday very soon.
Alright, sir.
I will be there to assist you, even if you are a fuck up like your father in your hour of need. Training many years for this, Ricky.
Understood, sir, and if I am a fuck up, I'm not gonna be one like my dad, so you don't have to worry there, sir.
Good, I hope not. Drink your milkshake. There's a milkshake, he slides it to Ricky.
He's gonna start drinking it.
Keep your energy up. Dealing with these children, it drains you, trust me. Tommy sleep for 2 weeks straight after mall incident. Shopping center incident, excuse me.
Jesus Christ, even when I was the most burned out I've ever been, I've never hit more than 20 hours.
Trust me, you have not dealt with these children very long, same as Tommy, but been planning for all these things. Many years! Even that guy, right there, you'll see him? Work very closely with this lady named General Lorelei. Pick him. Perfect for her.
Well, I mean, they seem like they like each other, although I don't know why he's been running from her. He wouldn't tell me.
Because he's stupid. All boys his age stupid. You too.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Trust me, Tommy knows many things. Looking back up here, what's going on?
He just finished taking a sip and is handing the drink back to Marianne.
She'll take it, sip it lightly, and just stare at Carter.
He stares back at her and smiles. What, don't tell me I got like whipped cream on my face or something.
No. You're fine.
Thank you. You're... He looks at her. You look very beautiful today.
Oh, she scoffed. Yeah, is that what you tell Grandma too?
I don't. He just looks forward. I don't tell people that. I just wanted to let you know that I thought you looked beautiful.
Holding up the drink. Appreciate it.
And he just sort of mumbles to herself, but she's able to hear it, and I sort of always do.
She looks at Carter, clears her throat, and starts sticking her tongue out the side of her cheek.
He looks at her.
You were so
okay?
naive when you were a child. Where'd Mom and Dad go?
Carter laughs and covers his face to hide the slight blush that's happening. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I never did realize what that meant.
Uh-huh. She nods her head. Well, now you do.
I do know what that means now.
She really cheated on you, Hazel.
Yeah, she did.
Her loss, Carter Rainfall.
He looks at her. Thank you, Memory and Rainfall.
I don't think I have that last name. Maybe officially I do, but unofficially I think I've been revoked.
He shrugs. If your last name has been revoked, mine has too.
Oh, given your father's disposition towards me and just in general, probably not well received if I ever returned, as we've discussed.
He shakes
Which
his
is
head.
a crying shame. She gestures out here because I would love to go back with those two. Well, 4, but yeah.
He looks over her shoulder, getting pretty close to her in the process, looking over at him. Yeah, I would love to, too. He smiles at her, but like I said, I'm not going back unless you do.
Well, I am never going back. So she's just watching Benny eating, Elizabeth, I assume, just watching him, and Cole doing the same.
He chuckles. Then I guess we get to be lonely together.
Yeah, most likely.
He shrugs. Doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world.
Missed 2 Mother's Days. I don't even know how many birthdays I've missed.
He rubs the back of his neck. Nothing that can't be forgiven.
Maybe.
He shrugs. And fuck. I'm sorry for never calling. There isn't an excuse. I didn't have the balls to call you.
Why? She looks really confused that we'll slide the drink to Carter.
I mean,
like calling your grandmother, Carter. I'm like 20 years older than you.
you're not 20 years older than me. You are young. You're young. He looks at her. And if I had called you, I don't know what I would have said. If I could have said anything, I just don't. I was too scared to call you because I didn't know what you would say to me.
Hello?
Hello? That's
typically what you say when people call you for out of the blue. How are you doing?
we would have made small talk.
We are now.
He chuckles. But don't I feel like a dumbass? Takes
should.
a sip of the drink.
You should.
Oh, trust me, I do. He hands it back to her.
I don't blame you. Your father despises me, so.
Ryder shrugs. Given the fact that he, overpays you, lets you get out of training and things like that, maybe he doesn't despise you?
She shrugs. I always figured he just did it for my mother's sake. I don't know. Never asked. He's not worth talking to.
He shrugs. Okay. Maybe he isn't worth talking to, but I don't know, maybe he is.
Well, isn't that just some Zen shit, Carter? She starts chuckling.
I know. I'm like a Buddhist monk with my advice sometimes, aren't I?
Yeah, yes, maybe a couple more years around Mr. Wiseau, and you'll pick up the older, wiser motif that he has. He seems to be having fun over there with his helper. He's shocked. Tommy arm around Ricky. Ha ha ha. Whispering something in Ricky's ear. Ricky says something back. Tommy patting Ricky on the back. That is odd, don't you think?
It is.
They're getting along like gangbusters.
I would swear they've been best friends their entire lives.
He just slipped a 10 grand credit sheet in his pocket. Thought, here you go, Ricky. Things are going very well. Thanks to you.
Thank you, sir.
You are very welcome. You will be spending it all very soon. Trust me. Ricky has no clue what he's talking about. What the fuck?
What the hell?
He leans in. Do you think that's Tommy's, illegitimate son or something? They don't look anything alike, but they get along like it. I'm not saying I want your dad to give me 10 grand credit chits, but I would like that relationship with your father.
Carter laughs. Shit, I love my father, but I would love that kind of relationship with my father. Him just handing me 10 grand credit chits, dude. It would certainly be interesting.
You can't believe what she's seeing. Well, Mom always said better to be on Mr. Wiseau's good side, and Ricky is definitely working the good side.
I would definitely say so.
Maybe he's the fucking smart one. Take the coffee cup back. He's buttering Mr. Wiseau up to get a nice job so he can get out of the military. Take a sip of the coffee.
Carter chuckles, looks at her.
An actual career, skill sets that actually matter outside of the military. He has a family, I assume. She shrugs to go home to.
Carter sighs, looks at the drink, looks at her. What's your dream job?
Oh, I have no clue. You don't slide the drink back. I have no clue. We're very privileged. She squints at Carter. We were very privileged, Carter. I don't think you realize that. I don't think any of your siblings realize that, or that brat over there. She points, and yes, maybe that's the pot calling the kettle black, but some of the missions I went on, at your father's behest, the outer colonies, the way people have to live, barely scraping by. Very privileged.
I don't think I realize it either.
I didn't until I saw people living in filth. People having to eat rice every day, rationing out food, 3 ounces per meal, no medical care. That's why Rangers are heroes, these people showing up. Imagine you're a colonist with no food, no running water, maybe a little electricity run by a crappy generator, and Rangers show up, and they start building you a town, and now protecting you from the xeno wildlife, and... She shrugs. I suppose I'd want to be a ranger if I That's a dream job in the military, I suppose. At least they have a positive impact. And no, I don't care what you say. She crosses her arms. Her reasoning is stupid. She blinks back at Elizabeth. I feel like slapping her, honestly.
He nods, takes a sip of the drink. Okay.
It's hard to argue that, though. It's paying off, I suppose, but still.
He chuckles. I never said her reasoning was smart. All I said was that she lied.
And she's an idiot. She crosses her arm.
Yeah? Yeah, I think a lot of us are.
I think she'll lean into Carter, putting her face closer to Carter. There are forces at work here that we don't know about. If you want the truth. I don't think you're qualified to be in the Headhunters. I really don't. Sure, your shooting scores are crap, and yes, it's where fighters with unique skill sets go, but you, her, all of a sudden her, and him who has no business being here. And it's just random chance that the one man in the world that idiot can actually socialize with all happen to be on the same squad, and Mr. Wiseau's best friend just happens to be on the squad. Huh.
It's certainly a coincidence. And
You look over your shoulder at Ricky, and Tommy still patting Ricky on the shoulder. Very good, Ricky. Very proud of you. It's just continuing. Tommy making Ricky another drink. Hasn't even started his first one. Uh-huh.
He looks back at her and he leans closer this time. But I don't think I want to complain about it.
She takes her head back just a little bit. No, but we could just be doing this back at home. Or we should have been doing. It doesn't matter. Give me the drink. And she starts drinking.
He chuckles. You can have the rest if you want.
Thanks.
He smiles and pats her on the shoulder.
Ricky, things are going very well.
I'd like to say so, sir.
It's time to initiate phase 2. We take them to the mall.
Yes, sir. What's the plan?
I'm going to round them up, and I'm going to lead everybody to the mall. Everybody! Oh, shit. Where is that pilot? He's looking around. Yuri! Yuri coming out of the bathroom with a plunger. Yeah! Go find Oswald. He's somewhere around town. He probably go to music store. Love music! Says very loud. Does she even notice?
I'm gonna say yes, but it scares her. Like she jumps out of her seat.
We are going to mall. Everybody, I hate to break up the luncheon, but we are going to mall. Ricky needs us to go there. You see? Ricky needs us to go there. He says under her breath to Card.
Yeah, I got some equipment I need to pick up, and isn't there like some good gardening store at the mall, Tommy?
Yes, excellent store. He can buy many things. We move together. Have to keep an eye on everybody. Tommy in charge of your safety when the Cardinal Bash and Big Turtle Man not around. Uh-huh. She just says under her breath.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, collect your stuff, get some to-go boxes of food, and we go to the mall now. Come on. He opens the door. Benny-Will, let's go. Shrugging.
Elizabeth shrugs. Sure, let's go.
Colt, well, I don't suppose you're gonna let go.
You would be correct.
He'll tap his hand on the table. Okay. Get up. Walk out this way. Tommy giving Ricky a thumbs up. See that?
Carter starts to bite his lip. There's gotta be something going on with that.
Yuri has left to go find Oz. Memory Ann clears her throat. Come on.
Yes, ma'am. He'll follow her.
Very good, Carter. You capitalized on the moment. Good job. Giving him a thumbs up.
Thank you, sir.
The door will close. Tommy, this is going much better than expected. Ricky, grab your milkshake. Let's go.
Yes, sir. He'll slide over the counter and run to catch up.
The kids make their way back to the mall, or to the mall, I should say. Yuri has found Oz, and here the kids find themselves. Boom.
Jeez, this place is huge.
Yes, beautiful mall, beautiful place, mega places you can shop. Buy whatever you like. Express yourself here. Laugh. Just don't hurt yourself.
Yes, sir.
He tries to take his hand back.
She does not let him.
Alright. Let's go.
Soul looks at Colt. We are going to buy you some clothes.
I don't not in the well, if she takes the lead, she can take him wherever she
She looks for the nearest male clothing store and walks him into it.
in here. She definitely notices he's looking at all the security cameras around here. Elizabeth, Benny, there's an arcade over here.
Elizabeth looks at him and nods. Sure, let's go do that.
Awesome. He's gonna take her this way, Tommy. Excellent. Rubbing his hands together, memory hand watching him out of the corner of his eye. Her eye. Everything going according to plan, Ricky. Hands on Ricky's shoulders, rubbing them. This is going very good. Lads, get lost.
Sure. She just starts walking, looking a tiny bit lost, looking all around.
Ooh, that is good, Ricky. Rubbing Ricky's shoulder.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Aha! Memory hand looking over at Ricky.
Everything all right, ma'am?
Is your actual last name Wiseau? No, of course fucking not. Absolutely not.
No, although... Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because you'll be rich. And you wouldn't have had to join military, that's for sure.
I might have anyways. I kind of like it.
And many other terrible things wouldn't have happened, like this bus incident. You ever hear of it?
If you're talking about the one I'm thinking of, then yes.
Yes, very sad. Walk out in front of bus.
Yeah.
Girl going through its shopping bags.
He's going to take a step back.
Where do you think you're going? Tommy behind you.
Sorry, yeah.
I need your help here, Ricky. How could you abandon me at this time?
I'm not going to abandon you. Just gonna shake. Say, what do you need me to do, sir?
Remember, he had into Carter's ear.
Yeah,
Oh, she says.
they're in some kind of cahoots. Come on. He gently takes her hand, light enough that she could take it away if she wants. And he starts walking away. Feels a bit awkward to be next to them while they're making plans like that.
About us.
Yeah.
She looks ahead of herself. Snack store here. I'll meet you in 2 minutes.
He looks at her. I'll just go in with you and buy anything you want.
Well, then I'm just stopping here. She stops here and starts talking to this girl, who knows her, recognizes her immediately. Oz watching. They're just small talking. What the fuck is going on, Ricky? Don't let the wheels fall off now. Need you. Need you to take... Oz, get the fuck out of here. Sir. Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Wiseau, just
What is your problem?
I don't have a problem, sir. Just I'm fine.
Here, I'll walk you closer.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
Need you to... Why? Need you to follow Carter, remember? They all split up, go different directions. Only 3 of us. Many of them. We're outnumbered.
All right, can I follow him from a distance?
I suppose. Maybe seem creepy, like your father.
Oh, shit. Uh, you see him, his shoulders kind of dropping. Alright, do you want me to be honest with you, sir?
Sure, as this girl waves to Memory Ann, shakes Carter's hand lightly, and walks off.
Never mind. Okay, I'm good.
You must be honest with Tommy, or have your shot, remember?
That girl's really hot, and I can't talk.
Memory Ann is off limits, besides, you could never have her.
Not Memory Ann, sir. I'm not interested in her.
Who are you talking about? He's looking around!
The girl they were just talking to. The girl from the clinic.
You short blonde girl.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not see her.
She's, I've been seeing her. Not seeing her, just I saw her, and she's really
Who was talking to her?
Memory Ann.
Alright, go up to Memory Ann, she or your lieutenant, and in good mood, because Carter actually being nice to her, and showing affection, which she desperately needs. But all these rainfall men too stupid to see that. Go up to her and gather information, then Tommy will take some of that information and do some digging and some research.
Information on.
As if Memory Ann knows her, ask her name.
Yeah. Alright, Tommy. Mr. Wiseau.
I will go watch Elizabeth. He goes this way.
Sounds like a plan. He'll, walk up.
There, Carter and Memory Ann were about to walk off to the snack store. She turns around. Yes, Wiseau Jr.?
I just got a question, if you could. And, he's rubbing the back of his neck. Do you, what's that girl's name?
That's Delilah. She works in the same city we do. At the med center. She's a med student. Delilah Contry.
Delilah Contra. Okay,
She nods her head.
okay, cool. I've seen her around, just haven't gotten a chance to talk to her yet. Thanks for letting me know her name.
Yeah, well, if you get really hurt, you're gonna see her. Which you don't want to.
Yeah, I think that's probably for the best. Sorry for interrupting you two.
No problem. Please, if you're going to follow us to the snack store, Wiseau Jr., don't. And she'll start walking this way.
He's gonna tap the earpiece. Mr. Wiseau?
I think they're on to us.
I think I've been made, sir.
That's okay. I want you to see if you can bring Laz and Oz together. Have them do something. They're not too bright. At least Laz isn't right now.
I can try, sir. I don't
You see Oz going around there looking at shoes. He's just bored. No music store in here. Music one of his favorite things. And maybe music and books can meet somehow. Figure it out. I will watch these two in here. He comes here.
Alright.
You can go down to plan your move as Ricky waits. In the arcade, Benny puts some quarters in to it's a fighting game. Tekken for Elizabeth. There you go. You are so short.
What? Yeah, I am. It's a bit of an issue at times.
There's no issue that isn't fixable, or at least addressable. He'll get a stool and set it down in front of the machine for her. There you go.
She rubs the back of her neck. Thank you, Benny.
You don't need help up on the stool, do you?
No, I'm fine. She steps up onto the stool. She looks at him, chuckles slightly. It did look like I needed help onto the stool over there for a minute.
He nods his head. Yeah. This arcade is nice, though.
It is. It has a bunch of the older machines, and they're all really high quality.
I guess Mr. Wiseau owns this place, too.
I wouldn't doubt it. Some of the... Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, actually. I know he owns some, arcade companies, so he probably... What's it called? Sells them out here?
Most likely. He rents them out to himself. He starts chuckling.
She chuckles. It might be good for money making. I'm not really sure about that, though.
He starts chuckling, looking at the machine. You go ahead. You can play the AI. I'll watch. I'm not good at fighting games.
She nods. Okay, yeah, sure. And she'll hit one player on the machine.
He's watching her play. Is she good at these type of games or no?
I would say fighting, reaction-based games like that, she's good at. So like Smash Brothers, Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, games like that, she's good.
There was an arcade in Orange Twist. There was a gaming cafe and an arcade. The arcade I wouldn't go into. I was addicted to the online gaming, but this place is. We should totally like. If I could teleport arcade machines, I would totally teleport some of these back to the base. Which reminds her of when Icy did it. She heard this story. Icy doing that type of stuff when she was younger.
Elizabeth laughs. You sound like my auntie. My sister. My sister.
It's confusing with all the people in their family.
Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah. Heart and soul, and lads for that matter, they're very close to me in age. And they call my sister auntie. So it just... most of the time my brain just clicks like, oh, that's auntie, but not my sister, you know?
He shrugs. I'd say it's a good problem to have. You're pretty lucky to have a family. Whether it's like a cool rich family or just a normal family, whatever it is, you're very fortunate, actually.
She stops playing for a split second and then continues. Yeah, I am. But yeah, you started to sound like my sister for a little bit there.
When was the last time you saw her?
That would have to be a year and a half ago.
Oh, crap. He starts rubbing the back of his neck. Hate your family?
No, I quite love my family. Just basic and then headhunters. Military takes quite a bit of time, I suppose.
He taps his wrist computer. It takes 2 seconds to call.
She stops playing again. Yeah, it does take 2 seconds to call.
He's puts his finger up to say something. Serious look on his face. What the heck? Concentration broken. Staring right into them. Look at that guy.
She turns around, leans back a bit, bumps into him slightly. What the hell?
He waves slightly to them. I think he said something like, if anything happens to you guys, Tommy will hurt him, so makes sense.
Yeah, he probably wants to keep an eye on us. She gives him a little wave back.
He nods, big smile, stands out here. Look, he walked away and he's just looking through the glass. He starts chuckling.
Well, at least his face isn't pressed against it.
It might be in a few minutes.
Elizabeth chuckles. If one of us is playing a game and he does that, we have to get the other's attention on him.
I actually think that guy's really cool too.
He certainly seems interesting. I'm always interested in YZOs. I didn't even know there was a second one.
Really? Like ever?
No. Tommy didn't tell any of us. Not my brother, not my sister. None of us.
Face up against the glass. Uh-huh. He's looking at the glass then at Elizabeth.
Yep, there he goes. I guess he just wants to get a good view of us. She looks at him and shrugs.
Well, I feel safe.
For sure, I feel very watched over.
Like a guardian angel, an 8-foot tall guardian angel.
He is very tall.
He looks down at the game. Let's do 2 players.
Okay. She scoots over a bit.
show me a thing or two about fighting games.
I'll try my best. I don't know how good of a teacher I am at him, though.
He's clearly better than Elizabeth, but letting her win.
She sort of squints underneath her mask, looks over at him, keeps going. You may show something about to you. You teach me how to play this, by God.
He clears his throat.
Benny?
He shrugs. I'm pretty good at most video games, honestly.
Well, I could definitely see that. She gestures over to the cabinet. But you have got to teach me some of that.
If you want to know when I got out of basic training, I got the armor. It was like total like nerd mind blown, not rage moment. Because I felt like Lugnut, though I don't ever want to be called that. He shakes his head and starts laughing. But yeah, big fan of games. Just the culture in general. Shrugs.
The smile comes onto the screen. Oh, yeah, of course. And I wasn't joking when I said I want you to meet Uncle Banksy.
I would totally be down at some point. Actually, one of my favorite games was Tommy looking across. They don't see him watching. He's just looking across through the windows here. One of my favorite games that he pulls up, favorite type of games, I should say, was, you ever see the gun games, light guns? There's a Jurassic Park one, and that Elizabeth really remembers, because there is a Jurassic Park light gun game at Icy's house. Same one she stole from the comic shop all those years ago. And this is something like this. It was like a Jurassic Park 3, but like a Malcolm version, which I don't really care for that Malcolm guy too much, or any of those crappy movies. No offense, I know some of them are on the Rainfall streaming network, but it was pretty cool. It was like you were sitting in a Jeep from the movie. And then the guns were cool.
Yeah.
We had one in Orange Twist. It was in the pizza shop.
We have one too.
You have one?
At Rainfall Lane. My sister. She has it at her house. She teleported it away. I'm pretty sure she stole it, but she has one.
He starts laughing. Stole it from where?
Not a clue. All I know is a gaming convention of some kind.
Okay, he nods. Well, it seems like you guys got... I won't keep repeating myself, but you're pretty cool family. That's all. He looks back at the machine.
She rubs the back of her neck. Very cool family.
What's your dad like? Does he wear masks, or does your mom do it?
My dad used to wear masks. He doesn't anymore after he met my mother. Apparently. Or so I'm told by my brother and sister.
What's your mom like?
She's very nice and very sweet and very loving and very caring. Have you ever seen like a video of Davine Rainfall?
Yeah, I think maybe a couple times.
Well, that's her. She's my mum, and
Wait, she's the ODM lady?
yeah, she.
Holy crap.
Yeah, she's pretty damn cool too. I actually know how to use.
Now, is your dad cool, or do you just despise him?
No, he's very cool too.
Huh. He nods his head. And so Memory Ann is related to you guys.
Not by blood, at least.
Okay. She looks like a lady we used to have a poster of and there was this giant robot behind her, and it was like a recruitment poster in the barracks when I got out of basic.
Yeah,
Do something.
Suletta?
She's part of your family too.
Yeah, she's Memorian's mum.
Damn. He just stares down at her. That's awesome.
It is. It is. Uh,
I mean, you got to think about it in the gaming world today, which is like the only culture I ever felt like kind of attached to and sort of accepted around. Like they're like there's video games made of these people. They're awesome. I did not know Lugnut was based off a real guy, of course, but that is awesome.
it is. It is really cool. They're all really cool. She just looks down at her feet.
I would totally call them all the time, but then they'd probably get sick of me. Either way, that's pretty damn cool. As he easily defeats her in the game because she was looking down at her feet.
She looks up at the screen and looks over at him. I don't think they would get tired of you.
Well, apparently you must have thought that. He shrugs at her.
He looks back at the screen. Yeah, maybe. She shakes her head. Do you have any other interests, though?
Oh, honestly, mostly just gaming. It's the only, like I said, I felt the only real friends I made were at that land cafe. So he shrugs.
She nods. Oh, I can understand that. I don't have a lot of interest either. Books. I like books. Leslie, actually, she got me into reading them. She thinks for a second. Looks at him. And I promise not to make fun or anything.
No, I won't. I won't make fun of.
She scratches the cheek of her mask. I actually enjoy singing a bit.
What kind of have you ever? Are you part of a band? I heard Carter mention he was in a band.
No, I was never part of his band. I don't think my singing's very good, so I don't. Maybe I should put it out there, but
How do you ever get better at something if you don't try? I got good at games, as useless of a skill set as it is, but because I just kept trying.
she looks at the game and then back at him. I don't really think of it that way.
It's a lot easier to play a game than get up in front of people and sing, of course, but hey, baby stuff. Maybe we could have you sing in front of Oak here. He would definitely tell you you're doing a good job.
She chuckles, crosses her arms. Good job, Elizabeth.
That is great. Then there's that guy, good, that is good, is like every other word that comes out of his mouth.
She puts a hand on his shoulder. Good, Benny, that is good.
Promise me this. He'll point at her. Look around. I'll sound like a broken record. But promise me you go back to your family one day. Because, listen, you're really lucky. Don't be stupid. He looks at her. Trust me. Capitalize on what you have.
She looks at him. I promise.
He nods at her.
And if you don't mind, she looks back at the game. Perhaps I could take you with me when I go back.
Sure. As long as sounds like a hard place to get into.
She looks at him and smiles. I'll make damn sure you get into it.
Do you have to be blindfolded your first time?
You know what? There are rules about it, but not for you. I won't blindfold you.
I would be blindfolded. Wouldn't bother me that much. He's strong.
She chuckles. Yeah, plus Uncle Banksy might get mad that I didn't blindfold you first. Maybe I'll have to blindfold you.
You know, it is kind of crazy. Lugnut, the enemy, the leader of the alien race that Master Lugnut defeats is this guy who kind of looks like Bash.
Oh, yeah?
Show her a picture of a guy who sort of looks like Bash, yeah, in this game.
She leans forward. Jesus Christ, it does look like Bash. Do
I
you
think
think...
they put Bash in the game to give him royalty money, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Pequod is always doing stuff like that.
He nods his head. Oh, you want to get back to it?
The smile emoticon pops up. Yeah, sure, I would love to.
Ricky, everything is going excellent over here.
Good to know, sir.
Good, Rick, that is good. Make your move. Yes, do it, Ricky. You can do it. Tommy has the utmost faith and confidence in you. He's staring at here.
Do my best. He'll walk up here. What you doing, Les?
Oh, I'm not really sure what to do. I'm just looking around, I guess.
I mean, I ain't got anything better to do. You want to walk around with me for a bit?
If I'm not bothering you, I don't know this mall very well, so she shakes her head. I don't know everything that's in it.
I mean, I got no clue either, but better to walk around with someone than to stand alone, eh?
Your fucking idiot pilot is sitting at tables near the bathroom eating slice of pizza. You see him down there?
He's gonna...
Fucking idiot. Not you, him. He's fucking idiot.
Under his breath, yeah, I see him.
Execute plan B. Get her down there. You are the quarterback. You are Tom Brady.
You know what? You're new to the squad. Let me get you something to eat. Come on.
Sure?
Follow me. He'll, lead her into here. Oh, hey, Oz.
He looks up, waves, takes his earphones out. Field trip over? Can we go back to the base now?
Not yet.
Great.
Laz, why don't you hang out here? I'll go get you some pizza.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Ricky.
Yeah, hang out here with Oz. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Excellent work, Ricky. You are nothing like your father. I am so proud of you. Come here for more money from Tommy.
I'll be right up there once I get...
You heard that? Come here for more money from Tommy. Watching from the door as Carter's looking around.
He looks over at her and just smiles.
Come to me, Ricky. Come here. He's got his hands up for a hug.
He makes his way up and accepts...
That's my boy. Motherfucker. She slams her foot on the ground.
He walks over, peeks out. They're fucking hugging.
Meanwhile, he gets pissed at us. That is so ridiculous.
God damn.
You've done very well, Ricky. You've done very well, Ricky. I've done some research. Delilah Country is her name. She works in medical facility. We take you to meet her very soon. In a few days, she leave for weekend. Go home. Might be complicated though because your father kind of fuck around with her mother a long time ago.
I'm sorry, my dad did what?
It is a very strange story, and as I say, I have forgiven your father. I will not breach his trust and confidence. I do not hate him anymore. I just don't want to deal with him. I think it's something you need to talk to him about. You understand? I cannot do this. It's just, this may complicate things.
You see his shoulders kind of drop. Oh.
There is no challenge insurmountable. Raise those shoulders, young man, and take another 10,000 credit shit. 30,000 credits in less than 2 hours. Now you're working for Tommy.
Yes, sir.
You motherfucker! She's just watching this exchange. Can you fucking believe that, Carter?
I can't. I can't. 30,000 credits in less than 2 hours?
Don't worry about it, Ricky. I'm going to get a slice of pizza. I go back in, check on Bookworm. If she have book, I take it from her, destroy it.
Yes, sir. Anything you need me to do?
Listen to me very carefully, Ricky. Not right now, but I think you need to talk to your mother about this country woman, because your father busy man defending democracy out on the frontier. But if you're interested in this girl, eventually you have to meet her mother, Ricky. And you have this last name, so I would consider maybe calling home in a few days.
Will do, sir. I'll, figure
Take a seat on the bench, I want you to watch those two.
He'll, just kind of slump down in the bench and look at them while thinking about what he's just heard.
Tommy to go to get a piece of pizza, memory in. 30,000 credits in 2 hours. Now you're working for fucking Tommy. She picks up a candy bar, freezes it, crushes it in her hand, and just lets it fall.
Carter just shakes his head. I want to work for Tommy.
We should be. We all should be. If we weren't fools.
Yeah, if we weren't fucking idiots, we would all be working for Tommy, making 30,000 credits in less than 2 hours.
That is absurd.
Carter just starts to laugh, looking through the candy, picking one out and putting it in the bag he has.
He picks up another piece of candy, looks around the store, shrugs. I'm with Mr. Wiseau. Nobody gonna stop me. Opens the candy and starts eating it.
Carter shrugs. As long as we pay for it later, it doesn't really matter.
It's just a vanilla chocolate, white chocolate here. She'll break a piece off and hand it to Carter.
He looks at it and smiles at her. You sure? Vanilla's your favorite. And
I can just take all these down here. She gestured.
Yeah, that seems like a plan. I'll buy him for you. He takes a bite of it.
You don't have to.
He smiles at her. If you want it, I have to.
He looks down at the chocolate bars. That's really kind of you, Carter.
He shrugs. It's no problem.
Do you think your mom still makes spaghetti dinner?
Yeah. Last time I heard, she was still making it.
I told your father to choke on it. I actually really liked it. It was so much better than my mother's cooking. She starts laughing.
That's why they always said that.
Yeah. She's staring down at the kid.
I was really confused when one day they just started saying stuff like that. Huh.
Didn't get off to the best... Yeah. Walking this way. I would say we should get Ricky some snacks, but since he's got 30,000 credits, fuck him. Looking at the chip.
Carter laughs. Yeah, you know what? If he wants snacks, he walks over here, leans on the little table in front of him over to Memory Ann. If he wants snacks, he can buy him himself.
Picking up some chips. Just sigh.
He walks over to her. Yep. Yeah.
You'll see, Carter. She looks over her shoulder. I'm sure EarthGov space colonies are nice. Give it time. You'll see what it's really like. And I hope Elizabeth sees and learns from it. I hope Soul does. I hope Laz does. You'll see. I had such a bad attitude when I joined Julia. Oh my god. Carter. Told your father to choke on spaghetti. I assumed that they were just given their rank. I had a horrible attitude.
He shrugs. A bad attitude can always be fixed.
For the most part, I think I've fixed mine, save for an outburst here or there in the past couple weeks, but once you get out there and see what it's really like, if you don't learn from it, you have to be stupid.
Carter nods. Well, hopefully I do learn from it, because I think I'm stupid about a lot of things, but hopefully not this.
Hopefully not the rest of them. She gestures with her hands out this direction.
Carter nods. Hopefully not the rest of them. As he picks up some dark chocolate, opens it up, takes a piece off and eats it.
It's probably why I'm missing home. It's Friday and spaghetti dinner, and yeah. Some days
And he
easier
offers her
than others.
the bar.
She takes it, takes a bite.
Yeah? Are there a lot of hard days?
More than I'd care to count. Eating the candy bar. Dark chocolate is disgusting.
Carter chuckles. Yeah. It's also sort of ruined my taste on a lot of things.
She's not gonna eat your snacks now. She's got her snack. She gestures over here.
And I'm sure she wants to eat him up.
About time.
He chuckles, looks over his shoulder. He still seems pretty, you did see him, like, trying to take his hand away from her, like, a bunch of times, right? Or am I just hallucinating?
She shrugs. It would be intimidating. I mean, the daughter of Patricia Rainfall. Primarch? That's,
Yeah, it definitely would be intimidating. Yeah, and she has definitely heard that type of phrase many times.
She sighs. Well, hopefully she doesn't, let him go.
He looks over his shoulder again, looks at how tightly she's holding his hand. Don't think she will. At least, looks over at her. At least for today.
Probably she's leading Carter this way to get a better view. He's gone back, trying on clothes. Probably gonna break his hand. At least she let him go for now to try on clothing. Surprised she didn't follow him in.
Carter laughs. I'm sure she thought about it.
And look at him. Just sitting there counting his credits.
Motherfucking 30,000 credit ass bitch.
Dickwad. Staring at him! He's real proud of himself, I bet. The right hand of Mr. Wiseau, we should just start calling it.
Yeah. I don't know, I was sort of partial to Wiseau Jr.
I like Wiseau Jr. too. Actually, one of my most favorite spells Aunt Icy taught me is not useful in combat at all, really. She snaps her fingers. But listen to me very carefully, Carter.
Oh my god.
That woman made a spell so people can perfectly imitate, sort of perfectly, imitate Mr. Wiseau.
That is amazing. God damn, I wish I could learn that one.
What is Uncle Scar's favorite snack?
He leans forward. I know his favorite meal is like a sandwich. Coffee, cigarettes. I don't think I know his favorite snack.
She looks around. Maybe we should stock up on marble red cigarettes for when he shows up. A peace offering, if you will. Save your skin.
Just put them all in front of us like a shield.
I can't really do his voice, but fine, Carter, I'll take these and come back and beat you up later.
Hey, you never know, it might work.
I doubt he'll ever show his face around the base. He's smart. She raises her eyebrows to Carter. He didn't leave Rainfall Lane.
He just nods at her. True that.
He appreciates what he had.
He just sort of sighs and looks down at the candy.
Maybe that's why he hates you.
I don't doubt it.
Come on, Carter. She'll lead him out. You just leave the credit.
Yeah, he just leaves the credits.
Take him out here to the fountain. She'll sit down on the fountain. Meanwhile, Ricky, watching in this direction, Colt comes out dressed in whatever she picked out for.
She lets out a whistle when, in all reality, all she really picked out for him was like a plain green t-shirt with pants, with jeans, and that's about it.
Looks good. He starts chuckling.
Yeah, it looks good.
Lifts the shirt up slightly. Okay.
She shrugs. I mean, is there any like specific thing that you like to wear? Like a...
I have 0 fashion sense, doll. I have 0. 16 in the military. BDUs and more BDUs. And not in combat.
She chuckles, walks over to one of the clothing racks and starts going through them. She takes out like a polo shirt, holds it up to him. No. Puts it back on the rack, keeps looking through it. Hey, here, let's try this out. She takes off a dress shirt, and then a normal t-shirt, and a pair of khakis. She walks up to him and hands them all to him. Put the khakis on, put the shirt on, and then put the dress shirt over it, but don't button it up, and roll up the sleeves.
Casual look like grandpa. Your grandpa, I mean.
She winks at him. I mean, it'll probably work.
He looks down at the clothes, his wrist computer starts ringing, and he sees it's his mother calling. She sees his neck recoil, he gasps, oh god.
Oh, here, I'll take the clothes if you have to take that.
Yeah, it's Mom.
Yeah, of course. She'll take the clothes from him.
Just go back out to the... Look, Carter's out there, and look, Ricky's out there. Go out there.
She blinks.
I'll be back at the Wizo vehicle. This is bad. There's cameras everywhere. And I tried to tell you. He points at her and storms out.
Halt!
Disappearing. Ricky, what's the situation up there?
His wrist computer started ringing and he bolted out, leaving Sol alone in the clothing store.
Did you see who he was talking to?
Did Ricky catch that?
You heard him say Mom as he rounded the corner.
I think it's his mom, sir.
Oh. Well, that's very strange. What's the big deal? Tommy doesn't understand this thing. Ricky, what do you think?
He said he thinks his mom would kill him because fraternization in squads isn't allowed, sir.
What was his IQ scores again? Look at very good information gathering skills. Oh, this is so stupid. All these children, idiots if you ask Tommy. Okay, Ricky, going in here with Liza and Oz, see what's going on, okay?
Understood, sir. Just tell me if you need anything.
I will do. Tommy peering around the corner. Oz was eating a slice of pizza. His head recoils as Tommy comes around the corner. He doesn't realize they've noticed him.
Laz, her eyes just go over to Tommy and then back to Oz. She clears her throat. So, Oz,
I brought you a slice of pizza, baby fast.
She jumps a bit. Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
You're very welcome. You enjoy it. He'll walk out this way. Wait a minute, actually, he comes back in before Oz was about to say something. Do you think it's strange that Colt's mother call him, and he run away from your sister?
She blinks a couple times. Yes, that is strange. Why would he do that?
I don't know. Ricky has ideas. Ricky very helpful, very useful. Excellent information gatherer. Eat a pizza. And no books. He points down at left.
She sort of cowers when he points at her.
And that
Yes,
means
sir.
no reading off that wrist computer, young lady. He walks up.
She watches him as he walks out. Anyway, you were gonna say something?
Tell me about your flight experience. We should get to know one another.
Oh, of course. Well, I first started flying when I was around 13, and my
Damn.
mother. Yeah, my mother. She taught me how to fly around in our family Escalade. So I would fly around the grounds that our house is on all the time. And then after that, I just started continuing to fly. Once I got to 16, I got my license in it, in hover flying, and would drive my little siblings and my mother and my father around if they didn't feel like it. Eventually, I turned 18, I went off to college, got my bachelor's in mathematics, then I joined up in the military.
And military flight experience?
I flew mainly with the Marines. There was a lot of, like, freighter ships that I would fly. I was the main flight of them. I would also fly some fighter jets and stuff like that. And every so often, I would help out the Rangers.
Quite decorated. He gulps.
She shrugs. How about you?
Headhunters. Right out of pilot school.
How long have you been out of pilot school?
5 years?
She smiles. Well, that's... if you don't count me, that's about as long as I've... Actually, no, you've been flying longer than I have in the military.
But the Headhunters is developmental group, I suppose, but I personally like the Colonel, like working under him, like the way he runs things, and I think he gives us a fair shake, so I could be here the next 50, I'll be okay.
She nods. That and it's a beautiful place to be. Woodbury seems quite nice, from the limited amount that I saw of it, and Melbourne certainly seems interesting.
Yeah, especially when you have your tour guides for uncles, uncles for tour guides. Look, if you want to take the main pilot seat, you're more than welcome. I actually need weapons training, so...
She tilts her head. Well, bites her bottom lip. I'll take the pilot seat until you're comfortable enough. No, wait. I'll take the gunner seat. You take the pilot seat until I train you enough that you feel comfortable to be in the gunner seat.
Now we can actually do training sims, now that I have a co-pilot, so...
Exactly. And I could definitely help you out with the gunnery part of it all.
I need it, trust me.
She smiles at him. Then I'll definitely help you.
And you can read books around me. It seems like your uncle is book phobic or something.
I don't know. He threw the book that I just got into the toilet.
Has he always been like that?
No, he was always quite nice and pleasant and very relaxed around us all.
Well, you can read around me.
She smiles. Thank you. She looks around. Not right now. Too worried he's gonna burst in and see me reading something.
Yeah, but get back to the base and I have not seen that man around this much. With this squad, it seems we're going to be seeing a lot of him, which I don't mind. As long as we stay on his good side.
She nods. Mind your P's and Q's around Tommy and stay on his good side.
That's what I keep hearing.
She smiles. Trust me, we were taught that from a very young age. It's always good to be on the good side of Mr. Wiseau.
And Kata and Memorian, I'm just curious. Have they always been like this?
She leans back. Do you mean somewhat standoffish to each other?
They are like the Mount Vesuvius of sexual attention, darling.
Oh, well. She scratches her cheek. Yeah, they were always sort of interested in each other.
And we don't know what's holding them back.
I got no clue, honestly. Maybe I can inquire about it, if you wish.
Well, Colt told us he's afraid his mother would hurt him, like Mr. Wiseau was inquiring about, or be angry at him for being with your sister, which is something.
What?
Yeah. He said it didn't leave the barracks, so don't go. Yeah.
How? She rubs her face. Her mother wants him to be with Soul.
What? That's why he's here, because he has no business being in the headhunter.
Exactly.
So this is some, like, nepotism level crap from down above.
Yeah, yes, she...
What a moron. He starts laughing.
The only reason he was sent here, to my knowledge, from what I heard from Sasha, or General Browse, I should say, is he was sent here so he could meet back up with her and be with her so they could finally, connect with each other.
You know, I'm not one to play Cupid, but what I will say is I heard Bash and Okia mumbling that Elizabeth has I don't know why, Elizabeth has a direct line to Sasha for some reason on that wrist computer. Like, emergency forces Sasha's wrist computer to open up. Maybe somebody ought to tell Soul that. He just smiles and shakes his head.
Laz bites her lip. Perhaps I should. It would be useful for Soul to have in her back pocket.
You're just being a good big sister.
I would say so. What if something happens to Elizabeth? But her wrist computer is fine. And we need to call the general. Soul shouldn't have the knowledge of it.
I agree. I agree.
She smiles and nods. Then I guess I'll need to tell her.
Let's go find it.
She smiles and stands up.
He'll walk out this way with her, Tommy rubbing Ricky's shoulders, Memorian pointing over at them, whispering to Carter, "Look at that.
God. It's
Teacher's fucking pet."
It's like he's like in his corner while he's boxing and he's giving him advice, almost massaging his shoulders.
Listen to me, Ricky. What has you depressed? Tommy can tell.
I mean, the one girl I've ever really been interested in, apparently my dad did something to her mom, and that may kill my chances.
Yes, Tommy wish he could tell you, but I think it's better the family explain these things. I don't know how your father would feel if Tommy say these things to you, but what Tommy will say is, nothing is insurmountable. Do you understand me?
I understand, Jim. Really, I don't care if he's mad about you telling me, but whatever you want, sir.
Listen to me. It is nothing we can't overcome together through teamwork and unity. One thing Tommy preach very often is must work as a team to make money or win fights in the military.
Yeah, you're right, sir. Thanks.
We will start in on this girl very soon. We have to take delicate approach. Gather information. You must be ready to talk to her. Are you afraid of her? You seem afraid. I can tell. I see the back of your neck sweating. What the fuck are they talking about? Every
Carter rubs his eyes. I don't know, and
Here, let me wipe that off for you. Pulls out a handkerchief. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Carter just sits on the fountain and rubs his face.
Everything will be okay, Ricky. What were you going to say, Ricky? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm not scared of her. I'm scared to talk to her. She's not gonna want to be with me. I mean, come on, man. My last name's gotta be radioactive at this point.
How do you know she will not want to be with you? You don't know that? You don't know until you try.
Look at me, bro. I'm a scrawny beanpole, and my last name's Valorius. Why would she want to be with me, bro?
You shoot energy blades out of your hands. You have beautiful purple eyes, beautiful hair. Look nothing like your decrepit father. What the fuck? He pokes Laz on the shoulder and points over here.
Did Mr. Wiseau just call Ricky's father decrepit?
Don't. Yeah. You must have confidence. If you wish to be fighter, need confidence. Inside of combat and out. My teacher, Colonel Rainfall, told me this.
I mean, I got confidence in a fight. I don't think there are many people that can beat me in a fight. I don't know. I'm good at fighting. I'm not good at this shit, sir.
And you only get better at this shit by doing. Remember that. Here, let me wipe off your neck again, sweating very profusely. He's just staring at.
I trust you, sir. Whatever you think. If you think I can do it, I can do it.
You can, but you don't. Rome was not built in a day. Tommy Empire built over the last 700 years.
Well, hopefully it takes less than that for me to get the guts up to talk to her, sir.
Well, I hope so, because odds are you will be dead. Long before 700 years. Even half-elf, you're going to be dead by then. Unless longevity spell, which your mother and grandmother reject.
They did, huh?
Yes, very long story, not for Tommy to get into. You will call home, very soon. Do this for Tommy, yes?
Anything for you, sir. I was planning to talk to Mom anyways.
Good. Don't be like these kids over here. Appreciate you have good mother. They will learn hard way. Fucking morons, especially that one. Points at spooky face. But anyway, don't tell them I say that. We're working on things. Very delicate situation. Stand up and come with me to meet the squad. As Tommy looks over and realizes everybody's staring at him. What you looking at?
We heard all of that, Mr. Wiseau.
Did you hear what I whispered to Ricky though? Which you did not. About good family.
No, sir. You did a good job of hiding whatever you said.
Good, Carter. That is good. Rubbing Carter's shoulder.
His shoulders just sort of go up.
Well, fine. If you heard everything I say, then maybe you can help us work on the Lava country together as team. Where is Cole? He will. Anyway, we'll figure out where he go. But yes, together we'll figure this out. As long as you didn't hear the other part.
No, yeah, I'll.
What were you doing? Whispering him your bank account information? Wiseau Jr.? Don't be jealous. He could help her. He never tell his mother to choke on her spaghetti. Marianne starts pouting.
Wait, she said that to her mom?
Very long story. Alright, did everybody enjoy? Get up, Ricky. Hold your shoulders high.
He'll get up and kind of just try to stand up normally. Yes, sir. I can do it.
Did everybody enjoy their trip to the mall with Uncle Tommy and yours? Marianne, it was fun, yeah.
I quite enjoyed it. Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
Spooky Face, did you enjoy it?
She nods. Yes, sir. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
What about you, Liz? Did you have some fun?
She looks at Tommy and nods. Yeah, I had quite a bit of fun.
Good. Just beginning for you. You're here, darling, handing her the wet book from the toilet.
She
I'll give
pinches.
that to Oz. He will carry it for her. Right, Oz. He takes it.
She looks at Oz. Thank you.
He nods with a smile. And so, how did you enjoy your trip to the mall?
They look at Soul, and she has like 3 bags full of clothes. She looks at Tommy. It was quite fun.
Good. And the trip to the sandbox, very excellent for everybody. Things go a little better this time. Anyway, time to go. Come on, Ricky, have some things to discuss.
Yes, sir. He's gonna get up and walk up.
Yuri will come over, put his arm around Ricky. We're going back to the car. Fine, go together. Talk to me like you want to talk to woman, Ricky. We help you through this. They leave. What the fuck? He just stares down at the water and it starts frosting over.
The fuck was all that about? Why does Ricky get to be the helper? As he just stares down into the water, and as it's frosting over, little sparks of electricity sort of crackle over the ice.
I don't know, but I'm going to take this book to the car and try to dry it off. He starts walking this way.
She looks
He's
at Oz.
drying it off with his shirt.
Lazuli looks at Oz. I'll join you. It's my book. I don't want you to. I'm sorry about this.
It's not a big deal, trust me. I've got it. He's drying it off with his shirt. We gotta get it out into the sun ASAP.
She nods. Yes, let's go.
Do they disappear? Huh. He's just looking at the direction where Tommy was standing.
Elizabeth looks up at Benny. Huh?
I heard what he said to Ricky.
She tilts her head. You call Codes?
I do. He nods.
Oh, are you going to tell us what he said?
No, but I agree with him. He nods his head again.
Elizabeth nods. Okay then. It must have been pretty smart then.
Yeah, I am pretty smart. Come on, let's go.
Elizabeth chuckles and starts to follow him.
They go this way. Memory Ann, you're buying him all those clothes?
Soul looks at Marianne. Yeah, I already bought the clothes for him.
Well, does he not have money?
Well, he just sort of ran off before we could really choose many clothes, so I just picked out some things I thought would be good on him, and I'll give them to him as a gift.
Memory Ann squints at Soul. What made him run off?
Apparently he got a phone call from his mother.
Huh.
And then he said something about cameras being all over the place. He said sorry to me, I think, and then he ran away.
She sticks out her chin slightly, thinking Memory Ann stroking it. Huh. Looks up at Carter.
Carter's trying not to laugh. He's covering his mouth, and he's just shaking his head.
He knows something. She gestures with her eyes to Carter.
Soul looks over at Carter. Yes, he does. He looks at the two of them. Yes, I do. And whether or not I'm going to say this information that I have, that was told to me in private, trusted to me, that's another thing.
Ah. boys. She'll come over here and take some of the bags from Soul to help her. Boy's secret.
Boy's secret indeed, as she looks over at Carter and squints her eyes.
We don't need their help. We're smarter than them. On average, women are far more intelligent than males.
She nods. Plus, it's not very hard to be smarter than that one. She points over to Carter.
Not at all, in fact. Come on, honey. Start walking around this way. Come on, Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
As coming up here, Ash is strolling his way into the office. Well, he gets to the door. These three are still here. Finishing up for the day. Julius finishing up some things. You guys weren't really working, just Julius venting about the Pequod issue. And Icy kind of venting about it too. And this guard up here, Ash, lifts his head.
Sir. Sir?
How you doing?
Doing as well as I can be. Got important information for the general, sir.
No questions asked. He just opens the door. Best ranger captain, so they're just letting him write it.
Thank you very much. He'll come in. General Brass, ma'am?
Ash! She looks over at him. I got a call from O'Neill, I think. I can't remember which one. All the armor looks so... Anyway, he looks up. Just dealing with drama. Icy waves to Ash. What does Julius do?
Julius gives him a nod.
What can we do for you, Ash? What's the situation? Or what's the problem?
Colonel Rainfall, good to see you.
Come on up.
General Rainfall, good to see you. He'll walk up, bow slightly. Good to see both of you. We have a situation, ma'am. As you know, we were guarding a colony waiting for more rangers to arrive. We had just gotten through with lunch. We're going back to our posts when we heard small arms laser fire. We went out to investigate what was going on. I had O'Neill cover our backs. I had Patton and Clay cover me while I went to investigate. There was a young woman hiding under a skeleton firing blindly into the air. She was coughing quite heavily when I got to her. Before I could get anything done, a man came down in a silent, I'd say very advanced jetpack, ma'am. I couldn't hear it coming. He shot in between us with a laser rifle that left large craters in the ground and glassed the sand before knocking the girl out and shooting her with a dart that froze her. And I was left with no choice but to let him leave with her, ma'am. He claimed to be a bounty hunter.
Icy was getting a drink at this time for Ash, looking over her shoulder, eyes wide at Julius.
Julius squints. Do you have any footage of this man? Did you manage to coerce a name out of him, anything like that?
No, sir. No name, and... well, look at this. He'll bring up the footage. I've never seen anything like it. His helmet, his armor, everything is blurred out in my footage. It's same for all my rangers.
You see her standing next to Ash. She hands you the cup of soda, looking down at the footage, eyes wide, and then looks at Julius, eyes even wider, and sits down with the eyes still wide.
Julius looks at Icy and thinks in his head, "What's going on? What do you know?"
That's creepy, don't you think?
I mean, yeah.
A bounty hunter with that level of tech?
He nods. You said the laser rifle that he was using, it left like craters in the sand?
It did, and I can't say for sure because it's been a long time, but it looked a lot like the ones Epsilon Squad carried back in the day.
Hand on her neck. I know I've said it before. I say it here. If they're ever brought up, I always say it. That was the one fight I was horrified at. You're sure all the Rangers' helmets, same thing?
They're the ones who brought it up to me, ma'am.
I see a jetpack with dampeners. That alone is clearly military grade tech. Or something else.
And didn't get the best look at it, ma'am, but the armor he was wearing, I put what I'm wearing to shame. I wouldn't say quite the power armor they wore, but the middle ground, I'd suppose, would be the best way I could put it.
Gosh, I mean, bounty hunters, they still exist. Not in big numbers. There's not even that many private enterprises for them to. I guess I could. You didn't get a name.
Nothing, and I couldn't get anything on his employers. He said he dealt with a middleman, and, well, you saw what the gun did. With that pointed at me and my squad, I wasn't in a position to demand answers, ma'am.
No, you made the right decision. This is when you remember he knew your name. Somehow.
It doesn't show on the video, ma'am, but he knew my name.
The audio scrambled?
Yes. Here, he'll play it.
Your voice sounds perfect. His just sounds like it's all static and screeching.
The last thing he said before flying off with her was, something like, "See you later, Valorious. Until next time, Valorious." Something like that, ma'am.
That is fucking creepy. She says aloud. Sasha.
He said the woman was a runaway from the Aridness system, ma'am. I had Clay do a scan on her, and what came back from that?
Absolutely nothing. Not a registered EarthGov citizen.
She's not a registered citizen, ma'am. Nothing came back at all.
She was coughing. Contagious, maybe. But why would she be running away from a bounty? This is weird. He shrugs. He knew you. Do you think he scanned your armor? If he could scan through, she's looking right at Julius. If he could scan through his IFF, that's higher than military grade tech. That's
Experimental.
max tech.
Max tech.
It'd make sense. That would explain why he knew my name, and it would explain all the tech.
You know, normally I don't believe in coincidences, but she starts typing on her wrist computer. On the edge of the Leo 1 cluster, there's a small colony. It's named Arafu. She opens it, Planet Arafu colony. Yeah. Sorry, having trouble thinking. Anyway, the colonists reported that they're having sightings of a Halcyon-class vessel around their colony, a couple clicks away from their colony.
Pardon my lack of knowledge, ma'am. Ships have never been my strong suit. Halcyon class?
Icy looking over at it. Yeah, they're they were way before our damn time. About 300 years into EarthGov's existence, they were still making them. They were considered too expensive to keep mass produced. You know, Banksy's armor, Banksy's armor is worth as much as that. But, back then, that's a lot more credit. Yeah.
So it's a hyper-advanced ship they stopped making because it was too expensive to warrant.
Too expensive. There was no great conflict that was needed that they could even really help in, and the upkeep is incredible. Max Tech was helped make parts for the ships, from my limited understanding. I only know what I know because of Laz, Julius's daughter. Laz, she researches. She knows her history on ships.
She loves starships, that kind of thing.
I think I bought her a model of one of those.
Yeah, she hung it up in her room. It looks like it's flying around.
Sasha, right, and they should be... All the Halcyon-class vessels were either decommissioned completely, or retired, to, avionics museums and stuff. There's none in service.
And how would one of these compare to our current equivalents.
We could take it in a fight easily. It's just they were more designed as like stealth vessels, believe it or not. Biting her lip.
So
We're supposed to pack a punch, but be very stealthy. I think the goal was something like if there was alien invaders and they had a large fleet, these would be the infiltrators that sneak around the flanks and boom, 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 space artillery. Ranger General, not my thing, but yeah.
No, that makes sense. So we have a ghost ship that appeared out of nowhere that shouldn't exist, and a bounty hunter that looks like a ghost from our pasts.
I mean, there can't be that. She's looking at Ash, then at Julius. There can't be that many bounty hunters with reputations left. If this guy's got that kind of tech, he probably has a rep on the outer. Yeah.
Julius nods. Yeah. Ash, maybe ask around. Do you at least remember what the armor looks like? Like, can you give an accurate description of it?
Yes, sir. I probably can.
I see. I could just, with your permission, she taps their temple.
I mean, you never need permission for that, ma'am.
She will. Oh, that is fucking creepy.
You see what I mean? It's almost like the in-between of what I'm wearing and what they wore. It's weird.
It looks like the one you killed as she's typing on her wrist computer. The medic. And Julius got other kills stolen. Sasha clears her throat.
Julius glares over at her. Kill stealer.
Typing on her wrist computer, putting up an image. Sasha's head recoils seeing it. Oh.
You see what I mean? It's off-putting, to say the least.
That is really, really weird.
Julius leans forward, looking at the picture. Okay. Maybe, Ash, when you're out on the frontier, ask around. See if anyone recognizes him. And if someone does, they might know his name or have bought something from him, something like that.
Understood. I'll ask around. I'll see if I have a couple contacts out from being on the frontier so much I can ask them. General Brausman?
She's looking at the photo. Yeah, Icy has sent you a copy to your wrist computer.
Understood. An idea that comes to me, maybe if you're still in contact with the former General, Gondar might maybe have some knowledge. Maybe you can reach out to him.
Yeah, good thinking. I'll ask him, and I will, whether you have her name or not, I'll have Towns do some digging. Because there can't be that many bounty hunters out there left, let alone ones that clearly have a reputation.
No, there can't. Whether he's former Max Tech or just stumbled upon something, people would know him. I've heard nothing of him, but the frontier's a big place.
It's even bigger now, post 20 years ago, and rapid expansion, so... Yeah, as Ash closes the wrist computer photo, you could tell it's making Sasha uncomfortable to look at it.
Bring back bad memories, ma'am?
Like I said, I probably say it too much, but sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear that plasma rifle. And sometimes, though I'm glad it's on our side, when I catch Banksy or the other members of Reaper out of the corner of my eye, the hair on the back of my neck stands up.
Oh, believe me, I understand, ma'am. I saw a picture of them in one of the, I saw a picture of one of them around, and I nearly jumped out of my skin.
Only good picture is the big game hunter picture we took with the guy, and yeah, that's weird. Julius, maybe the kids can look into this, huh? With her picture.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna suggest that.
Yeah, whenever they're ready for their next mission. Good work, Ash, as per usual. Dismissed.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I go, you mentioned the kids. Is Ricardo doing well, Colonel Rachel?
She starts laughing. Oh, he's doing great. He's got 30,000 credits in his pocket from Tommy.
Julius looks over at Icy. And then over at Ash. Well, there you go. To my knowledge, he's doing just fine.
Here's Tommy's right-hand man, helping Tommy with many things,
That's wonderful. Thank you very much for letting me know. I know he's capable. I'm very proud of him, sir. I just can't help but worry about him.
Trust me, I think he's the least of anybody's problems down there.
Good.
Yeah. But, yeah. Ricky's doing just fine.
Thank you. Thank you. That takes a load off me. Just, please, he's gonna look at Sasha. Just let me know if anything goes wrong with him.
I'll keep you up to date, but I don't foresee any trouble happening, especially if he's Tommy's right-hand man. She looks down at the table. I say, well, he's more capable than Yuri. What can I say, Sasha? Ha ha.
Good. What better place to be than Tommy's right-hand man? But I'll leave you three to it. He's gonna salute. Thank you very much.
They salute back. Ash can leave to go meet up with his squad. Sasha, he's got 30,000 credits. Tommy tipped very well these days.
What the hell is Tommy tipping him for?
Helping, gathering information on the kids, because Yuri's too incapable.
Julius starts to laugh. He hugs his stomach as he laughs.
Sasha will look at the clock. It's still early. Get out of here. Go home. Go see Pequod.
Julius will stand up. I mean, I'm sorry, boss. You don't gotta tell me twice.
No problem. Yeah, we're done for the day. I'll hook up with Towns and have him look into Ash's bounty hunter friend. Hopefully it's nothing.
Yeah. I'm sure it's just a weird bounty hunter.
Hopefully. Crossing her arms, Icy. Pequod is at the beach house drinking.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's go to the beach house then.
Get her a slushie for the hangover.
Julius walks over, gets her some popcorn too.
Make sure to put extra butter on it.
Yep, as he's putting the extra butter on it.
See you Monday, boss. She winked. You want to come? Gestures to the teleporter. No, not this weekend. All right. Comes this way. Always looking at that scarf in that case, Julius. In your head.
He thinks back. She is. She really is. As he turns around, you're always welcome, no matter what.
She nods her head. I appreciate it. I need to see Towns. This is strange. So he smiles. Make sure Pequod's okay.
I will. We'll tell her you said hi.
Good. They'll start heading out to the beach house. Arriving at the beach house late. Now, so Hunk's over here staring at a picture of Elizabeth and JJ on the wall. Suletta comes in. The kids are in their hover chairs. This way, Pequod is passed out, head on Davian's lap. Suletta comes in. Oh shit! Suletta comes in right here. Boom. Can't move the token. Sitting down. There's been a problem.
Davian looks up. A problem?
Mr. Freetooth, big explosion. I have to go take care of something with Tao's help, okay?
Of course, Letty. Go. Whatever you need to do. Go take care of it, love.
I will be back as soon as possible. I promise. Is everything okay with him? He's not mad at you. You're not mad at him. Holding Davian's hand.
No, we're quite okay. We had a discussion, and we handled it like adults.
And her stroking her head.
The poor thing. She's resting, but she was previously drinking herself silly.
She reeks of alcohol.
Davy nods. That she does.
Okay. I will be right back. I need to help Tal and Banksy get the situation under control.
Okay, come back soon, love.
Don't fuck anything up while I'm gone.
I'll try my best, Letty.
He storms out. Hunk looks over his shoulder. What's that all about? Was she afraid we're arguing?
She leans forward, watching her leave. She asked about it. I told her what had happened.
I don't know if we ever really, argued. I think we just... an overreaction on one end or the other.
She shrugs. But I had told her what had happened, and apparently she has to go help Tal and Banksy with something. Something happened with Scar, including an explosion of some kind.
He starts chuckling. Do you think it was an actual, boom? Or just Scar? Ah!
Oh, that's a good question, she thinks. The explosion, the actual, grenade explosion is worrying.
He blew himself up in frustration dealing with Card. Thinking about Card.
She starts to laugh, but just the Scar explosion of him running around yelling, that's also quite funny.
He's always got this cigarette hanging out of his mouth, honey. He's got a blowtorch. He didn't light it, turns on the gas. Motherfucking Carter!
She starts to chuckle. Oh god. I would be so sad if that's how Scar goes.
He starts laughing. That is the end of Scar Rainfall. Free Tooth Rainfall. You know, I called him Scar Rainfall once, and he, don't forget the free tooth, mother effer.
She smiles. He's proud of his last name.
Jeez. He was using the welding torch on somewhere in the academy, had the gas on too much, put one of his cowboy killers in his mouth. That goddamn Carter making me smoke, since apparently he blames Carter for everything. Boom!
Davian starts to laugh. It was just fixing the leaky pipe that was in the boys' room. Just fixing it up, having to get out the welder. Goddamn Carter, always messing everything up. He continuously calls him a cocksucker, love.
I was so in a trance. I missed the whole rant in the gymnasium, but yeah, he came in the other day into your office while you were with the students, and he walked through, and he's just gesturing wildly. That cocksucker Carter causing me problem. Need to WD-40 this door. Okay, Scar, nice to see you. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Davian starts to laugh. Oh god. Poor thing, Scar, poor thing.
Oh Lord, he's rubbing his head. Oh.
Davian leans back on the couch that she's in, then leans forward and holds Hunk's hand.
I would never want to replace Elizabeth. Don't ever think that way. I just would like another one. We've got all the time in the world. We're fortunate. We've got more time than most people ever will. So he winks at Davy. Plus, imagine her face when she finds out she's gonna be a big sister. She's always been the little, physically, and she'd be the big one.
She looks at Hunk. Yeah, she'll finally be able to get into all the trouble she's always wanted to get in with a little sibling. We definitely should have another. I mean, there's nothing stopping us. And if she's around, and she's visiting and talking to us, and she rubs her face, we would not be replacing her.
No, and if she doesn't come around, I mean, I'll figure out where I went wrong and make sure it doesn't happen with the next one.
Davian shakes her head. Like I said, I don't think you really went wrong anywhere. Just
maybe too overbearing. When I raise my voice, all these kids cower. Even the gigantic time dragon replacement, which is sad.
Well, honey, your voice is very powerful. I don't know if there's any stopping that. You should raise your voice at children and things like that when they're doing something wrong.
I raise my voice nowadays, and even Nicole and Julia still jump. It's like, and she does too. Points down to Pico.
Davine starts to laugh. Well, I mean, they were raised, but they basically grew up with you as their dad, and when your stepfather would, like, yell at you, would you not be scared?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fear of God.
The absolute fear of God. It's just that. Even now, if your stepfather would scream at you, you would jump, correct?
Damn straight.
She looks at him and nods. That's just the kind of thing that a father can do.
As she says that, Hunk kissing her hand. Tal? Banksy, Icy and Julius coming. Hunk kissing her hand. Tal, hold the phone, don't start yet. Let me get the children out the room. Hunk, down later.
Davian looks at Tal and Banksy. Weren't you supposed to be helping Siletta with something, darlings?
Huh? He looks at Davy. What do you mean? Did I miss a call? He starts typing on his wrist computer. Tal, I don't. No, she told us she'd be here.
Well, she said something about an explosion and Scar and having to help you two sort it out.
Oh shit, these two came, got Banksy, I was with him, and she told me to be here, and we left with them. I'll try to give her a call, maybe... I saw Scarf 20 minutes ago. He was grumbling in the corner, fixing one of the water fountain machines about Carter, but he seemed relatively stable for Scar. He shrinks!
Julius looks down at his wrist computer. I could call the lane if you want. See if everything's okay. No explosions or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, son, please. What if Scar actually blew himself up?
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. He types on his computer, calls up Scar.
Hey, motherfucker.
Scar, hey, just double checking. There seems to be some conflicting information. Just want to make sure everything's okay at the lane with you, everything like that.
See him look around. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm having a sandwich here in the office. You see Blaze, Jennifer, Star in the background, Sunny waving to you. We're having a sandwich, having some lunch, and then I'm gonna go out and tend to the greens, you know. It's just a prototypical Friday.
Julius notes. Okay, and have you seen Auntie Soletta?
No. Does she need something? Just tell me, what the fuck did Carter do now?
No, nothing. Just we were just wondering. Thank you, though.
Alright, no problem. If you need anything, hesitate to call. He's up on Julian! Hesitate to call! That's the new one.
Damn.
He used to say, kissing Davine's hand, rubbing it, don't hesitate to call.
Davine chuckles. I guess he just wants some alone time right now.
You see kneeling down next to Pequod. Been like this since you got here? She was lucid when we got here. Barely?
And now he walks over, kneels down at the other side of her. Now she's like this.
Passed out. Yeah, she's been on mom's lap like that since we got here. Icy reaching into her coat pocket, pulls something out.
Julius leans forward. Well, don't tell me you got like bath salts or something, Icy.
Maybe worse. Hands it over to Julius. It's a picture. And Julius remembers this picture. It's Icy, Banksy, Davine, Hunk, Julius, the kids, Memory and Suletta. It was a picture. Excuse me. Pequod insisted on not being in. She wanted to take it so she could have it. Of just the most important people. That's the exact words she said to Julius when Julius was like, "Why don't you just come in the picture?"
Julius looks at the picture and leans against the wall behind him. Oh, that is worse than bath salts.
Yeah, when we got here, she was mumbling about how she let you and the kids and all of us down, and then we tried to talk her down, and this led to that, and Davy, Mom, finally got her to sit down there, which led to the current situation.
Davy nods. It took a bit of convincing, but we got there. And Julius nods. Holds Pequod's hand and rubs her knuckles with his thumb. Oh, God. He looks over at Hunk. What do I do, man?
He looks at Davine. I don't know. I'm probably hell to deal with for your mother lately. Mama Lan pissed me off so much I threw basketball. I shattered the frame, did I?
Davy nods. You completely shattered it.
Then apparently I broke a door and then another door and yeah.
Julius nods. Wait, Mama Lan? Don't tell me she tracked you guys.
Oh, she did?
Oh, God.
I don't think she got your mother, though. She got me. Or did she get you? I kind of stormed away.
She covers her mouth. She got me. She definitely got me.
I'm a lamb, huh? Looks at Julius. Icy say.
It's been a while since they've tracked any of us. Julius looks at Icy. I want to keep an eye out for any kind of patterns.
In your head, I think Elizabeth should get a visit paid to her. Looking at Hunk and Davy.
Julius smiles, thinks in his head, that could definitely be arranged.
I'll see to it. She has a big grin on her face.
Julius just smiles wickedly at Icy and nods.
Hunk, come here, honey. Putting his hands out to Davine. Take your normal seat and let him take over.
Davy nods, takes his hands, goes over, and sits in his lap as Julius takes where she had her spot.
Boom, right there. Icy will put her hand out for the picture.
Julius hands it to her.
Trust me, she tucks it back in Pequod's coat. I think her freakout will be horrible if she wakes up and doesn't have this.
Julius nods. Yeah, we gotta make sure she has it with her.
I know she drank, but you want me to make the coconut seafood soup? I got it here. We just gotta heat it up. Thanks, I can do that. You think she can stomach it right now? Looks at Davine, then Julius.
Davine bites her bottom lip, looks at Julius, and Julius looks down at her. She should have something in her stomach. She can't just be drinking like this constantly.
Right? Banksy will, I'll heat it up. And start going over this way. That's strange, Suletta not answering her calls. I hope everything's okay.
She licks her tongue. I'm sure she's alright. Just squints her eyes, staring at the wall and then over at Hunk. I'm sure she's just fine.
What do you think's going on? He looks at Davy.
I don't know, but Letty's up to something. She had the air about her of lying, but I just sort of wrote it off as, you know, any kind of explosion at Rainbow Lane that's sort of serious, so I just sort of wrote it off as her being panicked. But maybe she was lying.
Huh. Hunk thinks for a few seconds. Oh, I mean, I love Scar to death, but the thought of him being so angry at Carter that he forgets he has the gas turned on, lights up a cig, and blows himself up is pretty darn funny if you ask me. Icy starts laughing.
Julius covers his
God
mouth.
damn, Carter, mother effer, boom! And the whole garage just blows up, and that's the end of Scar.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh as Davy shakes her head. That would be terrible.
Died as he lived, PO'd at Carter.
Davy just starts to laugh.
Cutting here, speaking of Suletta, the kids dropped off. Back at Woodbury with Tommy. Tommy has dropped the kids off right here. Boom. Some of the kids have gone in their own direction. Colt's up here. Benny's here looking over the motorcycle. The two goons are back out there working on their cycle. Alright, kids. I'm glad you had a fun day. If you need anything, please call me. Do not hesitate, okay?
Yeah, you got it, Mr. Wiseau.
Alright, comes over here. Carter, good job today. Pats his shoulder.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
Very good. And very important to get to know your co-pilot. Please try this. You have to do this, okay, Laz?
Leslie nods at him. Yes, of course, Mr. Wiseau.
The day will come where you guys have to work together, flying this ship, blasting many creatures. Trust me, Tommy knows this thing.
Yes, of course, Mr. Wiseau.
Good soul, that is good. Rubbing her back lightly for her.
She looks at Yuri and smiles. Thank you.
Why don't you go find Colt?
I am. I have to give him all these clothes. She starts walking off towards Colt.
Elizabeth, Benny go to see motorcycle. We keep you no longer, honey. Get out of here. I'm fine.
She looks at the two of them and nods. Thank you very much, Mr. Wiseau, Uncle Yuri. Appreciate it quite a bit. She starts to walk off towards Benny.
Okay, very good. Everybody else, Ricky, keep your chin up. Many things to look forward to. We are leaving. They go into their car and fly off.
Yeah, many things to look forward to.
Carter looks at Ricky. Yeah, many things to look forward to with 30,000 credits in your pocket.
Yeah, I don't know why he's giving me so much damn money, dude.
Oz will... You want to go see the ship?
Yes, please. I would love to see the ship, inspect it, everything
Like
like
this
that.
way. He points this way.
She'll start walking in lockstep with him.
You two are still here, though, unfortunately for you.
Honestly, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with that much money, dude. What the fuck do you do with it?
Carter shrugs. Well, if you're living comfortably now, like if you're paying all your bills and everything like that, no problem, then dude, that's disposable income. You could do anything you want with it. Invest it. Buy something with it. Save it for a rainy day. Who knows? You'll figure something out.
I could build a nice ass plot over there somewhere with it.
There you go. You can build a plot, get some gardening supplies, do something nice like that.
Yeah, that should work. Wait, how did you know I got paid that much?
You know what? You're not the only one who was watching another person today, okay?
Hey, fair enough. I mean, hey man, he's gonna lightly punch his shoulder. You and a memory Ann. Seems like it's going well, dude.
Carter shrugs. It was a good day today, and I actually have to go talk to her. I promised her I would help with paperwork tomorrow, but still.
Yeah. No, that's good, bro. She likes you. She really does. You should just go all in. What's the worst that could happen?
He looks out pats Ricky on the shoulder. Yeah, maybe. I'll take a step forward. I have to think about it. And then he starts walking off towards Memory Ann.
So Carter, where's Ricky going?
Well, looking at the map, he's probably gonna go up and see what's going on with these guys.
Okay, perfect. As Ricky has walked by, Elizabeth said Ricky didn't notice. He walks by to see these two. Something caught Elizabeth's attention out of the corner of her eye. Here.
She turns around, squints her eyes, and starts walking towards it.
It's noticeably colder in town as well. Like, everybody has goosebumps. As Ricky has approached here, Bash is putting up his collars. Don't have many days like this. Looking around. Quite strange. And coming from around the corner, in a back alley, peering out is Suletta waving to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth smiles, takes her mask off, and runs up to Auntie Suletta.
Oh, she puts her hands out for Elizabeth.
Hi, Auntie! She gives her a hug.
She looks down at Elizabeth, hands on her ears, and starts rubbing the back of her cute little elf ears.
She sort of scrunches up her nose and smiles up at Suletta. What do I, the pleasure?
I hope you don't mind meeting like this. I don't want Memory Ann to see me.
Oh, of course not, Auntie. It's no problem at all.
She's looking down, still rubbing her ear. Where were you?
Oh, Mr. Wiseau took us to this place called St. Buck's. Apparently, it's a new chain of places that Mr. Wiseau bought or created.
Oh, Carter.
As she starts to laugh when she starts to do that, and then we went to the mall and I played at the arcade with a nice boy named Benny, and we came back.
So a fun day, all in all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A fun day.
The funnest of days.
One might say that, yeah. Depends on the other kind of days you've had.
Still rubbing her ears. That's good. Not everybody had a fun day.
Oh?
But I won't trouble you with that. She keeps rubbing her ears.
She tilts her head. Are you okay, Auntie?
You know, she looks down, rubbing her ears. When you were born, and you came out of your mother, your father and mother were the first two to see you, as it should be. But do you know who was the first person besides them? She smirks down at her to get to see you.
I'm guessing that would be you?
She smiles down, boops her on the nose, and goes back to rubbing her ears. Your mother and father insisted I be the first.
She smiles and nods. They love you quite a bit, and I'm glad you were one of the first people to see me.
When I walked into the room, your father handed you off to me. And when I first looked at you, I fell in love.
She smiles up at Suletta.
From the moment I saw you, I was in love. You were adorable then and adorable now. And it meant I got to be the cool aunt for a change.
She chuckles, and you definitely were the cool aunt.
I've done my job. Stroking her ear.
I'd say you have?
Your mother and father are very important to me.
She nods.
Before your mother and I became close, and before your mother and father got together, which took way too long, she's smirking down at Elizabeth, I had Memory Ann, of course, but she was 7, 8. I had nobody in my life, truly.
She just looks up at Auntie Soletta and puts one of her hands on hers.
It was very sad. It was a sad existence. Were not for Memory Ann, I wouldn't be standing here today. I would have given up. And when you give up the will to live, a spell like this that keeps someone like me around wears off.
She nods. But you did meet my parents. And you're for the better for it, right, Auntie?
Nodding her head. Very fortunate, yes.
She lets out like a breath of relief and nods.
Not saying anything, just rubbing the back of Elizabeth's ears.
She looks up at her. Are you okay, Auntie? You're worrying me.
You know, I love you very much. If anything ever happened to your mother and father, I would take care of you. I love you like you're my own.
She smiles. I love you too, Auntie.
Do you? She looks down at her.
Yes. Yes, I do love you.
Making direct eye contact with Elizabeth just holding it.
She is keeping eye contact with her, but Suletta can definitely tell it's making her very uncomfortable.
No matter what happens, no matter what I ever say or do, just know I love you.
Of course, Auntie. I know that.
And I miss you dearly. I miss seeing you run around the academy. I was speaking with the Drax. They miss you hanging out in the kitchen, making snacks for you. The cutest little thing.
She sees a melancholic look go onto Elizabeth's face and she nods.
She'll let go of Elizabeth's ears. I wouldn't want to coddle you, though.
What? Sorry?
It's the hardest she's ever been hit. The quickest she's ever been hit, because she never saw it coming. Gets slapped right across the face. The force of the slap causes Elizabeth's petite frame to crumble to the ground.
Suletta sees her crumble to the ground, her holding her cheek, struggling to breathe for a couple seconds, and she looks up at Suletta with just the most confused look on her face.
She just stares down at her. Then she feels liquid on her cheeks because she's bleeding as Suletta's hands are smoking from ice. Sub-Zero. Cuts like butter.
She looks down at her hands and then back up at her, wipes the blood off and looks at it and then back up at her.
Those tears I see forming.
She shakes her head as she wipes her eyes with the sleeve of her coat.
You wanted to be the soldier girl. She'll step on Elizabeth's ankle. You don't get the luxury of tears or sympathy.
When she steps on the ankle, Elizabeth lets out a yelp that she quiets by biting onto her knuckle.
I was in the military. I was a soldier for over 300 years. At the rate you're going, you won't last 300 seconds. And she presses even harder on Elizabeth's ankle.
She bites harder onto her knuckle, clenching her eyes closed as tight as she can.
She'll lift her foot off Elizabeth's ankle and just stare down at her and cross her arm.
She stops biting her knuckle, unclenches her eyes, stands up, and looks meekly up at Suletta.
Just tilts her head, looking down at Elizabeth.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Suletta lets out a sigh. Starts cleaning her off, dusting her shoulders and stuff. Doesn't say anything though.
As she does it, Elizabeth does flinch when she first puts her hand on her shoulder to start wiping it off.
Don't flinch, please.
Sorry.
When you can figure out she's dusting her off why I struck you, then you'll be an adult.
She looks up at Suletta.
Getting through basic doesn't make you an adult. And leaving home to make friends is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, or in your case, read the mind of.
Elizabeth bites her bottom lip, looks down and nods.
She'll push the button on her collar, putting her mask back up. I'm not holding it against you, but you could have made friends from home, honey. Rainfall Lane had gates. She started to choke up. You could walk out anytime you wanted.
Elizabeth, now with her mask on, looks up at Suletta and nods. Yes, ma'am.
Don't, just save it. She puts up her hand, gulps big, and storms off, vanishing, leaving a trail of frost behind her. And the place gets even colder.
As soon as she's gone, Elizabeth walks out of the alleyway and starts heading towards the base.
Copy that. What's happening up here? He's sitting here, minding his own business at the table.
Soul walks up and sets the 3 bags of clothes down in front of him.
Oh, you bought those.
She smiles and nods. Yes, I did.
You got a receipt?
Nope.
Well, just give me a roundabout figure, at least.
She shakes her head. Oh, it was about 4 credits.
Yeah, right. 4 credits. 4 credits maybe to you.
She smiles and shrugs. If I say it's 4 credits and you have no receipt to prove it, then it's 4 credits, right?
I can't really argue that point, yeah.
She sits down and opens up one of the bags. Can you at least look through them?
He looks down. If you're buying, then I'll try them on. You're buying, I'll try them on.
She smiles at him, crosses one of her legs, and nods at him.
But we're not out here in the open, doll. We're down in the barracks or somewhere. Unless you want me naked in the middle of the town.
She lets out a quick whistle and then shakes her head. No, I wouldn't want that for you. Not
Besides,
you,
there's no cameras in the barracks, so... Yeah.
Sure, we could have a little trying on party down at the barracks.
Well, what I meant was just nobody would be watching, is what I meant. Like I said, there's always someone watching, you know? You gotta be careful of that. Looks up at Gateway and then back down at her. Yeah.
She looks up at Gateway and at him. Who do you think's gonna be watching?
Let's go try these on and then get a beer steak. I missed the beer steak 2 weeks. Stupid with the Delta guys, though I do think they're cool.
She smiles, holds his hand. Sure, I could definitely make you beer steak.
I'll help. Teach me. I can be useful in the kitchen.
She smiles. I'll teach you anything you want to learn.
Yeah, he will. Let's not hold hands on the way.
She does not let go.
Great. Go down the elevator. Nice. Benny watching. Bash. Elizabeth doesn't make it back to the base. Bash intercepts her because he notices she's distraught. And where are you going? Hand out in front of her face. Benny is over there.
Oh, I had to go down to the barracks, sir.
What's wrong?
She shakes her head. Just something I have to figure out, sir.
Crosses his arms, looks down at her. Can I help? My job. I know we're not on the clock, but...
She rubs the back of her neck. I think it's something I have to figure out for myself, sir. Sorry.
Okay. That, maybe I can't help you figure out. He noticed she was, like, grabbing the mask portion of her face, but... Is there something wrong under the mask? Did somebody hit you? I heard a yelp. I got a good set of ears, and it sure sounded like you.
She nods.
Come with me this way.
She follows him, and she just tells him, I'm bleeding underneath it.
Okay. He'll go up here, type on his wrist computer, get her into the med bay. There's nobody here. All the people are gone for the weekend. Okay. He looks around, goes for a med kit, comes back, gets down on one knee to Elizabeth. You don't have to make eye contact with me. You can't. I'll keep the glasses on, so you'll never know where my eyes are. But can I take it off and see how bad it is?
She nods.
You take it off. I won't do it. I do have a button on my wrist computer. I can, but I'll never do it to you.
She nods again, reaches underneath the scarf and presses the button.
Mask comes down. Okay. Opening the med kit. Tell me who hit you. If it was somebody in that squad, you better tell me. I'll find out. There's cameras everywhere. And if it was out of camera range, I will beat it out of the person.
She shakes her head. There was no one in the squad, sir.
Okay, good. He starts cleaning your face for her. You have to lift... You don't have to make eye contact with me, but lift up the chin so I can clean this effectively.
She lifts up her chin.
It's like you got cut by a laser, almost. It's just... Okay.
She's definitely not making eye contact with him. And she just shakes her head. It certainly felt like it.
Who was it?
I don't know if I want to tell you.
I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not going to tell the Colonel. I'm not going to tell O'Keer. I'm not going to tell Benny. Just tell him.
She wrings her hands together. And she forces herself to make eye contact with him. My Auntie Suletta.
That would explain why it's so cold here. He's cleaning off her cheek. I'm gonna spray this on your cheek. It's gonna sting a little bit, but you'll be fine.
She nods.
Sprays it on her. Okay. She came all the way here to see you, huh?
She nods.
Must be pretty important.
I definitely think it was.
He breathes in and out of his nose sharply. Well, I'm not gonna beat it out of her, okay? Because pretty sure that's game over for old Back. I'll leave the motorcycle to you in my will. He starts chuckling.
She chuckles, pats her knees a bit. I'll hold you to that, sir.
Well, that's family business. I'll stay out of it. But yeah. It seems like you got something out of it besides it got the gears turning in the head, huh?
She nods. I have some things I need to think about.
The only thing I'll say is, Sometimes. Well, when you first came here, and I was getting on you about at least trying to make eye contact behind the mask, it's kind of a fruitless endeavor, because when you're behind the mask, I can never really know if you're looking at me. But you lift your head, and you lifted your head, which shows you're at least trying. And I think being here in the military shows that you're at least trying. Sometimes in life, honey, our hearts are in the right place, but our heads aren't. This is probably one of those situations where all you gotta do is get the head and the heart in the right place and you're good. You'll be fine. Your aunt loves you?
She swallows hard. Yeah, she loves me.
Sometimes that's how people show love. Head in the right place, heart in the right place, you'll be fine. Okay? Body, mind, he'll put his fist out for a fist bump, and soul.
She looks at the fist bump, looks Bash in the eye, and gives him a hug instead.
Oh, he hugs her back. Okay, sweetheart, now I'll keep Benny busy for a couple minutes while you go down and collect yourself, and then he'll probably come down because he was mumbling about wanting to show you some movie that your family is in, and he's a big fan of them, and so, yeah. Use that to your advantage. He nods his head.
She smiles. I'll give him all the behind the scenes that I know.
You get your family to start making movies again, he'd probably have a heart attack if he was invited on set.
Oh, I'll definitely have them cast him in one of them.
He chuckles. He'll reach for the button, hit it. Go head down to the base. I'll keep him busy for a while, and then he'll come down to show you Air Force One Part 5.
She chuckles. Oh no, that's the worst one. She starts walking off towards the base.
They're all pretty bad. He comes outside. First one was good. She goes down to the base. Benny did notice her go down, but Bash comes over, arm around him, keeping him in place, just talking to him, buying time. What is happening? We'll end with those, at least for here. Well, over here, Oz is, yeah, those are the Delta guys. If you need things moved and I'm not around, lifted, heavy lifting, they'll do it for you. Always happy to. They'll probably salute you because your last name. I hope that's not a problem. It was for your other sister.
Oh, yeah. I would expect it to be a problem for her. She scratches her cheek. Not that it's probably sounded bad, like I was talking down about. I'm not. It wouldn't be a problem with me.
Good. Well then, long range fighter craft. You ever piloted anything like this before?
Something similar, yeah. Long-range fighter craft. I used to pilot a vertibird, if that counts at all.
A Verdi. Don't say. I always wanted to pilot one.
She smiles. Maybe I can convince my mom to let you pilot hers.
You guys have one? Oh, isn't that military stuff though?
It's from the old days when my mom and dad were in the headhunters. It's
Oh, that's an antique then. An antique craft, aircraft are kind of a love for me, really.
She turns to him, her eyes sort of light up. Really?
Yeah, I used to collect models, actually.
So did I.
You don't say.
I-
He looks over at her.
She smiles and nods. You couldn't count on two hands how many times I would talk the general's ear off about it.
Back home where I'm from, we had an earthquake, a bad one. Nobody really died. It was this place called Christchurch, New Zealand. Anyway, strange earthquake. But anyway, it did kind of screw up my house, and so all my models went down with the house. But yeah.
Oh. She wrings her hands together, looks at the plane. What was your favorite one?
Halcyon class. Crosses his arms, looks up. Always looked to me like a big, gigantic floating gun that could somehow stealth.
Yeah, I like that one too. It was one of the first models I was gifted.
I mostly spend my time around here, so I don't want to put models up in the barracks and somebody ruin them. But yeah, and plus, when I was younger, they were way less expensive. Nowadays, a lot of those old models are skyrocketed.
She nods. Yeah, I know the feeling. Back in college, I would have loved to have a couple of miniatures up in my dorm, but dorm life. I had a roommate, everything like that. Didn't know if that's what she would have wanted or anything.
My luck, I'll get a model, build it, and then this fabled Uncle Ska individual will show up, and him and Kato will have the final duel. And crush my model in the process.
Leslie chuckles a bit. She covers her mouth and she shakes her head. It would certainly be my kind of luck for that to happen too.
Is this Uncle Ska fellow? I've heard about him in passing over the past 2 weeks. Is he really that bad?
He's certainly. She strokes her chin for a second. Disgruntled, we'll say.
I would like to meet him. Crosses his arms, looking at the ship. Seems like an interesting character.
She starts to laugh. I'm sure you will one day.
Show up here to duel with Carter.
She smiles and shakes her head.
Well, I'm gonna go do the maintenance rounds on the ship. It is cold here today. It wasn't cold like this earlier.
She rubs her hands together. It isn't even winter.
He puts his hand up in front of his mouth. I can see my breath. That's never happened here before.
She looks at him. I've heard of freak weather incidents before. Maybe this is just one of them.
Could be. The girls probably have dinner going. Run along, I'll do this. Tomorrow we can start training exercises. He'll wink at her and go onto the ship.
She smiles and starts to head off towards the base.
Ricky here. Okir here. Looking down at the motorcycle with Bash. Hey, Rick, what you got in your pocket there?
Tommy gave me some, or Mr. Wiseau, sorry, gave me some money for helping him with stuff.
I think you're okay to call him Tommy. At this rate, he really seems to like you, dude.
I think he does, which I'm not gonna complain about, you know?
Yeah, how many credits did he give you, kid?
30,000.
Jesus Christ! I helped him move some boxes on Gateway years ago, and he tipped me $5,000. It was like 2 boxes, and one of them had a wedding cake in it. And he said, in his Tommy way, "Don't you dare look at that." Yeah.
I've learned not to question too much at this rate.
It's smart. So what, you want to learn to ride her, Rick? Maybe you can, I don't know, take some hot blonde med student out on a ride?
Yeah, I think
It's insured, Rick. If you crash it, I call the insurance company, we take it to the mechanic shop in Melbourne, they fix it. Trust me, I've had a few tipsy rides with this thing.
Yeah, sure, I could learn how to ride, sir.
Nice. You know what else you can do?
What?
Work out.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing anyways, right, sir?
With me. He'll put his hand out in the Arnold Schwarzenegger, you son of a bitch, pose.
Ricky is gonna reciprocate.
He'll whip Ricky over his shoulder. Better hold on to those 30,000 credits, Rick. And he starts marching him to the beach. Have fun, Rick.
Whatever he can throw at me, I could take, sir. Let's rock, Oak here.
That's the spirit, Rick. That's how you're gonna get in that girl's pants.
Hell yeah, man, hell yeah.
Jesus. Looks at Benny. Why don't you stay up here, help me wash her a little bit, and then you can go downstairs. Okay. He goes to help Bash. Marianne, legs crossed, sitting at the table drinking a root beer float.
Carter walks up to her, his hands in his pockets. Are you doing this?
Looks over at Carter. No, you mean the cold? No. She looks at the sky. I don't know.
He shrugs. Must be freak weather.
Honestly, she kicks out the chair over here. It reminds me of my mother. When my mother gets angry or depressed, it would happen.
He sits down. Do you think she's here?
I wish she was. But no, I couldn't get so lucky.
He chuckles, rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, it would be pretty cool.
Besides, if she was here, She looks down at the root beer float, slides it to Carter. Never know.
He looks at the root beer float. Very true. Then he slides it back over to her. It's your favorite, you drink it.
You can have some. I need to watch my calorie intake. I'm old.
You're not old, Marianne. He smiles and shakes his head. You look just fine to me.
If I'm not old, take a drink then.
He picks it up and takes a drink.
What if it's Uncle Scar deploying some type of psychological weather warfare?
He quickly puts the root beer float back
You are
down.
horrified of that, man. She watched him put it down quickly.
Yes. Yes, I am. Has he ever screamed at you before?
No, he was always positively sweet with me.
Oh, just get ready. I'm sure you're gonna see it one day.
Gives me hugs, treats, hard candy. He would say things like, I don't even like butterscotches, but I carry them just for you. Maybe he carries arsenic just for you, Carter.
Maybe he plans to stick a couple cigarettes up my nose and light them just so I die.
She starts laughing. I must see this. I must see your next meeting with Uncle Scar.
I surely hope you do, just so I could prove to you that I was right the entire time.
I believe you. She takes the glass back and starts drinking. I know he was getting a little weird when I left, but not... I would never have imagined he'd hate you.
He chuckles and shakes his head. It definitely... I think it all stems because I hurt Laz and then I left, and he definitely cares about the rainfalls a lot, and I hurt some of the rainfalls.
You're not the only one. Staring down at the root beer, I was the first to go. I'm sure that didn't go over well with my mother, and thus the domino effect of it affects everybody. Our decisions affect everybody. It took me too long to realize, though.
He nods. Looks
I would
over at-
listen in on your father talking to Aunt Icy when she'd come down to see him about how my mother isn't doing well and so on and so forth, and yeah. And in turn, then Grandma and Grandpa don't do well, and one of the reasons I was not happy to see Elizabeth, and I was the first to leave, so I kind of set the precedent, so... not good.
He stares forward. You may have set the precedent, but I set the act forward. Just because someone sets a precedent doesn't mean anyone has to follow it. I made my choice. And it was the stupid choice. I fully admit it. But it's not all bad. And he looks over at her and smiles. And he puts his hand on hers.
Her eyes go wide for a second. Ah. That's all she says.
Ah?
Interesting. She's looking down at your hand.
He looks down at it and looks back up at her. It is interesting, my hand placement, is it not?
Quite precise for somebody who can't shoot.
Ah, correction, someone who can't see.
True. I heard Mr. Wiseau talking about a braille menu for you.
Carter chuckles. Yeah. I do know how to read Braille, so if he gave it to me, maybe he would have been surprised that I knew how to read it.
He probably would have said, par for the course, loser.
Or for the course loser, yeah, he probably would have.
Flip your hand over.
He flips it over.
She'll put hers in his and just stare at him. Uncomfortable yet?
He stares at her and tightens his grip around her hand, not to the point of hurting her, but to show that he doesn't mind.
She'll start moving her finger in a circular motion in the palm of his hand. I used to do this to you when you were a baby, remember? Used to calm you down.
I have to say, it still works.
She sighs and looks at Carter's hand. If I was a little younger, and your father didn't despise me.
He holds her hand a bit tighter. I think you're at the perfect age for me.
She'll try to pull her hand away and get up and walk away.
Nope. He does not let her.
She bites her lip and sits back down. Fine.
He nods. If you have somewhere you need to be, tell me, and we can go together.
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't leave base often, and I have a home to go to, but yeah, we've talked about it.
Yeah,
Let's do paperwork. Or we could just stay like this for a while.
either's good with me. I quite enjoy this.
He'll push the root beer float to Carter. Stay like this for a while then.
He smiles at her. Then we shall stay like this, memory and rainfall. And he takes a sip of the root beer float.
And they will. As the final short map of the session. Let me get the other guys. Everybody's here, with the exception of Suletta. Boom. Banksy has heated up the soup, staring at a picture of Elizabeth, mumbling with Tal. Everybody's eating the soup, and Suletta comes in, looking at her hand. Oh, she bumps into Julius. Hi. Rubbing Julius's shoulders.
Hey, Auntie. He puts his hand on her shoulders. Are you okay? You look white as a ghost.
Yeah. Were you sitting over there? He was.
Yeah, I was. I just had to get up for a second.
Go ahead, sit back down.
Pats her on the shoulder. Okay. As he goes and sits back down.
She'll come over, embrace Tal, look at Banksy, and then shudder as she looks at the picture of Elizabeth. I do miss her. Very much. Banksy, yeah. Shaking his head, Hunk. Yeah. Looks at Davy.
Davy looking at Suletta and back at Hunk. Yes, I miss her too.
Sits down right next to Davy and rubs Hunk's leg. Starts reaching for Davine's free hand, holding her hand. Yes. And Suletta's looking at her other hand.
Davy holds Suletta's hand. Is everything okay? Is your hand hurt?
No, everything's fine. I took care of the issue at Rainfall.
Of course. What was the issue again?
Mr. Freetooth had a... I thought it was, she's looking around the room, an explosion in the sense of Mr. Freetooth being angry. It was a technical problem with one of the computers there. One of the students needed to have records amended, and I took care of it. And Blaze couldn't do it, so he had Mr. Freetooth do it. Hunk Scar using a computer? He can barely operate his wrist computer.
Julius squints his eyes. So Scar...
I can see him now in front of the computer. Goddamn Carter, have making me use this computer.
Julius covers his mouth. Goddamn Carter, making the screen buffer on me.
It's all his fault.
And Julius starts to laugh and shakes his head. So wait. Scar operating the computer caused an explosion somehow?
A data explosion, Julius. She nods her head. A rare event that happens in computers like we have at Rainfall Lane at the academy. Blaze tried to explain it to me, but he didn't have a great... Blaze will make sure it never happens again. Looking at her hand.
Right. He looks at her hand and then back at her. Of course, yeah. Blaze will be right on it.
Yes. She just closes her hand and sets it on her thigh, not looking at it anymore.
Davine starts to, with the hand that she's holding, rub Suletta's knuckles with her thumb.
She's still asleep. Looking over at Pequod, Icy has the picture because she wanted to look at it again. Holds it up to Suletta, and Suletta groans. Ugh.
Davine sighs. She's been asleep pretty much the entire night. Or day, for that matter.
Mumbling about... we thought she was waking up there for a little bit, mumbling about being a horrible mother. And horrible mother my ass, but... Yeah. Those kids, man, they got a way of making you feel like the worst parents in the world. Suletta, yes. Yes, they do.
Julius nods. They always got a fucking way.
You see, looking at the picture, Suletta, perhaps they just need some discipline. Staying through grit teeth.
Julius looks over at Suletta. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we should... Maybe I should... I don't know. Put him on a 20-mile run.
Slapped Elizabeth in your head.
Julius...
She fucking slapped Elizabeth!
Julius's eyes widen as his head shoots over to Icy. And he thinks, she did what?
And she plays Suletta's memory of slapping Elizabeth and stepping on her ankle. Oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
It's awesome!
Oh my god, that's so awesome.
We should tell maybe we should.
I don't think so. Nicole, just... Julius looks over at Suletta and gives her a nod.
Suletta looks at Julius with an eyebrow raised. That's why she keeps looking at the hand. She frosted her fingertips. Sub-Zero, bitch!
Holy shit!
She's bleeding!
Oh my god! Sub-fucking-Zero, dude.
Hunkwell, you want a bowl of soup? Suletta, yes! Looking at Julius. Yes, Hunk here. Answer what?
Julius looks at Hunk. Give her a double serving. She deserves it.
Hey, sure, here's another bowl. Hand her another. Thank you. I do, don't I?
Yes, Auntie. He looks at her and smiles. Yes, you do.
You know, I mean, she's got points down at her. It's like, Elizabeth has me questioning whether I want my own wife around me or not. She's got nothing to feel like a bad mother about. Points down to Pequot.
Davine shakes her head. She has nothing to feel being about. Bad mother about. I mean, it's not to bring up the past, but she points to herself I was a bad mother. That's what a bad mother is. Not that. She points to Pequod.
She should just slap the shit out of those children.
You know what? She should.
Slap the ever-loving shit out of them.
Maybe turn her wedding ring the other way so she cuts him across the face.
It gets results.
I bet it does, Auntie.
Hunk, you want me to not coddle you, dear? I see. Oh.
Davine looks down at Hunk, puts her hands on his cheeks. Honey, if anything, I am the person you should coddle. Just saying.
Yeah. He looks at the picture of Elizabeth and kisses Davine on the lips. Yeah.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and hug, puts her arms around his chest.
He hugs her back. Suletta, just remember, if you're going to discipline those dorks, some punishments must be more. She'll blow on our hands, frosting her fingertips severe than others.
Julius smiles. We'll keep that in mind, Auntie. Thank you.
He fucking slapped her one more time in Julius's head.
Julius's face is completely straight, but I see hairs in Julius's head. He is celebrating like a madman. If he could, he would be popping those party poppers in his head.
And we will cut there.